where they want to go. If not, they're going to have to kill the other 2 darknuts in that room, and that's another 8 swings of the sword they don't want to do.
And they're racing, and obviously the first thing is, oh, a little bit of a oops almost to go without the sword there for Yunos. But both of these guys are very good at the game. They're both, what, 3rd and 4th as far as their time is in the any percent no up in A category?
I believe you are correct. Both of them have a sub 30.
Yes, and that's what, only 6 people had that number so far in the no up in A category?
I believe you are correct.
So as we mentioned, as you just mentioned before, the first thing you're going to want to see is whether or not they can get the first bomb off the darknut, because with the darknuts in any bomb dropping group, they can drop them randomly on the 1, 6, and 8th kill. So this first kill is going to be very important for both of these runners. Cantaloupe is unable to get the luck, so he's going to have to clear the room in order to get the bombs he wants, because this does have a room drop. Neither of them gets bombs out of this room.
So it looks like marathon luck or race luck, whatever you want to call it, is already starting to rear its head.
Yep. But both of these guys, like I said, skill runners, they're knowing what they're going to do. So the next thing you're going to see is they're going to try to build up their count to 10. It's a consecutive kill count, so they can get a forced bomb coming up when they come back into this darknut room.
Yep, and what Rick is referring to with the forced bomb is, for any of you guys who have played this game, a little bit later on in the game, there is an old man with a hint that tells you 10th enemy has the bomb. And that's actually what he's referring to. And basically what it is if you kill 10 enemies consecutively without taking a hit, normally the 10th enemy will drop, if it can drop an item, will drop a 5 rupee piece. But if you kill it with a bomb, it will then instead drop a bomb.
So Yunos is first to get to the raft, but Cantaloupe right now with a full complement of 8 bombs, although he's going to use one in this room, maybe set up a 5 rupee count coming up later. And that's another thing that's going to be important for these runners is a 5 rupee drop coming up later.
Yes, because coming up here in a couple of dungeons, what they're looking to do is they're going to be needing to pick up a candle. Now, the most convenient candle spot for them to pick up, as we get a fantastic manhandle kill there from Yunos, is going to be up by level 5, and they're going to need 60 rupees to do that. But they're going to need 30 on the way there because they're going to pick up a secret.
Beautiful kill there for Yunos, and Cantaloupe with a little bit of bad luck with this manhandle up, but he's finally able to get it. He does get the bomb, so both of these runners leaving with 5 bombs.
Yep, Cantaloupe has a little bit of the advantage here as he's leading with 6 rupees to Yunos' 2. But the rupee count really doesn't become too crazy important until they're going to reach level 1. But first, we're heading to 4.
Yep, in level 4, you need 2 of the bombs because that gets you through the middle room. And then you're probably going to see them use a couple of other bombs in the course of this thing. One to set up a 10-count bomb drop at some point in time. The other one is a fire room just to the west of Gliok, but first it's a race to see who gets the ladder first. Most important thing right now is to keep your count, and I think Yunos was a little off on his count there, dropped 1 bomb and didn't get the bomb drop, but then he knew, okay, I didn't get a 5 rupee out of this, so I'm still short, let's drop another bomb, and he does pick 1 up on the next kill.
Does take a hit here in this Gliok, in this virus room with the NSU, so that is going to reset his counter. That's not necessarily too bad of a thing, because coming out of this room with the likes and Zols, which we like to refer as the breakfast room, because the Zols look like syrups and the likes look like pancakes, you want to take a hit anyway to reset your count, so it's not a huge deal.
The only thing it does is it kills off your beam sword, but in the general scheme, this would only cost a few seconds. As Yunos is first to get to the ladder after what was probably under his standards a very rough breakfast room.
Yep, so real quick, so we can address it in chat, as you can see, the category what you're seeing here is no up and A. And what that means is if on the second control, or once you pause the game or go to your menu screen, if on the second controller you hit up and A together, it will actually effectively cause you to game over and bring you up to the screen that can either continue, save, or retry. You can effectively use that to death warp, and this category is not a category that allows that.
Yes, and it's frowned upon, and A couple of spots where this would really come into play. One of them we're going to be seeing a little bit later on in level 5. We love that room.
Oh yes, that room.
Yeah, that room. One bomb left here for Yunos. He's going to probably lay it down here and try to set up a bomb. Yes, he does. And that's going to help him with level 1 coming up.
Yeah, because the big thing is that runners definitely want to have at least one bomb going into level 1. Both of them are going to have, it looks like, 4 here, so that's good.
Yep, and that picks up his complementary set of bombs. Now, one thing he's not going to have is Beam Sword for this Gleeok, so you can get some far-away hits. So he's got to be right up close. But great kill there for Yunos on the Gleeok.
An equally impressive kill there for Cantaloupe, actually probably picking up a little bit of time there with that kill.
Yep, staying right there close and not getting hit. That's a very, very difficult boss fight this early in the run.
Yeah, absolutely, because especially with the new routing that's taking place, it's fairly new. It's about a year old where they bomb up in that dark room full of rupees. For some reason, that somewhat changes the AI script of Gleeok, and what we've noticed anyway is it tends to make that Gleeok slightly more aggressive than normal.
That being dubbed as the error key. We'll be seeing error coming up in a little bit in Zelda 2 in this relay race. As both of them head to 1, this is pretty much a straight going up. But as you mentioned before, rupees, normally an issue, but for both of these runners right now, they've already got a decent amount.
Yep, so what you see both runners doing here is they're entering and exiting the first room here. Now what that does is you might have seen that there was a locked door ahead of you in level 1. Now by exiting and re-entering, what you do is you trick the game into thinking that you entered the room from the top. Basically, it gives you a free unlock of the key. Now this would work in any direction or any locked door or a bomb wall.
Both of them having to clear out this room to get to the key. So Yuno's currently with 27 rupees, so that might become an issue for him if he isn't unable to scoop up a 5 rupee coming soon.
Cantaloupe over at 34 rupees, he's going to be perfectly fine on his way over to level 5.
Absolutely, so he can just pick up the 30 secret and grab himself a candle. But what you're seeing right now from Yunos as he hesitates to grab the bow is he's trying to build up his consecutive counter, probably to set up a 5 count when he gets to Akumentis. And Cantaloupe not liking the bot that he just took right there, but not really significant at this point. The good thing about the enemy set in level 1 is there's a lot of rupee droppers, so worst case scenario, if you don't have enough rupees, you can maybe try to take it out on a wall master if you can't build up your count.
Yeah, and one of the common things, at least I've seen Cantaloupe do, is if he is short rupees coming out of 1, and most runners will do this, in the path crossing the desert to get to their next location, they will actually go ahead and kill some of the levers there.
Yes, and they're also part of that rupee dropping group. Cantaloupe does not have to worry about that, but Yunos will have to worry about that as he still leaves level 1 with 27 rupees, but 3 bombs.
Not to be confused with Cantaloupe there, who is leaving level 1 with 34 rupees and 7 bombs, which makes things a little bit easier because that room we were referring to earlier, it's coming up soon.
Yep. And here we go. There's the bomb drop. So he does set up bombs, but he's still short rupees. He's short 2 rupees.
And now while we have a chance while they're scrolling over, you've seen a couple of tricks so far. You've actually seen the 3 big tricks that this run contains: screen scrolling, ladder clipping, and block clipping. So basically what the screen scroll is going to do there is it's a very specific setup. It's either 5 or 7 pixels from the side of the screen. So if we're trying to go from left to right, we'll set up there. Then we'll 1 frame tap in either the up or down direction, which should just get Link to spin around in place. Once we do that, we can just walk off the side of the screen and appear on the other side. Yunos, unfortunately, doesn't get the drop he needs. He's going to take an alternate path here to try and get a rupee drop off of these Tektites.
And that's going to allow Cantaloupe to take a little bit of a lead. Now, finally, Yunos does pick up the rupee because you need 60 for the candle. And as you're mentioning, that one of the tricks is the block clip. You're going to see a huge case of it saving a lot of time coming up in the 4th room of level 5.
Yep, and that screen scroll that you just saw them do here is also one of the huge time saves, the Lost Hills screen scroll. Because normally what you would do is you would have to go into Lost Hills and keep going up, up, up the same screen over and over again. But by doing it this way, you know, you can get rid of a lot of that. So it's a lot of screen transitions that are taken care of.
And we got Gibdos in this dungeon here. One of them is hungry with a key, the other one is hungry with a bomb. You're probably going to not see after now Cantaloupe gets a bomb drop, not going to grab that. He's going to save that for later. And this is where that block clip comes in handy, because 5 blue darknuts, you don't want to have to kill them. Just clip your way through.
Yes, but unfortunately we do have to kill the 6 blue darknuts here in this room because they guard the recorder. Now what makes this difficult is the blue darknuts have 8 HP, and they only have a wood sword, which can only do 1. So the runners are going to try and use their bomb placements, and what you can see is a phenomenal room so far from Cantaloupe using his bombs. Now yes, you can bomb darknuts, you just have to make sure that you're not directly facing them when you place your bombs, and that was an absolutely phenomenal room for Cantaloupe.
It is indeed. One of the hazards with this is the fact that the darknuts take 2 HP from you, 2 full hearts if they hit you, so get bombed by them too much, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, Eunice's room, again, not too shabby there, but that, we've dubbed that the room of requirement because that's where 90% of these runs go to die. Mm-hmm. So by getting through that room is a very efficient manner that does give Cantaloupe a little bit of a lead to work with now.
So as these two numb make their way back through, nice quick move there by Cantaloupe to grab the bombs from the Gibdo.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Eunice is he took a bop there, so he's not going to have Beam Sword, which does make at least getting through this a little bit easier.
Both these runners very, very experienced, and after this they're going to start doing some cleaning up before they head into their next dungeon. Where do they go after this, Greenleaf?
Well, coming up after this, we are actually going to use the recorder we just picked up to head back down to level 3, because that's one of the functions of the recorder, is it will warp you to dungeons you've already defeated. Then we're going to go through the Lost Woods with another screen scroll and set up what is known as the World Wrap. Basically, we're going to do a screen transition or screen scroll like we've been seeing on the screen, where we're going to wrap from the left side of the screen to the right side, and then we're going to use that to pick up a heart and continue our transition on to level 2.
And big, fast Dig Dogger kill there for Cantaloupe as he grabs the Triforce in 5 and as he gets ready to do what you just said. So this is where we can talk about some of those tricks. This is where we can talk about some of the stuff that we've been talking about with both of these runners. Both of these guys with under 30-minute Zelda 1 no up and A runs. Great feat to be a part of, an elusive club to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I could talk about the World Wrap here for 1 second. The World Wrap wasn't always a part of this route. The World Wrap itself was actually implemented in the second quest route. Now, Cantaloupe, who you see there on your screen, was the one who thought about putting it into the Quest 1 route, because yes, this game does in fact have 2 quests. Once you beat the game, you get complete second quest with overworld spots being different, dungeons being different, the whole 9 yards. But the world route that you see Cantaloupe taking care of right now, and that was completely seamless, absolutely beautiful there, that was one of his implementations to this route.
Absolutely. Now, as you saw both of these runners picking up that 100 secret, this is very important because coming out of level 2, you're going to want to have 141 rupees. That's how many you need for the remainder of this game.
Because the reason you're going to need that is you need the 140 rupees you need to buy arrows and bait, because that's 80 and 60 respectively. And technically you need 142 because
yeah, 142.
2 arrow shots, 1 for the Goma in level 6 and 1 for Ganon in level 9.
Nah, you don't need 1 for Ganon. You can just sit there while he's red and do nothing.
And that's a big thing to mention because one of these 2 runners on screen has got a run to Ganon where he decided he was going to have a little fun and fire an arrow as he entered Ganon's room. Well, the only problem is he only had 1 rupee when he did that.
And then he found out, oops, I don't have enough for Ganon, and rest in peace run.
Pretty much.
Gee, I wonder which runner you're talking about here. Now, both of these runners are going in with under 140 rupees, but level 2, just like level 1, is a good place to get some rupees because the ropes are good rupee droppers. For instance, there in that first room, Cantaloupe gets 3 rupees.
All right, the question was just asked in chat real quick, why do the runners need so many hearts? And the reason being is because getting weapons in this game is based off of the hearts you have. There are 3 total swords. The wood swords you get for free. The white sword, you need 5 hearts to get, and that is a cave to the west of level 5. And the magic sword is what they're going for. You need 12 hearts to get. So they want to have 12 hearts before they reach the graveyard section of Hyrule so they can get the magic sword, which is going to quadruple their damage output.
Yeah, and in this category, any percent, it's not technically required that you get the magical sword, but going through levels 6, 8, and 9 without the magical sword is going to suck a lot of time out of you.
Yep, so you see Unos there bombing the last little fireball piece of that Moldorm, and that is because each individual piece of Moldorm does count as an enemy, so he was using that to, again, get his consecutive kills.
Beautiful room of the Gurias there for Cantaloupe as he makes his way. Both of these runners have at least the 140 they need to get the merchandise after they leave level 2. And Troll Dongo not being a troll to either one of these runners.
Yeah, but the one thing you guys might notice there is both of them actually stabbed Dongo when they killed him. Now that's a trick because here in level 2 you actually get a hint that says Dodongo dislikes smoke. Now, I know when I was a kid I just fed Dodongo 2 bombs and said fine. But if you catch Dodongo in the cloud of your smoke, he'll actually be stunned, and that will manage to get rid of his immunity to your sword. You can stab him. If you stab Dodongo with your sword, you are guaranteed to get a bomb drop. Unless, of course, you get hit by something like a fireball as you're stabbing him, then you'll get a normal drop, but we're not going to worry about that.
Yep. Both of these guys are whistling to 4. They're going to now get their merchandise and make their way over to level 7.
Now, the bait here is a required item because there is a block in level 7 with a very hungry Gorilla. Now, Gorillas are the enemies that you've been seeing throwing the boomerangs around, and there's a hungry one in level 7 who, you have to feed him to get by.
And they've got to purchase the arrows here as well because coming up in level 6, there's a spider that's blocking their path to the Triforce, and they got to dispose of it.
Yeah, if you remember those Tektites that Unos was farming on earlier, it's just a really big version of that.
It's not like a randomizer where you can find the silver arrow on your way to getting to that Goma.
Yeah.
So there's not much really we can say about level 7. Bombs are going to be very, very important. Now, both of these guys entering with 8 bombs, you need a lot of them to get to this dungeon. Caleb getting a bop in that first room, that's going to take away his ability to do Beam Sword. One thing that you had to point out with Unos, he does not have any rupees, so he cannot use any backups if he gets hit with the bubbles.
Wow, if I may for a second here, what we just saw Unos do is absolutely incredible. He forced a bomb drop in that river room, and that's incredibly difficult to do because of all the projectiles coming through in level 7, because that means not getting hit at all. It was actually something Unos was setting up on the way by killing Octoroks. That is absolutely phenomenal.
So not much of a problem for him whatsoever, and both of these guys are pretty much neck and neck as they're heading through the level 7, which is quite astonishing, but not surprising as you make your way through, what is this, about 20 minutes into the run?
Yeah, 20 minutes or so into the run. Now, the thing about level 7 is a lot of people, especially when playing it the first time, take a look at that map and like, oh my god. Yes, it's a big dungeon, but if you know the path through, which obviously our runners do, it's not that crazy because you'll see we're taking the most efficient path through things. Yes, there's 33 rooms here, but it's not that bad when you think about it.
Now, if either of these runners got into any trouble with bombs, they could get out that room with the 5 blue Gurias, but neither of them have to. They can just make their way over to this Dig Dogger. No problem for both of these runners.
Yeah, beautiful kill there on that triple dig dogger by Unos. Now, Cantaloupe does have a little bit of an advantage here, and you're actually going to see him put it to use right now because he's getting hit by bubbles here, so he doesn't have any way to use his sword. But having the extra rupees means he can use some arrows to kill the wall masters, which is good because you don't want to get hit by them, because getting grabbed by a wall master means you're back at the front of the dungeon and have to go through it again.
But that extra time ended up allowing Unos to catch up. This is going to be quite the race.
This is a phenomenal race here.
Both of these guys very, very well versed in this game. They know all the tricks, they know all the tools, they know what they need to do, especially backup strats.
Yeah, Unos is actually going to be coming out of here a little bit faster because the Triforce fill up. Cantaloupe had to fill up 5 hearts, Unos only had to fill up 1, so Unos is going to get a little bit of a lead from that as well. And yes, heart fill ups do matter.
Yes, especially when you're talking about the difference of 2 or 3 seconds, when you have to sit there and wait for 5 hearts to fill up versus just a half a heart. And here we go, we're getting ready to head on over to the magical sword. We're going to pick that up from Man in the Graveyard.
Yes, only in Hyrule does a small child go into random caves and pick up random weaponry from random old men.
Yeah, but this here, as you mentioned before, the best weapon that you can get, because it takes, it gives you a big wallop as you get your way through level 6, and who loves dealing with Wizrobes?
I don't think anybody loves dealing with Wizrobes, but the one thing that if you know, sometimes when you break down, you know, people and how they do certain things, like if you're breaking down football, it's like, oh, this running back can hit the whole hard, this running back can juke and all that. Doing a little bit of breakdown like that here, Cantaloupe, one of the things that Cantaloupe usually does very well on all of his runs when they get this far is his level 6s are usually pretty phenomenal.
And there's 2 magical rooms that you have to deal with in this game. Unos is on the first of the 2.
Now the reason this room is hard is because you have these Wizrobes teleporting everywhere, the blue ones especially, but you know, that's the issue, is they can just teleport everywhere. They don't have to worry about the room physics. They can teleport through the blocks, and a lot of times they're just going to hit you with one of their magical beams and say, hey, sorry buddy, I'm just going to hit you.
Yeah. And it's required, and that bubble in there does not make it any easier. Now, here's the second of the magical breakfast rooms. Hope you enjoyed your Lucky Charms.
Again, magical breakfast room, we call that because there's pancakes and Wizrobes. Wizrobes are, well, magicians.
Bomb drop off one of the red Wizrobes, and that makes him a little bit happy, but 8 bombs heading into level 8, definitely a good idea.
Absolutely, because you only need 1 bomb to get through 6, but the more bombs you have in 8, the easier it is, and you're definitely going to need a ton of bombs to go through 9 as well.
Yep. And having to farm it through a patron level 9 is not necessarily a fun idea.
No.
So, Unos with a very good level 6, and he's going to get no fill-up on this Triforce.
And Cantaloupe not that far behind with his level 6. Both runners there with a beautiful level 6.
Yep. Cantaloupe's going to yield a little more time because he's got 3 hearts to fill up on this Triforce, but not... both of these guys in real good position. This still could go any way depending on what happens with what I call Darknut Hell coming up at level 8.
Oh yes, we're going to get the 2 blue lagoons.
Yep. Want to tell them what the blue lagoons are?
Blue lagoons are names of 2 specific rooms in level 8 that are filled with 6 blue darknuts apiece and the fireball statues. Now, the reason they're called lagoons is because there are so many sprites on the screen that it actually causes the game to lag.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes lag can help you, sometimes it can be your worst enemy. Now, we saw Uno setting up a count as he was making his way through towards level 8.
Yeah, now, this is interesting because Unos tends to run the any percent category with the death warps, with the up A. It's going to be a little bit different here to see if, thankfully he hasn't done it throughout the run, but to see if he maybe had tried to up A a little bit, picking up items and stuff.
Yeah, he joked about it in the Discord a little while ago.
Did do that.
Beautiful blue lagoon for both of these runners. But one more to go.
Yep.
Now you can see where the power of having the magical sword is. These blue darknuts down to 2 hits now.
However, Cantaloupe keeps hugging blue darknuts, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful. He's being slightly reckless here with these blue darknuts.
Down to 4.5 hearts, which means his fill-up coming out of 8 is also going to make him lose a little bit of time.
No, that was a bubble hit there from Cantaloupe. Good use of the bubble there, because what the bubble is going to do is it's still going to hit you. It's going to give you the iframes or the invulnerability frames of being hit, but because all a bubble does is paralyze your sword, you're not going to have to worry about that portion of it. So it's a good way to dodge damage.
I'd say Unos's level 8 is very, very good this evening, or this afternoon, or morning, whatever time of day it is in your country.
I would say Unos's level 8 was definitely better than Cantaloupe, so both of them still very, very good level 8. Something that, eventually I'd like to be able to pull off a level 8 that good.
Yeah, 8.5 heart fill up here for Cantaloupe. You're going to see where that time definitely sets him back a little bit further, but level 9 coming up. Both of these guys, I think they're pretty good bomb-wise. Both of them with 6.
Yeah, there are definitely some spots in 9 to get bombs, so the big reason bomb counts are going to be big in 9 is because there's going to be a very specific room in 9 that we're going to have to go to that having bombs makes it significantly easier. That's going to be the room containing the silver arrows.
Yep, as we call it, the reverse C room. Now, one thing I noticed here, both of these runners not doing, and I was wondering if they're going to do it, neither of them are picking up the safety potion. And the safety potion is the choose any one you want south of level 1. You can choose that to get the potion that would help give you a little bit of insurance heading into 9. Let's see if that comes into play as we go through Death Mountain.
I mean, and the reason Rick brings that up here is because even with the caliber of these runners that we're seeing, level 9 can still just say, nope, I don't want to deal with you, and just nope on out of everything.
And
so
level 9 is...
They're setting up the bombs, which is nice.
And he did get it there. Level 9 can be so bulky, and that ends up losing a lot of time if you end up dying. Yeah, there's going to be a few rooms we're going to be keeping an eye on here. The first one is if they get bombed by this Patra coming up, and also Unos with 4 bombs. Will he tackle this Patra? No, he won't.
And that is a Patra that when you kill it, is going to be giving you bomb characters. Cantaloupe dodging what we refer to lovingly as the FU beam.
Oh, yes, yes. And that's not a beam you want to take. And getting bombed by Patra. So Unos getting very good, fortunate. Not getting any damage there from the Patra. Cantaloupe getting 2 bops, 4 hearts. And beautiful bomb set up there by Unos doing it, getting himself up to 6 bombs. That's going to help him in reverse C coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. But that room there with the Zols there, that's a room.
Oh, another. Sorry, beautiful Patra 2 skip there by Unos as well.
Say no need to interrupt because that was absolutely beautiful there. Getting through both Patras with no bops.
I think I'll just take your line. That was glorious.
That was glorious. But here's the room we were talking about with the bomb drops, making it a little easier because you got red whiz robes, blue whiz robes, and bubbles. So why bombs? Well, you can't stab.
As you see, down to 2 bombs, Unos stops using them because you need 2 more bombs to get to Ganon.
And Unos pulling off what's known as the double clip there, so he doesn't have to walk all the way around. Cantaloupe opting to just take the long way, which is what most of us pedestrians would do.
Most of us pedestrians. What are you saying? We're slow?
I can single block clip, I can't double block clip, and I certainly can't reverse clip like you saw Unos just do.
Yeah, and that's beautiful right there, and very nervous because you have that one red whiz robe setting up to fire right at you, and if he hits you, that's 4. Gets his first Patra bop right there, but he's in good shape health-wise, except for the likes don't really like him. No, that's 2 like bops there, and Cantaloupe getting bopped again, so that's 3 bops from Patra for Cantaloupe to 1 for Unos, so however, it does have a much faster like rope. Mm-hmm. And that could be where we catch up a little bit of time. final required Wizrobe room. No problem. Now you're going to see when Unos comes out of the stairs, he's going to be trying to set himself up to get hit by this stone statue intentionally. Or not. Never mind. Most runners, some of these runners, they'll have to take the bop from the stone statue there, or the stone trap, and a swag bomb usage right there. Oh, he's going, yep, he got it.
Going for grayscale.
Grayscale.
And Unos hasn't been hit on the path here for a while. We might see a Hippo Fairy. Oh, never mind, he got bopped.
And here we go, Ganon, the first fighter here. Error's getting ready for his Zelda 2 run, coming up, waiting for the command to go ahead with his run. Can't get the immediate kill here, but gotta be careful if he gets Hyrule Driver. He's dead, but he's got the kill.
Okay, I was getting worried there. Hyrule Driver, as we call it when Ganon touches you, because it deals 4 hearts of damage with Green Tunic. And look at this race, fairly close here.
Both of these are close right there. Unos touches Zelda, and the torch will be passed on to Error.
And there's Cantaloupe touching Zelda as well, though. There's not going to be a torch being passed here because Cantaloupe is actually also running Zelda 2 for his team.
Yep, and he's going to immediately switch over the games and do it himself. But what a first run right now of the evening. Now we're going to move on to Zelda 2 Adventure of Link. This category is the 100% all keys category.
And with that, I'm going to leave you here with Rick, and I'll be taking my leave for the remainder of this. Thank you guys so much for watching, and taking my place is going to be Shiner CCC. So with that, have a good morning, everybody.
Well, thank you for joining me, Greenleaf, and we'll welcome in Shiner in just a moment. As we get on to Zelda 2 Adventure of Link, this once again is the all keys category. Cantaloupe is going to be playing for his team as well, and oh, what a good fortunate drop there for him. That's a 1 every 6 enemy that you kill of a certain category will drop either a jar or a pea bag, and now he got lucky with the fact that dropped the pea bag, so now he's got 50 extra bonus points for him in this game. Now welcome Shiner to this call.
Hey everyone, good morning or good night depending on your time zone.
Yeah, thank you. That's the same thing that I ended up doing here. Hard to say morning.
Yeah, same to be honest.
So here we go in Zelda 2 Adventure of Link. One of the major components of this is the experience point system here. You're going to try to see these guys set themselves up to try to get attack early as possible.
Yeah, you see they have a TNL, or I guess the game tells you when their next level up is going to occur. I think what most casual players end up doing is just taking their level up when they get it, but you can actually choose to skip your level up. You can bank your experience points and cash them in later. So usually the attack level ups are a little more expensive, but these runners are going to abuse the experience point system to level up attack as fast as possible, most likely.
And one of the other components they're going to try to do is set it up so they can just barely hit the next to last level they can go up, and save it for when they pop the crystal in at the end of the dungeons.
Yeah, so in this game, Link has to go all across Hyrule and put 6 crystals in 6 pedestals, altars, who knows what they are exactly, but you gotta go to 6 palaces and install crystals in them, and when you do that, you get a free level up. So we're gonna see, I think... Wait, do you know what category they're doing? Are they doing all keys?
It's 100% all keys.
Okay, so yeah, they're gonna go to Palace 4 first, and if drops or experience route works out in their favor, they're gonna finish with a 4-1-1 for levels probably, attack 4, and still magic and life at level 1.
Yep. Cantaloupe trying to set up a skip this forced encounter. He could not, but Error is able to, so therefore Error's gonna get to this heart container first.
Oh, I wasn't aware of teams, but it's Cantaloupe on.
Cantaloupe is on Cantaloupe's on Team Wisdom, and Error's on Team Courage.
Oh, okay.
So once again, Error getting to skip that first encounter allowed him to catch up the time to Cantaloupe, who had a early lead into this as both of them make their way over to Palace 1. Now, the way they try to set up these enemy spawns on the overworld, it's been figured out. That's why they went over to the left after they came onto the desert tile.
Yeah, it's really impressive to watch. The early game, these guys really seem to know how to juke encounters.
So the concept of this category is you got to pick up all the items, which includes the candle you're going to get in this first palace. And again, as we mentioned before, you have to grab all the keys, and also in addition to that, when it comes to grabbing keys, you cannot ferry past any of them, any of the key holes, which we're going to see later on.
I'm not sure if it's a rule of the category, but even if it wasn't, it just wouldn't make sense to do in most cases, because you'd have to just backtrack and get the key anyway. 100% all keys is, you could think of it as a kind of developer-intended speedrun route, because all these runners are going to have to get the keys in all the palaces, and they are laid out in such a way that you can get the keys and also open all the doors.
They're also developed in such a way that you don't have to go through Death Mountain without a candle, which this is more of a beginner player friendly category. It's still challenging because of the way you have to route your experience, but it's not like you have to pull off some major tricks in order to get through the game.
Yeah, this is a category that I run, and I have to say it's a lot of fun, but dabbling in Zelda 2 randomizer is making me want to learn to do Death Mountain in the dark, so we'll see how that goes.
And that's quite the challenge there, too, to try to go through Death Mountain in the total dark. I couldn't do it myself. There's no way I could go through that.
Are these runners doing, I think they're doing slightly different experience routes. It looks like Error killed one Stalfos and Cantaloupe skipped both of them, and yet is ahead in experience. I see some runners do that, and I assume the reason is for manipulating feedback drops.
That's
yeah, in this game, there's two separate arrays that the game uses for bonus drops. The game divides. Well, I guess there's three categories of enemies. I guess there's ones that are not included in these drop tables at all, and then you could call them small enemies and big enemies. And when you kill 6 enemies of that particular type, you get a drop. For the small drop, you have a 1 in 6 chance of getting a pea bag worth 50, otherwise you get a blue jar. And for large enemies, it's just a 50-50. You either get a red jar, which completely refills your magic, or you get a pea bag worth 200 experience points.
I just want to point out, it wasn't that, it was the first pea bag drop. Cantaloupe was able to get the pea bag drop in that dark room where you get the magic container, whereas Arrow was not able to. That's where the big difference is right now.
Oh, that's why Cantaloupe was up by 50. That makes sense.
Yep. Now, both of these guys had already gotten past their first level up. They, of course, chose to go up with their attack, so Cantaloupe with the attack 2.
Good job by Cantaloupe fighting the Gooma there. Let's see if Error does the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's got that jump attack strat down.
And Error choosing to go with life 2. Probably to save his life to prevent getting killed. Now, in this category, you can die. In fact, you're probably going to see these guys die several times in the course of this run unplanned. You don't want to die unplanned.
Well, there's going to be a few screens where they'll be death warping on purpose. But
yeah, that's what I meant. Those ones are planned. The ones that are unplanned are dying to enemies when you're in combat.
I think the other reason Arrow may have leveled up life is because he hasn't got his 200 P-Bag drop yet, has he? Basically, you have 2 shots at it, and for the ideal level up route, see, Cantaloupe got it already, he got a red jar, so now he has to roll the 50% success rate on the Iron Knuckle right before the boss, hoping to get that P-Bag, otherwise he's going to have to settle for attack 3. Whereas Error has spent 50 experience already, maybe he's counting on not getting the P-Bag drop at all.
Well, Cantaloupe's got to be careful.
Dolphins now. I think he's going for a 3-1-2 level up route or something.
Mm-hmm. Cantaloupe's got to be careful, though. He's down to 1 life bar right now, so... Be interesting to see when he gets to the 500 what he ends up doing for his life. And he gets the P-Bag, the 200 P-Bag, he'll choose his attack 3. But he doesn't go with the life, so he's going to go into this boss battle with the 1 bar. And that's
Yeah, the
gonna
first
allow
boss
him
is a horse head. Should be quite doable.
and he's going to take the safety route, gets him killed, and that's where you see the difference between attack 2 and attack 3. So here's going to be a major difference heading out of Palace 1. Cantaloupe's going to have attack 4, because he's going to have this go all the way up to 1,000, so he can do that, whereas Error's only going to be able to get to attack 3.
Yeah, and for those who are curious for a little more info on exactly what the level ups do, attack, well, obviously does increase the damage of your sword. There's no specific formula, though. The game just uses a giant lookup table for damage values. As for magic, leveling up magic decreases the costs of all of Link's spells. And life, well, it does increase your life, although it may be misleading because you may level up and go, huh, my life bar didn't increase. But what it does is it increases your defense. It just makes it so you take less damage for each hit. So, it's kind of starts off with a slow payoff, but there's a really big difference by the time you're at the end of the game.
Yeah, think of life to be like grabbing a blue ring, but not quite the same as grabbing a blue ring in the first Zelda.
Well, maybe the difference between Life 7 and Life 8 is that good, but...
Well, yeah. Life 7 and Life 8 is the difference between blue ring and red ring.
There's an interesting route difference there. Arrow just choosing not to fight the gorilla there, while Cantaloupe did fight it for the extra 20 experience.
We'll have to see where all of these decisions come into play later on. Now, both of these guys very, very skilled, and both of these guys with, sub-80s in this category?
That's really impressive. Sub-80 is very competitive in this category, because there's a lot of stuff you have to do in it, and because it's so accessible, it's also very competitive. It's been very optimized as a result.
And also, there's a lot of luck that comes into play, especially with the P-bag drops, because the way you route yourself is a lot to do with your experience points and your leveling up. So at some point in time, you're going to see decisions made, and you might be scratching your head going, why is he killing this enemy but not that enemy? It's all about trying to get yourself up to the next level and trying to get yourself properly, effectively to the points that you need.
That's true. Although I feel like level ups make a bigger difference in the early game, because at a certain point you'll have your attack maxed out around Palace 4 or 5, and then it'll start making less and less of a difference because it'll be sort of caught up to the power curve of the game. But we'll see if Error being down an attack level over Cantaloupe makes a difference in the long run here. It's currently in the lead, heading through a jump cave, as it's called. Nice job fighting that gorilla there with the clutch duck.
And jump cave being called that because of the fact that you need to have the jump spell in order to make it up. Although you don't necessarily have to, but it's going to take some time to get the bats over there to set up any kind of damage boost.
I didn't know it was possible to do that, actually.
I've been told that it is, just like it's possible to get the key in level 5 without going to the fairy spell.
Yeah, I've seen that, actually. It's called Eco Key. There is a damage boost you can do to climb up that hill. Actually, I don't know if it's a damage boost, or if it's a downstab setup. I haven't seen it in a while. I should go study that.
Cantaloupe getting a little bit of bad luck with an enemy encounter on the overworld, but is able to grab the good old letter from a man named Bagoo. Do you know Bagoo?
Then I can help you cross. Yeah, everybody loves Bagoo. Cheezel especially. Of course, Bagoo doesn't really like towns too much. He's a bit of an agoraphobe, so he's installed his cabin in the middle of a dense forest with lots of encounter tiles, but speedrunners know the easiest way to get there, and that's just to sneak around from the north side.
So welcome to this town where you go in, and you have one of the very few instances of Link actually talking to people. I found a mirror.
Yeah, you gotta go talk to a table. You can skip the dialogue, but you still have to go and talk to the table.
As a kid, how were you supposed to know to do that?
Well, every person who gives you a spell tells you something they want, or gives you some sort of clue. And this lady lost her mirror. And given that most houses in the game that you've been into have someone in there to talk to, the fact that this house doesn't have one immediately makes it suspicious, so you'll probably start jumping around, hitting your sword on everything you can, and then before you know it, oh, you press B next to the table, and you get a dialogue.
I found a mirror
under the table. It could have been on the table. They could have put it anywhere they want. Well, maybe not. There's not very many room for letters.
Now, how did this mirror get underneath the table? Did it end up falling down? If that's the case, how is it not shattered?
It's an enchanted mirror. It's sentient and it crawled over there. I mean, this is Hyrule. Could be anything.
So the letter from Bagu gets you to cross this river, which gets you into Death Mountain. Both these guys need to make this path because there's two reasons you got to go to Death Mountain. First is the hammer, which is required, and secondly, in this category, well, actually it's required no matter what, the magic container.
Yeah, there is a magic container waiting near the very end of Death Mountain. And you may notice that they actually talk to the rivermen here. For some reason, these soldier sprite guys, you can't skip their dialogue boxes, and that may be because one of them functions as a trainer that teaches Link a new sword skill. Pretty soon in the run, actually.
Yep, we'll see that coming up in probably about 10 minutes once they make their way through the lovely little labyrinth that is Death Mountain.
Death Mountain, notorious and confusing, but speedrunners make it look easy.
Yeah, they definitely do. New
Cantaloupe looks to be ahead by one screen here, by one tunnel. But I feel like Arrow's in a pretty good spot himself here. He did stop and chat for the magic refill while he was in Lifetown. And is otherwise making pretty quick work of these guys.
I'll point out right now that currently Cantaloupe has a 4-2-2 level, 4-2 and 2 levels. The 2 in the magic allows you to cast spells cheaper than you would on level 1.
Yeah, I think life still costs 70, which is quite steep. One block of the magic bar represents 16 magic points, so that costs 70 out of 80 of their maximum magic, so very hard to make use of that. So we see Error casting it, and there goes most of his magic bar.
Yep, and he's still got to be careful.
Yeah, he took a hit from the red Dyro. Those things chunk pretty hard. I think the developers expected you to have higher than Life 2 in terms of life level ups at this point in the game.
Yeah,
I think most people would say Death Mountain is harder than Palace 2.
Well, yeah,
I feel like it was intended for you to go here after Palace 2, but in terms of speedrun routing, it's faster to go here first.
Yeah, because you get two major things as a result of coming here. One of them is the down stab, which is going to definitely help you out in combat in future dungeons.
The other nice thing is that there's a lot of enemies in Death Mountain, and thus you get a lot of experience, so you can get some convenient level ups and set yourself up for a big crystal payoff in Palace 2.
Yep. And Cantaloupe, as you saw, do the life spell, but that's because he knew that there's a life jar, or rather a full red jar. I don't think we've explained that. For those of you who haven't played Zelda 2, the difference between the jars, the blue gives you only one block fill, whereas the red jar fills all of your magic.
Yeah, you still have to open the menu to buffer the spell you want to use, and you can see Error priming life right away there. And you can see that even though he picked up the red jar and cast life, he still isn't at empty magic, and that's because the red jars basically give you an amount of MP equal to your maximum. So if you're anywhere shy of your max, you can cast a spell, and the red jar will continue to fill up your magic bar. So you can sort of store a little bit of magic that way.
Hey, 200p back sitting there waiting for Cantaloupe when he gets done grabbing this hammer.
Yeah, and Aaron, a little experience point value to rise to the top of where it floats up to. Otherwise, you don't get the payout. And in fact, I've heard that red Dyro respawns if you don't do that. So it's important that you make sure you stay on the screen and collect that payout before you go into the chamber where the hammer waits.
Because otherwise you're greeted with a nice happy fella when you come back onto that screen after grabbing your hammer, and that would make your life a little difficult.
One thing I love about old video games is that sprite art is very frequently open to interpretation. I always imagined Dairas having these big goofy grins on their faces, but looking a little more carefully now, I think they're more like wolves with rather mean grimaces on. I never thought they were wolves before. They're actually, you know, anthropomorphic wolves that swing hand axes around, but the whole time when I was a kid, I thought they were giant scorpion tails that swung around in concentric circles like, I don't know, someone playing guitar in AC/DC? No, wait, who does windmill slams?
One thing that you just noticed here from Cantaloupe is that he went back into the hammer cave and then back into the other cave. That's to reset the overworld timer.
Yeah, there's 2 timers for how encounters work. Or there's kind of like 2 sets of encounters. One is time-based, and I think one is based on the number of steps you've taken. So that's why when you're walking around, sometimes you can see 2 different groups of enemies spawn at completely unrelated times. And just a fun little Easter egg we see on Error's screen before he leaves. All the strange terrain at the bottom of Death Mountain here is meant to resemble the world map in Zelda 1. You can see this, you know, small lake with trees around it. That's kind of where level 8 is in the first game. And where the hammer is located in that rock that they blast into right after is where level 9 was located. It's right there on the text scroll at the beginning of the game. Link sets out on his most adventuresome quest yet, so I think that was a nice little Easter egg the developers threw in to sort of bring that sense of scale to this classic game.
Now you notice Cantaloupe ending up standing on that tile where he hammered the block. That works as a encounter well, not an encounter tile, but where you can draw the enemies. So he drew that there and got him onto a yellow spot where it allows you to just walk away with nothing to happen. As he goes and grabs some medicine.
I haven't seen this particular setup from Cantaloupe here. I'm curious to see how this pans out. Yeah, Error just kind of blowing right past it. Working out well for Cantaloupe as well, too. Yeah, Cantaloupe right now in the medicine cave here. Very high ceiling here. It's a little inconvenient for these bony fish heads flying out of the lava here.
The most annoying thing
about you can kind of stab them on the way up, but when you're on the rocky ground, they can kind of snipe you a little bit if you're not careful.
The most annoying thing about them is that if they hit you, not only do they take part of your life, they also take 10 experience points from you.
Yeah, some enemies in this game drain experience points, which is probably a quality that a lot of people would point to as being emblematic of this era in gaming. You know, people say that's, you know, unfair, getting your hard-earned experience points taken away from you, but I guess it was done again in MMORPGs in the 90s and early 2000s, so some concepts are just immortal, I guess. Interesting to see that both of them, there's a nice little pit of lava there right where the medicine is, and some runners like to jump in there to save time because they respawn at the entrance to that screen. But I think both of them want to play it safe and keep their lives here.
Yeah, I think both of them want to take a race safe here because they might want to be holding on to their lives for later usage in case some problems come up, combat issues. So you grab the medicine, so you can grab a spell in this town here, and Cantaloupe now making his way to the top of the church where he's going to grab probably one of the most useful techniques in this game.
And probably Link's most useful attack in Super Smash Bros. As well, the down stab. Oh, whoops, Cantaloupe needed a bit of a running start to get up there. Letting Error catch up a little bit. Yeah, and like I said, this guy, being a sword trainer, can't skip his dialogue, so they talk so slowly, and they make you listen to them. But they're also all friends with Bagu, so they're cool guys.
How dare they? Unskippable text, darn it.
Yeah, another nice little modernization feature the randomizer adds, just increasing the speed of dialogue scroll so it feels like you're skipping it even though you're not.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best things about randomizers is the fact that they've allowed the coding to skip things. Like in Zelda 1, randomizer nowadays allows text to go 3 times fast.
Does Zelda 1 randomizer have that now too?
Yes, it does.
Ooh. Haven't played it in a little while. There you go, I'm missing out.
Yep. Now, both of these runners now making their way over towards the eastern end. This is the final setup before we go into Palace 2. And this is to grab, I believe what it is a heart container that's in here?
Yep, there's a heart container in this cave. Might as well grab it before you do the Palace, just so you have more life to work with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it might cost you frames because you have to wait for your life bar to refill after you stick the crystal in the pedestal.
Yep. Now,
but you gotta wait for magic to fill up too, so
both
you
of
never
these
know
runners,
if it's gonna be that much further behind.
Both of these runners are setting up something where you're gonna grab you use your fairy to grab the item, because that way you skip the animation of Link holding up in the air.
Yeah, and there's a free red jar waiting for you at the entrance to Palace 2 as well, so the magic cost is quite negligible.
Welcome to the swamp. Population slow mover.
Yeah, Link does move slower through the swamp, so they're going to be pogo sticking up and down, making it look like you can bounce on the sword like Yoshimitsu from Soul Calibur 2.
Now, here's the big difference here, where Error had a clean run to the Palace 2. Cantaloupe having a really tough path to the second Palace, and therefore Error is now taking the lead.
Yeah, Error being greedy and not taking the magic refill in town as well, also paying off for him. Both these guys taking the elevator straight to the basement where there's a key waiting at the end of a long passageway.
Yeah, filled with a couple of these great... What is it he's throwing at you? Chains?
They're hammers, I think.
Hammers?
Because they're really similar to the things the blue Lizalfos throw around later in the game. And that's really similar to what the red one swings around in melee range. Not so much hammers, more like flails. Or like... maybe like the chains that get thrown at you in Double Dragon 2.
Yeah, that or Star Tropics.
Yeah, that's true. They're throwing shooting stars. I think I saw an anime about that once.
So Palace 2, really not much to say about this. It's just except for both of these runners know what they need to do in this, and that is to grab. They need to grab all the keys because, once again, as we mentioned before, this category you cannot fairy skip any of these keys.
Well, you'd be forgetting keys as well, so that would also just kind of break the rules of all keys.
Yep.
It's a really cyclical definition, isn't it? It always just feeds back into itself.
Yep.
Cantaloupe hitting attack 5 first. In my experience, I haven't really done much of Palace 2 with attack 4, because usually if I have to finish Palace 1 with attack 3, I'm going to reset. But if you're in a race, you don't really have any other choice.
Yeah,
it's a big deal for Eric because he's in a relay too. Can't let the whole team down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you end up stopping now, you're letting your team down as you try to recycle the last 25 minutes of this run. Oh.
Dragonhead's giving him a bit of trouble too.
Cantaloupe, wow, that was close.
Yep, those Dragonheads may look familiar to anyone who's played a 2D Castlevania game. Ooh. Yeah, Cantaloupe being clutch there. He turns into a fairy to avoid being knocked into the lava, but he has to re-enter the screen because the only way to pick up keys is to hit them with your sword, which is taken away from your moveset when you're a fairy.
Yep. But I think you'd rather lose the time there than to lose the life because, as we've mentioned before, lives are going to come important when you start doing skips later on.
Yeah, there are a few one-ups scattered around the world map, but both of these guys... Well, they passed up the one on the beach right after they came out of Death Mountain. I think they grabbed the one outside of Medicine Cave, right?
Yes, they did. They both did. They both did.
So they should have 4 lives right now, which should be plenty to work with for runners of this caliber. But this is Zelda 2. This game is pretty hard. You never know.
Yep. There's plenty of spots where this could really come in trouble for both these runners, especially when we are talking about the difference between Life 7 and Life 8 coming up. The various things, as we see Error using the fairy trick to grab the glove to save himself the pickup time. And we're talking that's all, what, about a second, 2 seconds, but every second counts when you're in a race.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of doing the standard level up here as well. Usually taking Life 3. Actually, I usually end up taking it in Death Mountain, but that's because I'm a complete hoarder when it comes to experience points. I will lose any amount of time just to grab experience points.
Oh.
They were also going for the Moa kill while riding the elevator down, but it didn't work out.
One interesting note to see here.
Nice.
With
that feedback.
Yeah, indeed. One thing you're going to have to watch Error for here is the fact that he's still trying to get to level 5 on his attack. It would be really nice if he could set himself up and be at the spot where he can go for attack 6 coming out of 2.
I think he'll be able to do it. He only needs 300 more experience points to purchase attack 5, and then because he's only at life 2, he only has to overcome 150 to get the next free level up. Should be plenty of enemies left in the palace, even though he skipped the blue Stelphos that are worth 50 each. There's going to be 50 from this Goomba in this room, and I think there's 2 more red Iron Knuckles that are 100. Another orange one that's worth 50, I think.
And then you've also got the boss kill, too.
Yeah, that's... Helmet Head is worth 200, I think.
So, for the sacrifice of having his magic and life be low at this point, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine attack-wise.
Yeah, exactly. And then they'll both have attack 6, and then it'll be a much more equal race. Because magic and life are just less important, especially in the early going of a speedrun. Having attack 6 means you're way ahead of the power curve. You can two-shot pretty much any enemy at attack 6 at this point in the game. I hope everyone is just as satisfied as I am watching these runners take out Iron Knuckles with such lethal efficiency. Anyone who's played this game casually has probably struggled against them quite a bit. Given that they can block low and block high and go toe-to-toe with you for hours on end, but if you just kind of jump at them and attack high, they get really confused and always block low.
Error's going up against Helmet Head and gets the kill there and gets enough experience points, so he's going to be leveling up to attack 6 coming out.
Well done, Error. Yeah. That was a nice quick kill on Helmet Head. It's kind of hard to get that early rising down stab. It's a lot harder than it looks.
And Cantaloupe's going to have attack 6 as well, leaving Palace 2. He's going to be 6, 2, and 3, but as we mentioned before, early on, the magic and life, not super significant.
Yeah, I guess life allows you to be more aggressive. You can just sort of fling yourself bodily at enemies until they die. Cantaloupe also taken a little bit longer on Helmet Head, but otherwise a clean fight. And like I said with the heart container, ended up not mattering there, with not losing any frames because he has to wait for his magic bar to refill fully.
Now, one thing I do want to point out is, coming out of Palace 2, and in fact, coming out of any of these palaces, it's very, very tricky when you hit one of these encounter screens while you're counting up, because there's a possibility you could still soft lock the game.
Yeah, that's true. If you leave the screen on the same frame the level up prompt appears, the game can soft lock. Just kind of freeze indefinitely, so you gotta be careful you don't frame perfectly throw your run away.
Both of these runners no longer in danger of doing it here. As we go to Palace 3, this is where you need to have the fairy spell in order to get yourself up that ledge. There's no way to damage boost yourself up there.
Yep, it's way too high up. It's just another necessary plot progression thing. And speaking of plot progression, the speedrun skips quite a bit of preamble for how to get to Palace 3. So, eventually someone in a town says, Error knows something about the hidden palace. And Error was a guy in Jumptown, the second town that we went to after Palace 1. If you go to his house, he just says, I am Error. But if you get the clue from someone else and then talk to Error, he tells you about the hidden palace south of King's Tomb, which was that screen that Error visited briefly, just to, again, reset the encounter timer so he could cleanly reach the hidden entrance toward the Island Palace, Palace 3.
So Error's not even going to go by and visit his namesake. How rude.
Yeah, no speedrunners have time for that.
Yeah, I know. So as we can see here, this is where you need to have the down stab as well as the glove out of Palace 2 and out of the town there, because you need to grab this key. That's through the blocks.
Well, you need the glove to finish Palace 3, otherwise there's a screen that's covered in blocks and you have to tunnel through them with the glove. Not necessarily covered, but has some solid walls made out of blocks in any case.
And we mentioned earlier that the difference between these two as far as levels were concerned, it doesn't matter anymore because Error's right now at 6, 2, and 3, just like Cantaloupe is.
Yeah, it's easy to get caught up on those cheap level ups from incidental enemies just while playing the game, so it's only really in the early going where the level ups matter. As randomizer players have told me, finishing the game with 777 for level ups is quite respectable. It's more than enough. In fact, there was a Zelda 2 randomizer tournament, which is still ongoing, but I've already been eliminated from it. I think part of the reason was in my elimination race, I finished at 888. Took a lot longer than I needed to level up.
As you noticed, Error grabbing the fairy here to grab the raft, so once again, it's a matter of saving yourself a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there, where you don't have to worry about Link holding something up to his head.
Yep, excellent kill on the blue iron knuckle as well. That's the first one we've seen all game. They have a different fighting approach compared to the orange and red ones. The blue iron knuckles gain the ability to fling sword beams from their sword. And they also have the incredible ability to retreat instead of advancing recklessly. They also have infinite poise, you could call it, for those who played Dark Souls. Hitting them will not stop their onslaught of swords and beams. And in fact, after getting hit, they will kind of go into a rage and fling about 7 or 8 sword beams in rapid succession. Of course, Error knows the smart way to deal with that is to just go directly on top of them and downstab rapidly.
Yeah, and so does Cantaloupe as he pulls that off as well.
Excellent drilling there by Error as well. This room can be a little bit annoying to get down there and grab that key, but you can build a nice staircase if you know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a pain in the neck when you have all those things coming after you, but it just comes down to knowing.
It takes good timing.
Yeah.
Because pressing down on your D-pad will just make Link do the down stab 1 frame later. And as soon as you stop holding down, Link will go back to a neutral state. So you can press down rapidly to rapidly downstab enemies, which is how they were able to kill the blue iron knuckles so quickly. And on a similar token, when trying to drill down to that key, you gotta press down just enough to drill 2 squares deep, but not too deep, or else you're gonna go 3 squares deep. So, again, it takes really good timing and being able to thrust the sword out sideways as well to make nice ledges for the staircase.
So the Iron Knuckle, the boss of level 3 that comes in on the horse, your general idea here is you want to be able to just do the same thing that you saw him pull off in the room with the raft and just try to downstab him and get him to die. Sometimes he is easier to kill than others.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same. The boss is called Rebanak and works a little bit differently. Normally you can't damage Iron Knuckles by downstabbing their head. Normally their helmets are completely invincible, but for some reason you can downstab this one squarely on the head. And there's a setup to set this up perfectly. I think we'll see Cantaloupe do it. You kind of put Link's feet in between the 6th and 7th tile and a little bit forward. Oh wait, what's Cantaloupe doing? He's going further back. Oh, he got a hit from the front first. Oh, okay, he's going for a more manual fight. Works out, though.
Oh, wow.
Rebanak has a slightly different attack rhythm compared to usual Blue Iron Knuckles when being enraged as well.
Mm-hmm.
Both these guys missing the Tony Hawk, as I call it, where you kind of run towards the key to build up full walk speed, and then turn around and grab the back of the skateboard with a sword there, so you can, what's that called? I'm not a skateboarder.
Can't remember what you're trying to call it, but the only thing that comes to mind is Ollie.
That's not quite the same thing.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's not. Oh, tail grab, maybe.
I'm the only person who calls it that. There's got to be an actual name for that maneuver. and the other runners do it differently for me. Like, I take a full running start at the key, and then try to grab it with, like, outstretched ducking strike from behind. And if you get it, like, pixel perfect, it looks so awesome, because the camera is, like, really off-center, and Link is very far on the right side of the screen as you approach the pedestal for the crystal. But it's hard to do that ultimately.
I'm going to pause here to note that Arid has found one of the most ridiculous things in Zelda 2. I need a drink of water.
Oh, they're going here first. I thought most runners go here later. No, wait, there's a setup for later. They do want to go here first. I'm the only runner who comes here later. The fire spell is quite useless, even for speedrunners. Pretty much the first person you talk to in this game in the first town gives you some really great life advice. If all else fails, use fire. And so that's definitely something you can do in this game. You can get the fire spell, and it makes your sword shoot fire. However, the fireballs are very slow, and you can only have 2 of them on screen at once. Some enemies can only be damaged with the fire spell, but, like, come on, we don't have time to open the menu and make our sword have a ranged attack. I mean, clearly there's, like, a perfectly usable ranged attack already while you have full life.
Yep.
It's kind of underwhelming. It doesn't work on most enemies. It has a pretty pathetic range, especially compared to how satisfying sword beams were in Zelda 1. Oh, yeah. You by error, by the way. But yeah. I love how you get it from the most useless NPC in all of gaming, where this lady says, "I'm thirsty, I need a drink." So Link grabs his hat and dips it in the fountain, dumps it on her, and she goes, "Thanks, I needed that."
Come inside, I got something for you.
Yeah.
This water is going to extinguish this fire you're getting.
Alright, good overworld jukes by these runners here. It's interesting to note the type of terrain affects encounters that are generated. Forests create some very claustrophobic encounters here. Like, you can see Cantaloupe, the enemy spawn 2 squares away instead of 4 squares away, so runners tend to pause the game, because this is the good old days when you could pause, and then the game is just paused 1 frame later, with no sound, and like no menu that pops up. You know, the game just freezes for you, so you have time to react. But it's still nearly impossible to juke under such short-range circumstances. But there's like a few setups you can use to help. See, like Air did it there as well. There's actually a forced encounter on this little desert corridor here. And he's pausing just to make sure he has it lined up before he proceeds, and generates a regular encounter instead of the longer forced encounter screen where you have to battle up a rocky cliff with bubbles and Octorok shooting at you. It's definitely longer. Well, let's see if Eric's gonna go for the super jump. Oh, he's casting his jump spell. This is pixel perfect. Oh, we forgot to cast jump. You also need a bit of a running start. You kind of have to line up the back of Link's foot with like the threshold for the gate. Okay, he can't get it. So
he goes 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. 1, 2, 3 strikes, he's out. He's gonna go to the fairy now.
Yeah. Commentator's curse.
Well,
it's a pretty hard
see
jump
if Cantaloupe can. It is. It's one of those ones where you got to hit it just perfectly, and it gives you the up stab, which you're going to need to get some of the keys in this game.
Yeah, I think most other speedrun categories just skip the up stab. Its usefulness is very limited in scope in the speedrunning context. You can use it to hit Barba. I find it's also like kind of useful for fighting the bird knights in Great Palace, but in a speedrun, you just don't have time to fight those.
I'm gonna notice that Cantaloupe is setting up Fairy. He's not even gonna try to do the jump.
Yeah, much more reliable. I've heard that it is a trick called Fairy Claws. I think it's not as easy as it looks. Do you know like any more about it?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Okay.
Now, as you saw these guys, they went to the island first, the island maze. They grabbed the kid out of there. It's required because you gotta go back to this town to grab the only thing that can destroy the boss in Palace 4.
Yeah, you need the Reflect spell, which is used once, maybe twice, in a speedrun. Once for sure, because you need it to defeat the boss in Palace 4.
And the other one coming up much later in the game when you're facing off against one of the final bosses.
Yeah. Let's not spoil who or what it is, but
Spoilers? Oh my gosh.
spoilers for a 30-year-old game. Why I never.
I know. But it will strengthen the shield.
Yep, it actually does. Some enemies can shoot fireballs as well, and you can't block them normally, but with Reflect you can. Other projectiles Link can't normally block, such as flying axes and hammers. You can block those with the Reflect spell. Oh, Air getting lucky here. No encounters on the way back to Maze Island. The second phase there. I was pretty worried there when he didn't wait on the grassland to set up an escape. Oh, I think Cantaloupe missed his encounter skip? Hard to tell.
Yeah, he did. He got the encounter, but unfortunately he didn't move the one tile that he needed to go down to skip it, and almost died too.
Oh yeah, almost slipped on that slippery, soapy rock there into the drink.
Oh, and he missed both encounters. Sorry, so now he's got to go through the... This is the long path that we're talking about here with the Octoroks and the hilly terrain, and much longer than it is just to take the enemy encounter.
Yeah, it's much worse going uphill though, just because I feel like the Octoroks are usually better positioned. Oh, you're having some trouble on the Maze Island screen as well. That's a rare thing to see. Usually those screens are fairly well planned out and runners won't have any trouble with it at all.
Now the
interesting thing... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, the path you see them going through on Maze Island is planned. It is on purpose. They take the long way around much of the time just to avoid, because the short ways have forced encounters.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say. Well, it looks like the long way around is actually the shortest. It's faster to take longer on the overworld, is to slog through these encounters on Maze Island. They're actually quite nasty. It's full of enemies that you need the fire spell to kill, and lots of staircases and bumpy terrain, all that annoying stuff. The other nice thing is they get the magic container necessary to, well, not just for this category because it's 100%, but it's also needed to finish the game.
Yep.
Not because the last spell you need costs a lot of magic to cast, but there's actually a hidden requirement. To learn every spell in this game, you have to have a minimum number of magic containers. So to learn Shield, you need 1 magic container. To learn Jump, you need 2, Life, you need 3, Fairy, you need 4, all the way up to the last spell where you need 8. So you actually do need all 8 magic containers to finish the game.
Air now making his way through the Island Palace, and this is one of the spots where you might see a death warp. Now,
these rooms with the key at the end and all the torches, I guess, takes a long time to walk all the way back, so sometimes runners may want to jump in the lava to respawn at the entrance.
And not only would they do that if they wanted to go faster, but sometimes they do it to refill their health and magic too.
Yeah, less relevant in this category though, because if you have 0 keys, you can turn into a fairy and slip through locked doors, presumably by squeezing through the keyhole. But because this is all keys, we're not going to see any phasing through locked doors, so that's less of an issue here. That's another good reason why this is a really good category to pick up if you're interested in running this game, where you don't need to contemplate using your lives to be aggressive and save time. It's better to just keep them and be safe.
Now, I'm just going to point out real fast, since we got time to talk about it, there's a tournament for this category starting up real soon. In fact, registration closed for this just yesterday.
Oh, I did? There was one last year. I should have signed up again. I had no idea there was another All Keys tournament.
Yep. Being put on by Press J. Polk, and as now we're seeing the death warps from both runners.
Oh yeah? Both of them taking it. They were pretty low on magic, though, so it was probably a good call.
So if you're interested in this category, if you're really interested in this category, keep an eye out, because there's going to be some races of this coming up soon to get ready for the tournament, and also the tournament races.
And here's another one of these drilling rooms. We're getting there first.
This is an annoying room. All these rooms are just... intentionally made to make you go bananas because of all these forced enemies on here.
Yeah, these glorious wolf heads. I kind of like them. It feels good to farm them, but they can be they can generate a lot of pressure after a while. Oh yeah, we haven't talked about the item they picked up. As Candaloop himself commented while commenting on the Zelda 2 run during the Best of the NES marathon last weekend, the boots are made for walking, and that's what they'll do. Because they're needed to walk on water to get to Palace 5 right after this. There is actually water you can walk on in the West Continent, and this is made abundantly clear in the randomizer. But you can actually take a pretty nice route through the rest of the Eastern Continent if you got the boots. Nice thing about boots is that you don't get encounters on water tiles either, and if the encounters are chasing you, as soon as you step on water, they'll disappear. Monsters can't follow Link over water.
Yeah, that's an amazing mechanic right there. As we see both runners going through drill rooms again.
Yeah.
Just Palace 4, Palace 5, and Palace 6 just have that great ability of being very evil.
Yeah, they're all evil in their own ways. 4 tends to drain all your magic, and 5 just has lots of enemies and lots of rooms.
Error taking another Death's Warp. Right after grabbing the key, that way he doesn't have to worry about going through that room once again.
I just want to point out, these rooms are really fun in the randomizer if you don't have jump, and if you don't have the glove. Because you can actually stand on the very edge of those blocks without touching the fire, and then jump over it. Oh, both of them getting the, like I said, the upstab is very limited in scope because they don't even need it to open those ceilings to get at the key. If you cast the jump spell, you can kind of propel Link into the ceiling so fast that he can destroy these blocks with a sideways stab.
What upstab? I don't need no upstab.
Exactly. So pretty much the only practical use for it will be against Barba, but that's if they decide to not fight Barba the cool way.
And now we're going to see the one instance where you need Reflect in this game.
Yeah, the boss of Palace 4, known as Karok, who looks a little bit different in the North American version compared to the Famicom Disk System version. Well, the only difference is in perspective, really. He kind of has this, you know, intimidating sort of two-thirds sideways posture, whereas in Famicom Disk System, it's like he's looking directly at the player, and like facing straight ahead.
And the one thing I'll point out about that boss is where he spawns is RNG.
But yeah, his first location is determined. You can always get one free hit at the start, but then where he teleports around to is just completely random.
Yep, and that's
what you do is kind of crouch in the corner and hope you don't die.
And hope
sometimes Karok will teleport on top of you a bunch of times and can die if you don't have enough health. Which has happened to me before.
Both runners are set up to get to 8,000 at the end of Palace 4. Error already now in Palace 5. Let's see if he goes for the Eco Key here.
Oh, no, my stream is way behind then. There's also a heart container waiting on the ocean, but it looks like they're going to get it after Palace 5.
Yeah, from what I've seen, most of these guys...
counter skips.
Yep, most of these guys end up going for it later, and it does look like he is trying to set up for the Eco Key. He got it!
Ooh,
good.
My stream is behind. I can't wait to see it.
Nice first try of the Eco Key there on Error's end. As Cantaloupe now trying to take care of the boss, Palace 4, and not giving him much help right now.
Oh yeah, Error making that look really easy. So it is a damage boost. It's not a downstab height boost thing.
Yeah, it's none more than setting yourself up with a jump, jumping into the bubble, and allowing it to take you upward.
So I'm sure people are going to be curious about what happens if you go for another level up beyond Attack 8. Because you'll see once Error gets past 800 experience, his next is going to show 9,000 for his next level up. What happens if you choose Attack at that point is the game gives you a 1-up instead.
Yay! 1-up!
Likewise, if you're at Magic 8 and you pick Magic, you get a Magic refill. Or if you're at Life and you're at Life 8, you level up Life, you get a Life refill. So there's still functionality in the level up system, even when you're maxed out. So that's nice.
Now, Cantaloupe Head has already set himself up for the ferry, so it does not look like he's going to go for the Eco Key skip. Now, what this ends up doing is he's going to have to go back to grab that key in Palace 5.
Yeah, again, when you're a fairy, you cannot collect keys. You need your sword out in order to touch the keys. Because that is all Link understands is violence. At least in this game.
Must stab key, must stab key.
Must cast destructive magic.
And what this does is ends up saving probably, what, about 10 seconds off the run?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly how much Eco Key saves.
And here comes one of the...
Discord, I should ask them.
One of the coolest tricks of Palace 5 is the walk-through wall.
Yeah, one of the townspeople in, I can't remember which town. Someone in one of the towns on the East Continent tells you the Ocean Palace has a false wall. Which is a pretty important clue, because you need it to finish the dungeon. About a good, probably half of the dungeon is, half of the section is behind this false wall, including this essential item, the plunger! Okay, it's officially the flute, but, I mean, look at it. It looks like a plunger. And, as someone who has studied acoustics in university, I can tell you that that flute, supposedly, not only does it look like a flute, like, it clearly has a bell, making it more like a trumpet, but trumpets need valves in order to produce notes that are not part of the harmonic series. Oh no, Cantaloupe has been walled out by...
Yeah, Cantaloupe's having some really bad wall luck there.
Yeah, it looks like there may be some holes on the plunger for, you know, to put your fingers and get some different notes, but the kind of nuanced melody that it plays is definitely something you would need valves or otherwise finger holes for. But the bell at the bottom is what really bothers me. If anything, the argument for it being a plunger rather than a flute is also pretty strong, because someone in town also tells you that the river devil blocks the way to the rest of the continent. So the plunger is useful for unclogging the river devil. So that's my case for it being a plunger rather than a flute.
Well, how do you explain unearthing level 6 or Palace 6?
It's Mario's beach house. It's also a nice magenta color. That seems like his thing. I don't know.
Now, one of the things that is in Palace 5 is the opportunity to get a lot of experience if you are lacking at this point, because those enemies that pop up that deal the fire there, if you kill them, they give you 200 experience.
Yeah, they have a lot of health, though. I think even in Attack 8, it takes 3 hits to kill them, which is, if you get a nice, clean triple down stab, it's easy.
Yeah, but
they
disappear quickly, and sometimes you don't have the chance to do so.
Yeah, they appear in random places. Their fire does pretty serious damage. Their official name is Mago, actually. So, shoutouts to Mago, the Street Fighter 4 player. Actually, is he still playing? Does he play 5? Anybody know? Who knows? Maybe he's playing Dawson, tossing yoga flames on the floor today. Yeah, just one enemy that never really made it out into the rest of the series. There's a lot of enemies in this game that became staples later in the series. Iron Knuckles appeared in Ocarina of Time. And, ooh, Era getting fancy there with some crouch stabs on the blue Iron Knuckle. I didn't know those words. Stabbing him in the feet. Era knows all those weak spots.
Take the key.
Yeah, a lot of things in this game transfer over to Ocarina of Time, actually. All the towns in this game, their names were reused as the names of the 7 sages in Ocarina of Time. Except for one. One of them didn't make it over. After Palace 5, we'll see them visit the hidden town of Kasuto. or Kasto, for gonna get really, really abbreviated for names.
Oh, quick kill on the boss on Palace 5.
Oh, wow. That was sick.
That was
making
beautiful.
that guy look easy.
Yeah. If you're a casual player and you take care of that boss, you're probably spending half of your life going there, probably a good minute to try to take care of him. He made that look sick and easy as he gets through Palace 5. Now, you're going to see them now reach the 9,000 plateau as far as the experience points are concerned. This is where they're going to start building up the remainder of their levels.
Yep, I don't think they want the one-up. They're going to take that 9,000 experience and spend it in things other than attack. So it works both ways. The level-up system in this game is quite robust.
And the thing is that it can go... The amount of experience you're going to lose when you get power-up is... doesn't make you have to go back to the next level. It allows you to just accumulate it. So now you're going to see Error start to build up his magic.
Yeah, so spends 1,200 of it, and then 2,200 of it, etc., etc. He earned it after fighting Boss Guma like that. I still can't get over that. Like, Simple Dude, who has world record in most categories of this game, has a nice highlight for how to kill Boss Guma quickly, but that also looks really hard to replicate. Boss Guma can only be damaged in his lower body, so... and also does a ton of damage, especially if you have like 4 this early or this late in the game. Again, I think the devs expected you to be much tankier than this at this point in the game, so going for something so aggressive is quite risky.
Now, 2 things here. Now, 8, 6, and 6 level-wise, and you also saw him use that tile that the River Devil was on to spawn the enemy so that he could do the first skip of 3 forced encounters during that stretch of path.
Yeah, those encounters are called the Wilson fences, named after Home Improvement. I like those Lizalfos up there. I think they have the greatest aim in all of video game. Like, they basically predict Link's location with uncanny accuracy.
Wait a second, the most useless spell in the game, and Error's using it.
Yeah, it's... These hopping Tektites can be a little bit unpredictable. I mean, ideally you'll downstab and just bounce over top of them, but they don't always cooperate with you. Whereas the fire spell just has a pretty low cost at this point in the game, and will reliably get you through that screen, and also get you 50 or 100 experience points to boot. Okay, let's see how Cantaloupe does versus Boss Guma here.
And that's a good kill, but not as fancy as Error's. That was highlight worthy on Error's end.
For sure.
Now, we are in the secret town for Error. He's going to get 2 major items in this town. The first one here is a spell that's going to be needed to get something at the very end of this town. Actually, 3 items are required in this town.
Yeah, that's true. Remember the magic word. It is spell. So Error got the spell, and now we can cast the spell at the edge of town and get a secret item, which will be needed to get through Palace 6.
There is a secret at the edge of town.
Yeah, someone tells you about it.
And we see that here, and that gets you...
Oh, I think you found Larry Bird's summer house here.
Yep.
Super tall doorway. Oh, Cantaloupe. Did Cantaloupe get the encounter skip? Oh, he didn't.
He didn't, so now he backtracks and gets it now. You don't want to go through the 3 of those screens. They're dangerous, they're deadly. These guys...
They're not dangerous, but they can waste a lot of time because you have to juke all the rocks that get thrown at you. Either that or cast Fairy and just take the damage as you go through.
And that's what we saw Error do, is that he just pretty much just ferried and took the damage all he could.
Yeah.
Major difference between these 2 runners at this point, as the reason why you see Error going through this town the particular way he does, he grabs the spell first, he gets the magic key second, and then to help refill his magic, he'll grab the magic container last.
Yeah. There's that hidden 8th magic container. So the way to get into this house, the old lady says, do you have the 7 magic containers? So once you have all 7, she'll say, you deserve my help. And then she'll give you the 8th one, which you need to finish the game. So it's almost like unintentionally cruel by the developers, but if you think about it, all the magic containers aren't that hard to find.
Yeah, the heart container is a little more harder to find than it is for the magic containers. The heart containers aren't required in any percent, but in 100% all keys it is.
Yep. Oh, wow, we're getting the first... Wow, we're getting 2 Jukes coming out of the forest here. He's having a really great run here.
This is a really phenomenal run for him as he gets ready to go to the Palace 6, which is the only other time you need the plunger.
Yep, you gotta play your plunger at 3-Eye Rock. Don't ask me how you do that, but somehow producing those resonant tones that makes a subtle, nuanced, chromatic melody, basically breaking the laws of acoustics as I know them, will make Mario's Beach House appear. And then you can go in, and the first thing you see when you get in here is a locked door. So you do need that magic key from Kasto.
Yeah,
or I guess it's New Kasto.
Yeah, the hidden town of Kazu Town, or whatever it is. But
Yeah.
that's the cruel joke of this game here by the developers, is that, oh look, you need to find some way to get in here. Let's find out where that other town is.
Or let's cast Fairy and slip through the keyhole. But there'll be a lot more doors where you have to do that.
Yep. The only keys that this dungeon gives you is for boss doors.
Yep. It's kind of a necessary way to unlock the camera. You gotta touch the key that the boss drops. So even in Great Palace, where there are no locked doors, there is a boss fight where you gotta get the key in order to unlock the screen and proceed. So air casting jump on this screen, and everyone's probably asking, why? There's nothing here. There's no platforms, but he did take a great big leap there. There's a hidden pit in the floor, very similar to one in Metroid. You can make it over it without the jump spell, but it's pretty tricky because it's 4 tiles wide. So you basically have to jump off it with your back foot. Oh, Air getting the aggressive joust there with this Rebanak.
Yeah, Ben, you're gonna face this enemy a couple of times.
Yeah, there's one more of those waiting here in Palace 6. Excuse my yawn. Then he grabs the item from here, the cross, an oddly uncensored religious symbol in a Nintendo game, in a first-party Nintendo game at that.
Oh my.
The Eastern continent has, you may remember that orange fireball flying around enemy we saw earlier that I called a Moa. The Eastern continent has a few of those that are invisible, and also drain experience when they touch you. They can be pretty scary to have to deal with. The cross takes away a large element of that fear, although there are ways to deal with them if you don't have the cross in other categories, so most people who play this game seriously give the cross a hard time and point out how useless it is. But, I mean, this is 100% all keys, so
You have to
might
grab
as well
it.
look on the bright side and see what usefulness it has, since you have to get it anyway.
Ooh, lucky red jar fell up here for Air. He needs full magic or close to it as he gets ready to go through one of the tougher areas of this Palace 6.
Oh, you got the ceiling walk too. That
Yep.
saves a few frames. If
Now-
you're pushing forward at just the right pixel, you can appear on the roof of that screen.
I will point out, though, that even though he did walk on top of that, you saw that key door. Normally, if you end up doing a ceiling walk, you have to still grab a key that corresponds to that, but he's got the magic key.
Well, there is no key that corresponds to it. There are just more doors than keys in Palace 6.
That's correct.
Just another way to tax your magic if you're trying to ferry your way through all the doors.
So this is the room where that red jar was very important here, because there's only one way across this, and that's the ferry.
Yep, gotta ferry across the lake of lava. But there's no boat. How are we going to ferry across? By ferrying across. And we gotta make some puns while Darkwing Duck isn't here, I guess. Yeah, Arrow was supposed to get a red jar earlier in the hidden chasm room, but he made an iron knuckle appear out of that statue instead. So he was overdue for that red jar. Finally got it just on time here. So here's another Rebanak.
Yep, the last case of that. Quick work. That's what Attack 8 does for you.
Yep, it's basically got the same stats as the one in Palace 3, so it's kind of like I think there's a couple NES games that do this, where they kind of just throw a boss or like an otherwise difficult enemy from earlier in the game at you, but then you just destroy it really easily just to see how far you've come.
And we get ready for the boss in level 6. This is called what, Barbarossa or something like that?
It's Barba.
Barbara.
Yeah, it's another name that was used from Ocarina of Time. Those who played Ocarina of Time probably remember the boss of the Fire Temple being a long snaky dragon called Volvagia. So there is no letter V in Japanese, so basically Volvagia becomes something like Barubagia. So then the translators look at that and go, that's a mouthful, let's just call him Barba. So Era did not get the quick kill, the one cycle on Barba. I talked about how you can press down really quickly to rapidly downstab enemies, and you can do this to Barba, and doing so is called the Yak Hammer, named after the apparently Scandinavian runners who invented it. But you basically jumped too early, so got some hits in with the upstab, like we foreshadowed earlier. You know, upstab having applications against Barba.
One thing you gotta be careful of when you do that is the fact that you can find your way into the pit, but both of these guys are skilled. That's not going to be a concern for either of them. As we see, Error opting to go 876 at this point, and he's in decent shape to go 877 into the Great Palace as he gets ready to go through the Valley of Death. He collects the most powerful spell.
Yep. This is the old town of Casto. When you're in the hidden town of Casto, or New Casto, I guess you could call it, the people there just explain that we had to flee Casto for unspecified reasons, probably because it's filled with spooky, invisible ghosts that drain experience. Not a good place to live. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it filled with ghosts because they left. Either way, that's one guy left there. Luckily, he's at the very entrance of town, and all the other buildings in the town are empty, and you can go through there and get rocked by these invisible moas, but anyway.
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah. Getting back to Cantaloupe, though, he's a couple screens away from finishing Palace 6 himself. Hopefully he can pull off the Yak Hammer himself, just so I can explain the mechanics of it a little more. The other thing about the Yak Hammer is you have to prime your jump spell before you enter Barba's screen, because when you enter Barba's screen, like, the RNG is already ticking, right? You need to, just run straight into the room and enter the boss fight on frame 1. So if you stop to open the menu, you're not only going to throw off the RNG, but if you do it during the fight, I myself use an audio cue, like in the music, for when Barba's going to pop up out of the lava. It's basically on beat 3 of measure 4 of the boss music, so kind of in between notes in the melody.
I do want to point out before Cantaloupe gets over the boss there, as you see Error, he's stopping to let the enemies, the overworld encounters. That's to prevent much harder forced encounters.
Oh yeah, the forced encounters in Death Valley are really nasty. They're full of lava and have some very powerful Lizalfos enemies, and also have those invisible ghosts on patrol. Oh, Cantaloupe also just not even going for the Yak Hammer.
He's taking safety strats here.
Yeah, going very safe here.
And nice clean entry through the VOD, Valley of Death, for Error. He's about to go into the Great Palace. There's a couple of rooms that are going to be tricky in the Great Palace that we'll keep an eye on, but for the most part, it's just go left, right. What is it? Left, right, right, left, or something like that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you go left and then you keep going right, pretty much. I don't know, I know how to get through Great Palace. This is kind of like the sweater problem, right? Where, everyone knows how to put on a sweater, but ask someone to write down instructions for how to put down a sweater, and no one will be able to convey it correctly. So, that's kind of what getting through Great Palace is like. It is one of the most nefarious, confusing dungeons in any Nintendo game, in my opinion. Cantaloupe also looks like he's going for 877 for level ups.
Yeah, I've been trying to set it up so he can get the.
No, it's actually 886.
886. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, Magic 6 is at 6,000, or Magic 8 is at 6,000. That's definitely an
Actually-
option. I see it as the greedy option.
Well, I see Error getting set up here for it because he's only got a half a bar left of his magic, so getting the refill on the next EXP is going to help him out because you need full magic going into Thunderbird.
Yeah, well, for Magic 8 you do. Basically, there's a couple ways to fight Thunderbird, a couple different strategies. Summoners like to cast Jump, because you can follow Thunderbird through the air and get in 3 attacks per jump, but without Jump you can get in 2 attacks per jump, which is, it's a more reliable way to fight Thunderbird, but it's definitely slower. With Magic 8, you have enough magic to cast Thunder, which you need to change Thunderbird's color and make Thunderbird not invincible. You also have enough to cast Jump, and I think you can also cast Reflect and Shield. Thunderbird rains some very goopy-looking hot lava fireballs on you, but with Reflect you can block them. I mean, you'll be attacking a lot, so you won't get to block that many, but every little bit helps in a speedrun. You want to be as aggressive as possible when fighting Thunderbird.
So one of the biggest, most difficult rooms is about to come up here, and that's the room that Error just entered now, because he's gonna find a lovely little blue. I don't know what their name is, but they're annoying.
Their official names are Foca, I believe. Everyone calls them Bird Knights. No, the blue one is called. Oh no, he has a name. I can't remember what it is.
But
he's either named after like an NBA star or a movie star. Cantaloupe named him perfectly in the Best of the NES commentary, and I already forgot it.
He does a lot of damage, and Error's very lucky to be here on Beeping Strats, just barely alive right now.
Yeah, the usual way the top runners get through that room is to cast Jump, and there is a way to sort of break holes in the blocks and then stand in the hole you just made. I have no idea how they do it, but it looks so graceful when they do it. But Error didn't even have enough magic to cast Jump, so had to get through that room the hard way.
And here's the second of the difficult rooms. The second and final case we had to deal with it, and the one thing you want to do is move fast so he doesn't get to that upward section.
Yeah, you gotta outrun those guys. They're really scary. They also don't give very much experience. I think the red ones give 50 and the blue ones give 100. So they're not even worth the trouble of fighting, because they can easily jump over Link's head and also have infinite poise like the Iron Knuckles. You get pretty serious damage, and I think even at attack 8 they take about 4 or 5 hits to kill.
Now this right here scared me as a kid when all of a sudden you get this gigantic Zot that comes out as Error makes his way with the up stab to just make sure that it doesn't damage him, and then he takes the Death Ward.
Yeah, just taking a refill here. This is the only convenient opportunity to take a death before fighting Thunderbird, who is, for all intents and purposes, the real last boss of Zelda 2.
Because otherwise what would it...
spells on. It's going to have just enough to cast Thunder as soon as Thunderbird appears.
Yep. Because otherwise you're heading to the room to the left if you fall down and hoping that you random red jar versus the enemy.
Yeah, and if you don't get it, there's no way to commit suicide and get your meters refilled.
Beautiful
work by Error there.
Kill. Beautiful work. And now time for the final boss of the game.
Yeah, so here's what we mean by effective final boss. Here is perhaps one of the most rage-inducing final bosses in a Zelda game. Dark Link.
Yep.
The real boss of Great Palace. Pretty much impossible to fight freestyle, but if you just stand on the left corner of the room and stab frantically, either standing or crouching, Dark Link will just walk into you and die. So Error's gonna finish first for Team Courage here.
Yep, Team Courage will be the first one to move on to the next game, which will be A Link to the Past, and the category for that game coming up is 80% no major glitches.
Oh, okay, thanks. I didn't know that, actually. I'm not qualified to comment on that, unfortunately, so I will leave that to our qualified commentators.
Yeah,
but
Dark Link is
I'll
down.
just see Cantaloupe through the rest of his run.
Dark Dark Link is down. We have now moved on to the next game, and the Go is going for A Link to the Past. And with that, we're going to toss it over to the commentators for A Link to the Past. Take it away, guys.
Kind of taking the high route like you're supposed to through the other tough screen of Great Palace. Oh, there, he got it. He got the... Oh, but then he accidentally broke a block underneath him with the down stab. Still only takes one hit for punishment, so not too bad. Gonna make his way through the rest of Great Palace, which is, contrary to popular belief, not a crazy master dungeon set up by Ganon, but all the enemies in here are actually guardians of the Triforce of Courage. So it's a rare instance of Link not directly fighting the forces of evil.
As Cantaloupe ends up getting his way over to Thunderbird. Gotta be careful. He doesn't want to set up a death here, but getting some trouble here as he tries to just finish up his run, give it on to his teammate. As far as Link to the Past is concerned, the idea of this is real fast while we're talking about the lead team here. You want to get yourself going. You guys want to get yourselves to the Princess, but you're not going to do any major glitches on your way to that. We got qualified runners for this, and they're going to take it away for us. Go ahead, guys.
My name's Brenny. I'm here for A Link to the Past, and with me is Supreme. At least he should be. While he's setting up, I'll just talk a little bit about how this category works. This is no major glitches, so this game has several big glitches like out of bounds, no EG, the Yuzahara bottle adventure. Those are all glitches who break the game in a major way and really cut down the time. But this run, no major glitches, all dungeons, is what reflects the, I would say, casual playthrough the most. It does not feature save and quit. And yeah, it has a lot of overworld traveling, so a lot of what you will be seeing in this run, you might remember when you played this game casually. So right now, the WQ is rescuing Princess Zelda, and you see he's doing a lot of stuff that saves some time, like using the boomerang to grab items, killing enemies in a way that he can clear rooms faster, and now he has gotten the lantern. You might remember the lantern being also in the chest located in Link's house, but we are getting the lantern in this room because the way to the chest is way shorter than the way to the chest in Link's house. You need the lantern to advance because you have to escape through a secret entrance in the throne room of the castle, and Zelda will only walk through there if you have the lantern. Some word on what version of the game we are playing. We are playing Japanese version 1.0. Japanese version because of the much faster text. I mean, this is something very common for all the other games. But version 1.0 specifically allows us to do some really cool glitches, some tricks we're going to see, and we are going to notify you when glitches or tricks happen that only work in this version. There are also version 1.1 and 1.2. The earliest version that got into the Western market was 1.1. And I guess Europeans only got 1.2, but I'm not sure about that. So yeah, WQ is making his way up to the throne room, and he needs Zelda to actually push this sign away, and then he needs the lantern in order to navigate the hallway behind that. Fun fact, you do actually not need to have the lantern to see anything here. And this hallway is primarily RNG. You have to react to some of the rats, some of the snakes. This was pretty good for him. It's always faster to throw the boomerang than to swing the sword by a few frames. And something we haven't touched on is the way he moves right now. When Link walks, his walk animation alternates between 1 and 2 pixels. So he always pushes forward by 1 pixel two pixels, 1 pixel, 2 pixels, 1 pixel, etc. This is how this like hopping animation, walk animation happens. And when Link walks to up or to the left, he starts his animation with the 2 pixel movement. So what the runners will be doing is something we call wall pumping. While they are moving up or to the left, they will mash their directional buttons into a direction that is particular. I don't know the word right now, sorry. So like if you're going up, you mash to the left or to the right in order to reset Link's walk cycle and to always get those 2 pixel advancements. This is very hard to do permanently, but it saves a lot of time if you manage to do this over the course of the run. So now I have also Andy's stream live on my screen, so I guess I'll have to take a look at his screen as well, and I'll keep you updated on his progress. He's right now at the princess, killing the maze guard, while WQ is outside, making his way to the first temple of the game. This category also has the subtitle All Dungeons, as I said, so we will see all the dungeons of the Light and the Dark World. The first dungeon of the Light World is Eastern Palace. And when you normally play this game, you will have to go to Kakariko and you have to ask some town folks where to go, but since we already know where to go, we can skip all that. This game is divided into 2 major segments, the Light and the Dark World. And I would say the Light World is like 1/3 of the game and the Dark World 2/3. So we will see how this goes for both of the runners. When walking upstairs like this on the WR screen, he can mash to the left and to the right to get double chances of the walk cycle reset. So he can double wall pump if you will. Nothing really interesting going on Andy's screen. I mean, escape is the most boring part of the run, unfortunately. But WQ is entering Eastern Palace, and we're going to see a few tricks in this temple that are not that big, but are pretty cool nonetheless. Upcoming is a room with 4 skeletons spawning, and he will walk in a specific pattern and throw some pots in order to kill 2 of the skeletons before they have spawned. And by doing this, he prevents the other 2 from spawning and clears the room very fast. This is a very cool and easy trick, one of the earliest you can learn. There you go, and he grabs the magic there, because when you defeat a boss, he will refill your magic and your hearts, and throwing the boomerang to the right there, grabbing the magic, saves a little bit time over having the boss refill your whole magic meter. The next trick coming up for WQ is the boss key skip of Eastern Palace. And Eastern Palace has a room where you have to defeat all the enemies in order to make way for a switch that lets the chest appear that contains the boss key. And what he will do is he will take damage and boost through some anti-fairy enemies in order to activate that switch. We're going to see this coming up on the right screen. Andy is making his way through escape. And on the right side you can see, I hope it's the right side on your end as well, the damage boost, the boss key skip, there we go.
Hello.
Ah, Superin, you're with me, great.
Yeah, Discord changed my default audio, so I couldn't hear anything for a while.
It had the same for me, man. I had to switch manually to my headphones so I could hear stuff. Yeah, but WQ now getting the item of the first dungeon, which is the bow, which we will use a lot during the run. I mean, it can kill enemies faster, it can hit switches, etc. Something you might have missed on Andy's side is the room where there are 2 levers. One of them opens the door to the cathedral, and there's a cutscene in the room that tells you some stuff in Japanese. And if you enter the room holding right, then you'll skip this text box completely, but the trigger to activate the text box is still in the room, so you have to be careful on how you navigate the room after that.
It also looks like Andy decided to skip the Sanctuary Heart. It looks like WQ got it. So a little bit of risk on Andy's part here, but
the Sanctuary Heart is like the easiest safety strat you can get, and WQ now entering the boss room of Dungeon 1, which has a cool quick kill. Let's see if you get it. Yeah, looks good. Step to the left. Yeah, there you go. Great. I have a little bit of frame rate drops on Andy's side. I hope it's well on the other end. While WQ finished Dungeon 1, Andy is right up on the way to it. Now WQ will go to Sahasrara, and he will receive the cowboy boots, which help him run faster. And I mean, going faster is what we're here for, so this item is pretty important, not only because it allows Link to run, but it also allows us to do a glitch that is exclusive to version 1.0 called Super Speed. And what it does is, when you release a spin attack and start to dash, in the same frame you release the spin attack, you put Link in a glitch state that does not allow him to use his sword, but if you walk down or from manual stairs like this, you get the super speed. And as I said again, this category features a lot of overworld traveling, so you'll see a lot of what you are used to in a casual playthrough. On Andy's side, you can get another look at the trick with the two skeletons that you can kill early before they are spawning. And just a little background on those runners. Those two are pretty renowned runners, and WQ actually having the second best time on leaderboards right now, right behind Xelna. Andy a little bit more behind, but still in the sub 130 club. But Andy more proficient in the glitch heavier runs like reverse boss order, no EG. Those are really those were the breakout categories for him. I mean, he's still one of the best runners in no major glitches, no doubt, but reverse boss order is where he really shines.
Yes, he actually just got a 117 in that this past week or so, I believe.
Yeah. And reverse boss order is a really cool category to watch. I mean, all the glitch heavy stuff in A Link to the Past is very cool. The cool stuff about this category is how well and efficient a player can clear all those small rooms in those temples and all those dungeons. And what WQ did is he got the Book of Mudora, which allows him to read this stone plate and enter Dungeon 2. There is not a lot of sequence breaking in the Light World. There are some minor tricks. We're going to skip around a little bit once we enter the Dark World. So, as I said, if you've played this game casually, you can still follow along pretty easily.
Okay, so Andy's going for a different setup here. It's actually a little bit faster, but it's definitely not nearly as safe, and it's looking good, very good. So, kind of the pattern I'm noticing early on is that WQ's going for smaller safety strats that lose him a little bit of time. So I don't know if Andy's going to go all out with all the strats he knows that could help him gain a little bit more time for his team.
Maybe that's his plan, yeah. I mean, he is behind. His team is behind, but yeah, if that's his strategy, I mean, this could work out perfectly for him. But yeah, it's not big time gain. These are small incremental time gains he will receive and it's all up to, but there are some great equalizers in this run. There are some bosses with really, really terrible RNG, and there are some really hard bosses.
Yeah, this is not a forgiving run by any stretch of the imagination, particularly when you get to the Dark World.
Yeah, Dark World is a little lighter on the RNG side compared to the boss in the Light World, but they are much harder. And speaking of RNG bosses, I mean, one of those is coming up in this dungeon. This dungeon is by all means one of the easiest dungeons in the game, especially in the speedrun. But the boss is pretty RNG heavy and it's really tough to clear fast, especially if you're new to the game. Wow, and WQ going for a risky strat there. You can actually super speed down those stairs, but once you are in super speed, you automatically clear all the ledges and jump down all the ledges you touch. So pretty risky to go for it there, because you can easily jump down and then lose a lot of time. Something we have seen on WQ's screen right now, and a room before and right now, is you can actually dash through keyhole doors. I think this is possible in versions 1.0 and 1.1. And you do this by aligning Link on a special horizontal pixel and dashing through the door. Now we have Lanmolas, the Dungeon 2 boss, coming up for WQ. This is a setup many people use. They bounce against the wall to set them up vertically to get some arrows in there. The sword does 1 damage to Lanmolas, even if you do a spin slash, and the arrow does 2 damage, so you're trying to hit them with as many arrows as possible.
So optimally, this boss can be done in 2 cycles. I think that was a quick 3, or did I miss a cycle? So that was actually a really good fight.
Yeah, it looked pretty well.
Getting a 2 cycle is certainly not entirely skill-based. Lanmolas has to cooperate with you as well. And he cooperated pretty well. That was actually a really quick fight.
Yeah, it looked pretty fast to me. I mean, he missed some arrows, but I think he's still fine. Having 10 arrows getting out of Dungeon 2 is not great, but it's workable.
Oh, they're saying it was 4. I just must have been looking away for just a second. But still, getting a 4 cycle, I mean, that's still pretty good. I don't know if I'd call that necessarily average, but you know,
it's above average.
As long as you're not getting walled by him doing or by one of them doing just little quick hops.
Do you want to explain what's going on there?
Yeah. So what WQ just did was a trick called fake flippers. By getting in the water at the same time as you're making that screen transition, you're able to get fake flippers. You're able to trick the game into thinking you have the flippers and you can swim, and it's a little time saver to help you get back to kind of northern Hyrule a little bit quicker and get to Death Mountain.
Yeah, I think it saves 8 to 10 seconds, something like that. And this glitch is also 1.0 exclusive, and also a little bit risky, because if you get hit doing the fake flippers, the game does not know where to put you on the screen, so it just puts you in the bottom right corner, and you just keep falling indefinitely, so you would have to reset the game, which is a soft lock in this category, since you're not allowed to save and quit.
Which gets really unfortunate, because that little Zora can spawn almost right on top of the portal, and that gets a little dicey.
Yeah. And now we see Death Mountain. Death Mountain, pretty accurate name. Many things are there out to kill you, like those little brown guys. Those are called squirrels. And you have the sky cabbage raining down on you. A lot of stuff doing 1 full heart of damage here. I mean, all the stuff. And those squirrels, if you hit them with your sword, they turn to stone and can really block your way if you get unlucky.
Yeah, this area is deceptively dangerous. I mean, it feels like when one thing goes wrong, then it just opens up and everything starts going wrong.
I mean, you can go in there with full health, and even before you take the old man back to his cave, you're on 3 hearts or something like that, and then you still have to get up the mountain in a acceptable time. and if you don't get your super speed, then you are really in some big trouble. But he got the magic mirror for bringing the old man back to his cave, and he can use this to get back from the dark world into the light world, which we just saw, and he can use this in dungeons to get back to the entrance of the dungeon. Now we have Lamolus coming up for Andy, and we will see an attempt on a really tough trick. Yeah, he nailed it. This is a trick requiring 3 frame-perfect inputs. You have to dash in the right timing, you have to dash and throw the boomerang, hit down and then hit down on those blocks to stop. And this, I think, pretty hard trick saves some whopping 23 frames, something like this. So totally worth it, but it looks very swaggy, so I quite like it a lot. Alright, the Lamolus for Andy looked very good. He saved some more time there.
Right, so we're gonna see Andy come up on fake flippers now.
Am I on time with you? Andy is just going through the desert for me right now.
You may want to refresh. He just jumped in. For a little early without having to go up and drop down, and we'll see that kind of strat a few more times, most notably in the Ice Palace.
Yeah, that's the most time save, the biggest time save that the bomb jump can give you, but the most difficult one will be seen in Palace of Darkness, the first Dark World dungeon. I'm sorry, for some reason Andy's stream is really acting up for me, it keeps freezing, so you might have to take a peek at his stream more often than I have.
So WQ just finished Moldorm. Moldorm is notorious both casually and in speedrunning for just being a troll. I mean, he can knock you off, he can bounce you around. There's some strats you can do to kind of prevent this. If you've got your sword out, it's a little bit harder for him to knock you down when he runs into you. But that was a pretty clean fight. Andy gets up Death Mountain pretty cleanly as well. I mean, he's only down half a heart.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of runs die at Moldorms if you start playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you get good, Moldorm won't kill you, but when he knocks you down and you lose, 10, 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's just like ass dying. I mean, maybe even worse because it's discouraging.
So, what you saw WQ do there is he's pulled the tree for some rupees, and now he's killing enemies. He's killing a particular number of enemies because when he leaves here, after getting the Master Sword, it sets it up for him to pull another tree that will then drop 20 rupees apiece, which is necessary for Kiki in the Dark World, the little greedy monkey that we'll see in a little bit. Alright, Andy gets the boom dash. Took him a little bit, but he did get it.
Alright, and WQ getting the Master Sword has now the ability to shoot energy beams when his energy is full. And we will now see him kill this raven to get to a amount of 4 enemies defeated, which will grant him the ability to pull the tree Supreme talked about for 80 rupees total. Yeah. You need 110 rupees entering Dark World to finish the game. You need rupees on other instances, but you will get those automatically, like they are part of the route. Those 110 rupees you do need to get this way. There was an older rupee route which was a little bit more consistent, not consistent, another word, a little bit less risky because you can mess up this strategy of pulling the trees by getting damage. But there are a few backup strats to provide you with alternatives if this goes wrong. But it's much faster than getting rupees the old way.
All right, so Andy is now approaching Moldorm. We'll see how this goes for him. Andy does not take a lot of safeties on Moldorm. He actually plays Moldorm a lot riskier than most people.
Yeah, he's not dashing through him. He's not holding out a sword a lot. He's really moving around him and trying to get behind him.
That was a really good Moldorm fight.
And you really saw the different styles of both those guys approaching Moldorm. Like WQ was more like waiting until Moldorm turns to him, and Andy was a little bit more aggressive, walking around and trying to hit him from behind. Which is, again, much more risky, but he saves a little bit more time. And yeah, all those little time saves could really close the gap between those teams. WQ making his way through Aghanim's castle.
Yeah, this not a lot going on here. It's a pretty straightforward dungeon.
Yeah. You can watch Andy's screen again if you want to see the rupee trick again. He just got the 20 rupees and now he will make his way through those woods and get the other 80 while getting the Master Sword.
Looks like you're all caught up now on Andy's stream.
Yeah, I actually opened a second tab and have both on stream separately, not in a multi-Twitch-like website, which works out fine. So yeah, that's good. Alright, Andy pulls out the Master Sword. And yeah, as I said, or as we said, Light World is pretty heavy on those RNG-heavy bosses, like Moldorm, like Lamolos, but the cream de la cream, like the RNG god, awaits you in this room. And do you want to explain how Aghanim works?
So, Aghanim can give you one of three attacks. He can give you kind of regular orange ball, he can give you a blue ball, and he can give you lightning. Lightning's on a cycle, it's what, every fifth attack is lightning? Yeah, every fifth attack is lightning. The other four, though, the first one is guaranteed to be an orange ball in any cycle, so you can reflect it back at Aghanim, but after that, the attacks 2 through 4 can either be an orange ball or a blue ball. An orange ball you can reflect back, a blue ball you can't. So ideally, you get 0 blue balls, but assuming you do everything perfectly and you just get that first try or that first ball every time and the rest are blue balls, it can go up to 15 blue balls.
Yeah.
Which
like
as you...
right there.
So Cordy's got 1 blue ball so far, and 2 orange. Okay, so 2 and 2, which isn't bad. I think the average, the percentage breakdown is 3 is the average.
Yeah.
Or is the highest percentage.
And what you see WQ doing there also is, it's a little way to save time. If you can, you knock Aghanim into the center of the room so that he has to travel less in order to get to his new position.
Alright, so Aghanim is not being too kind to WQ. That's 5.
He rarely is. Now let's see if he can get it. He needs 1 more, right? So I didn't count.
No, we should need 2 more.
2 more? Oh my god.
Because he got 5 blue balls in 2 cycles.
I mean,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is one of the great equalizers we were talking about. This is really bad luck. I mean,
that's 8.
Yeah, that's
really unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate for him. Let's see if he can get in this cycle. There we go. 1 to go. Oh man. it. I keep cramping up every time I watch a Ganon fight going like that.
Okay.
Finally.
I don't think we got into double digits. I think we avoided double digits here. But
yeah, barely.
Grief.
And now we enter the Dark World. Now the second part of the run starts, and we are going to see a little less RNG, but a lot of. Well, let me rephrase that. Less RNG, but harder dungeons, harder bosses, harder glitches, harder tricks. So this is going to be very interesting and very cool to watch. And again, even if Andy is behind, this could end up completely different. Especially with a good Ganon fight. I mean, he can like
bring
save.
it back really close.
Yeah.
Vaganim is nicer to Andy. Vaganim wants to play Equalizer.
And now WQ is making his way to the Palace of Darkness, and in order to get into this dungeon, he will need to pay a small ape called Kiki 10 rupees to follow him, and then 100 rupees to open the dungeon. So this is why we need at least 110 rupees getting into the Dark World. Because if you are here and you don't have the cash in order to pay Kiki, then you have to turn around and get some more rupees. One of my runs famously died when I was standing there with 99 and I didn't count because I was so sure to have that. And yeah, it's a bad feeling to get this far with a good time and then just making a stupid mistake like that. You see Kiki opening the dungeon while Andy is fighting Ganon.
Oh, no, Ganon is not being nice so far either.
Oh my god.
This Andy guy keeps talking in chat while he's doing a speed run.
Man.
Alright, so far...
What a cocky guy. Alright, and I think we can explain the bomb jump of this dungeon right now because it's a little bit more to explain than the bomb jump in Harris. This is the second most important bomb jump in the game, and it will save a lot of time because you can skip to the hammer without getting some keys, and you do this by placing a bomb on a pixel perfect position, and then you have to walk to another pixel perfect position in order to clear a gap. And this is not that difficult, but you have to do it within a specific time frame because the bridge on which you want to perform this bomb jump is collapsing. And you can get a little bit more time saved if you also put down a second bomb and throw it onto the other side of this gap you try to clear. So let's see if he goes for a safe bomb jump with only one bomb, or if he tries for the double jump. I mean, if he puts down a second bomb, you lose a little bit more time, but you need a little bit more time to perform this, and you lose a little bit of time because of the bridge collapsing, but you can save a lot of time if you can get it. So let's see it right here.
Okay, so Andy did make up a little bit of time on the Ganon fight, but he got 7 blue balls. Oh, we're pretty going dangerous. And he gets it.
WQ clearing the gap with the double jump, and what he used in order to position himself is he swung his sword because you can manipulate Link's movement a little bit more precise by swinging the sword or by starting to dash. So he tried to get on those 2 pixels we talked about in order to make this. Now he has to get to the boss, and next room is also not difficult, but it's a little bit tricky, especially if you start running. You have to shoot arrows at some mimics who mimic your movements, and getting the red one in a quick way is not that easy because if you move, if you don't have the right movement, he will shoot fireballs at you that do 2 hearts of damage, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. You really don't want to take damage for 2 reasons here. One, you can save an arrow shooting at a switch, and this boss can really go south when you have
this boss is upcoming boss is very, very dangerous. Not so much at their level, but he can still be be a jerk.
Yeah, he can. Especially, he has two main ways of attacking, which are fireballs and a tail whip. And the fireballs are the not preferred way of attacking because you have to move and evade those fireballs. The tail whip, people do not mind this because normally you don't end up on a place where it could hit you because you want to be in front of the enemy all the time. And the first part of the fight is hitting the Helmosaur 17 times in order to break his shield and then attacking his head normally. And you can see fireballs going down right there.
Of all the places for WQ to start going really risky, some of these hammer hits were close, but man, that was a great Helmosaur fight.
You don't have to hit him with the hammer, but the hammer does double the damage of the normal sword swing, so going for the hammer is much faster than just hitting him with your sword. But the pixel to hit him with the sword, with the hammer is pretty small. You have to know what you're doing. And it's also much more risky because you have to get closer because of the range of the hammer compared to the sword. So Andy is approaching the hammer bomb jump. Let's see what strategy he chooses to do.
Well done.
Yeah. And we saw two different methods of aligning yourself. WQ used the shadow of Link to align himself, and Andy used the sword. And I think the sword is the much safer way, especially for a beginner to align himself. Fun fact, WQ will be clearing a tree with a bird on it, and this bird is surprisingly dangerous. It deals 3 hearts of damage, and especially if you're starting out, this bird can be a big jerk. What we saw WQ doing right there is also a 1.0 glitch, which is called item dashing. When you perform the action of an item and a dash at the same frame, you will keep using the item during the duration of your dash, like we saw here, using the hammer to dash through all of those blocks.
Alright, so WQ coming up to one of the hardest parts here. See if he can get the first try dig.
Let's see, yeah, this can ruin a lot of runs. Let's see. And he gets it, yes, well done.
Alright.
Alright.
That's just a joke. It's pretty bad if you don't get first try dig. Sometimes you can be just a little bit off and the hammer decides to go to a different tile.
Yeah, I mean, it's also based on the 100% route of this game, which has you dig for a piece of heart, and you can get a lot of digs in order to get this.
All right, so Andy's turtle room was a little rough, but he gets through it without damage, which is very vital for him, given he has 1 less heart.
The reason we dig out the flute is we can use it on this statue in Kakariko to evoke the duck, and with the duck you can fly throughout Hyrule and not only save time, but it's also crucial to clear the game because there are some parts that you cannot reach without the duck. And I don't care what you say, this is a duck, not a chicken or something else.
So I was watching Andy tell the story. I didn't want to like jinx him, but this is a big place where the Sanctuary Heart comes into play because WQ could have survived 1 more attack than Andy. So if Andy got hit more than 2 times, it was over.
Yeah, so because he deals 3 damage.
A little risky.
And it's not a lot of time saved by not getting the Sanctuary Heart. So yeah, he really, his mind is set on closing this gap, which is cool to see.
But he definitely played that a little bit safer. I think he got some worse positioning from fireballs, so he had to be a little bit safer. 'Cause that's the thing. Once you get into that second phase where the fireballs and the tail starts attacking at the same time, it gets a lot harder to kind of figure out where you need to go.
WQ, meanwhile, in the 4th dungeon of the Dark World, so we have some sequence breaking here. It's not directly sequence breaking. You could approach the game in this way also if you're playing casually, but this dungeon is notorious for being pretty hard. I mean, all those guys you see running around, they do a lot of damage. There are some portions that are filled with enemies that do 2 hearts of damage, and we have the hellway coming up. It's a long hallway filled with enemies, and you have to stand on a specific pixel to clear it fast, but you also need the right RNG. So let's see if WQ can get this. We call this pixel the God pixel, and he gets the pixel, and now he has to have the right RNG, and yes, he does it.
Wow, that was really nice.
Yeah. But not only those lizardmen deal a lot of damage. Those little lizards, they're called goblins for some reason. They also deal 2 hearts of damage, or do they deal 3?
I think it's 2.
2, yeah. And there are a lot of instances on this dungeon where you can get some incremental damage, but it really adds up. Especially that early in the run where you still don't have that a lot of hearts to fall back on.
Yeah, that's another thing to mention is that depending on your skill level, there's various safeties. You seldom pass up the mushroom. That's one of the really nice safeties. You lose a good bit of time because you have to go take it to the witch to get the powder, but
30 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, but you can, there's various anti-fairies, especially kind of hidden ones in pots that you can use the powder on to turn into fairies. So it's a nice safety to have if you're learning this game. Like that left pot kind of to WQ at the top of the dungeon or the top of the jail has an anti-fairy.
In my opinion, you can use the powder strat up to like 130. I mean, runners like Timon have used powder for a lot of time because it's not much time wasted for so much more safety. You can get, especially for those bosses that are really, really tough to beat, like Cold Stare, which we have later in the run. And yeah, in this dungeon as well, you can get a refill. Now we have the boss coming up, Blind, and for me as a casual player, when I played this game when I was little, I thought this boss was just random and hard to deal with. But it turns out, if you approach him the same way every time, he moves the same every time. So once you got this boss perfected, you will not take any damage because it's just the same fight all over again.
Yeah, you see WQ playing this. It's very clean fight, very clean. And what makes Blind special compared to other bosses is that, while you saw like Helmasaur took a lot of hits, even when you use the hammer, Blind takes the same amount of hits, whether you have the Master Sword or the Tempered Sword. He takes 3 hits per phase. I believe he's the only boss like that in the run.
I suppose so.
That it's set hits as opposed to damage.
Well, if you don't count Aganim, like.
That's true. That's true.
But he does not get damaged by the weapons, so yeah. But yeah, but it's important to say, when you die at Blind, you will have to deal with an RNG version of him re-entering the dungeon. Blind also one of the bosses that are not that easy to get down for when you're learning the game. WQ now getting some rupees in order to have some money to buy stuff later in the run. Let's see if Andy can get the God Pixel. He can. Yeah, he also gets it. Great.
2 Hellways. That's really nice.
Yeah, great to see.
Alright, so now you're going to see WQ go get the Tempered Sword, or the level 3 sword as some know it. It's pretty important. You're obviously going out of your way compared to normal run, but it saves so much time in terms of how much damage you have to do to bosses that it's most certainly worth it.
And this is also why we do dungeon. We could do dungeon 3 before doing dungeon 4 in this run, but having the tempered sword saves a lot of time on the dungeon 3 boss on Mofula. Mofra? Is it Mofra?
Mothula. Is it Mothra the Godzilla?
Yeah, I always get those two names confused. Yeah, Mofula. Because it is already hard to damage Mofula, but if you have the tempered sword, you need less hits, which is good. I think you only need 3 solid hits using tempered sword, right? 4.
So, and that's important too, because if you guys remember the Mothula fight, which we'll see here in a moment, so we'll talk about it more then, the longer that fight goes on, the harder it gets, like exponentially.
For some reason, the Link to the Past decides to turn into a bullet hell game on the blind fight and the Mofula fight.
Yes, Bubba the Scrub is correct, and we actually make use of that in 100%. We don't skip the blue boomerang and get the red boomerang from that chest.
Alright, now we have WQ set up with all the money he needs for the rest of the run, making his way to Skullwoods. In Skullwoods, a big dungeon, a confusing dungeon, but I guess the shortest dungeon when played in a speedrun, because we sequence break the hell out of it.
Yeah, we go right for the big key first thing.
Yeah, this room, by the way, pretty hard to do fast. The Gyptos are deal a lot of damage. They are pretty fast, and you have to watch out for the Wallmaster falling down from the ceiling.
Well, the Gyptos were not cooperating there with WQ, but got hit once. That's fine.
Just fine. You can make it easier on yourself by using the boomerang to stun those. And Andy also defeating Blind. Unfortunately, didn't take a look at how well he was doing. But he took a lot of damage during that dungeon.
That was mostly from... He took 2 hits from Blind, I think, because he was half a heart. Alright, so you guys, as we were going over that, there was another kind of a damage boost over a gap to quickly get the fire rod, and that's the big sequence break. If you don't have to go through, normally you have to go behind where the fire rod chest is and navigate through the dungeon to pull a switch that kind of reveals how to get to the fire rod the natural way. But since they only put, that small gap there, we're able to damage boost over it and quickly get the fire rod, which saves a lot of time in this dungeon.
Yeah. I was playing this game with the randomizer, and it really showed me how I was not ready for this dungeon. I mean, I forgot everything about this dungeon from when I was playing as a kid, and it's so confusing and so big.
Alright, so this is a neat little room. You gotta light all the torches, and doing this fast just looks really cool, and that was just a textbook torch room there.
Yeah, there are some other ways of doing this, but they are not as fast, but getting it the right way requires you to item dash, which not everyone can do from the beginning. And if you miss-shoot, you lose a lot of magic. Alright. So now we have Mofla.
So this boss is very frustrating because if he gets onto the spikes, he won't take damage.
Yeah,
whatever. That was so fast I can't even talk about it. What the heck?
That was insane, actually. That was kind of amazing. We were going on how hard this boss is, and WQ makes us look like
makes
fools.
A fool, man. Makes a fool of us. So I don't even know what to say.
Believe us, this boss is really hard.
So what makes that fight hard is you can see it for about 2 seconds is that the spikes start to move. So the longer the fight goes on, the more the spikes start to move. The floor changes direction. So if you let this fight go on long, it can be a nightmare to survive. But WQ making it look easy like the great speedrunner he is, and he's moving on.
Also, not only is the problem that the spikes keep moving, but if you hit Mofla into the spikes, he doesn't take damage. I guess, yeah, we touched on that before, which is also getting harder when the spikes move toward you. So now we had an instance of using the duck to to save some time, he was getting to Link's house in order to enter the warp gate at the castle, because now we have to get some more items in order to proceed with the game. And this is why we picked up 600 rupees, because we need the flippers. We can use fake flippers, of course, but those only get us so far. We need those flippers to clear like the water dungeon or some other parts of the game. So we are heading now north into the Dark World to buy those for 500 rupees from King Zora. We are not actually going there in the Dark World, but we need to get there in order to reach it faster.
Did we touch on quick warping? I just thought about that when we went through the game. So you'll see this here in a moment. So one of the big things that kind of separates a good runner from a great runner is this idea of quick warping, that there's certain pixels in which the warp goes by faster. I think it's like 30, 34 frames, something like that. It's
half a second.
And so getting all of the quick warps in a run saves you, it's like 12 to 13 seconds roughly. You know, not a huge time save if you're a decent runner, if you're like at 130 level, but once you start getting down to the 126, 125, then it starts making a big difference.
Yes. And you can actually, it's hard to differentiate those two warps, but you can take a look for yourself at home. The warp animation, like this wave that goes through the screen, does stop halfway if it was a quick warp. So you can watch the screen and check if the runners got their quick warps that way. Andy now shortly is entering the torch room. Let's see how he does it. I hope this doesn't bite him. Two missed shots. But it worked out.
So this
he only has one heart.
This is going to be something. Oh, and he knocks the Gyarados off the spike. So the Gyarados dies in 2 hits if you can hit him in the spike as well.
Yeah, he can get one more. Oh my god, this is intense. He could have gotten one heart of a refill, but this won't help him much against Muffalo. Let's see how he does while
he's trying to keep Moth off the spikes, but it's getting a little dicey. This is exactly what I was talking about. It gets a little absurd. But Andy pulls it out. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. My stream decided to freeze during this fight, so I couldn't watch him play this, but I'm glad he survived.
Oh, that was that was the excitement we were not looking forward to seeing.
I would be so scared. And this is another boss where you can use the powder in the room before to get a refill by turning this yellow swirly thing into a fairy. What we have coming up for WQ in a short amount of time is the most significant bomb jump of the game, which helps us to save, I don't know how much time, but it saves half the dungeon.
It's minutes. It's not even. It's minutes saved off of getting this trick.
Yeah, and what? It's nothing other than the other bomb jumps. So he has to align himself perfectly to jump over a gap. But what it does, you can see there are those yellow borders, or those orange boulders in the way, and you bump yourself around those to save a lot of time. Now he is out of bounds. He has to make this. Oh, he does.
Cool.
And we skip half the dungeon, but we also skip the item of this dungeon, which is the blue tunic. The blue tunic is just there to reduce the damage taken by enemies by half. So you might say, well, that's not that big of a deal. I mean, that's not a crucial item, and it isn't. But from this point onwards, the game thinks, oh well, the player reduces our damage by half, so we can deal double damage to him. And this boss in this dungeon is one of the first boss that can get really, really tricky, because touching him directly deals 4 hearts of damage, and the ice falling from the ceiling does 2 or 3, I guess. So this boss is really, really hard, especially if you're not prepared, because he's all over the place.
So you keep having a little trouble with the statue there.
Also, if you have to unfreeze the boss, and if you misshoot one of your flames, you can go restart the dungeon because you are not able to unfreeze him. You need to use your whole magic bar to do this. Let's see if you can do it. Yeah, this looks good. Ah, he missed. It was off by a little bit, but nonetheless, good fight. He survived, which is good. Down to 2 hearts.
Getting the poke dash strats is good, but surviving the fight is always goal number 1.
Yes. You can do another strat where you do not dash but just swing your sword in order to bring the boss into the right corner. And as you could see, this boss actually is 3 clouds with ice in it, like Kracko from Kirby. And if you manage to stack them in the corner, you can deal damage to all 3 of them at the same time. And you need, I think, 3 or 4 hits with your sword or pokes, and then you need a spin attack to finish it off. And what you see there, what you have seen there is that one of them escaped and he had to go after it. But other than that, good fight for him. Not dying, as Supreme says, is the real goal in this fight if you are really low.
Nice damage boost into the into the portal there for Andy. All right, so it is time for the Swamp Palace, which, if you read the map, it's considered the second dungeon. But it's really it plays like it. It's a lot easier than the previous 2 or 3 dungeons.
You have a lot more hearts than you should have. You have the tempered sword. This glitch is also 1.0 exclusive and pretty funny. You can use in a non-dungeon, non-dark world setting, you can use the mirror to delete blocks that you are pushing.
Alright, so my big question is Andy going to be a show-off and try and hover over the gap for Ice Palace skip? What is normally called Ice Palace bomb jump. So as we had mentioned kind of early on, Andy is known for a lot of the other categories. Like he's good at NMG, but he's really good at things like reverse boss order, no EG, which use a lot more tricks, including hovering, which allows you to basically dash over a pit. Andy's known for it. He's really good at it, and given where he is, if he's behind, he may try and go for it. There he goes. He's doing it.
Oh, stream, please.
There he goes.
I missed it. Damn.
I know my boy Andy, and I knew he was going to do that.
Yeah, and that's really hard to do. I mean, you have to alternate between button presses every 2nd frame or something like this, so you have to mash really hard. I mean, this was a trick which was considered for a major time to be TES only, until Jaden started doing it, I guess.
Jaden in no EG did the first, well, I don't know if he did the very first, but in a run, he dashed across the gap between Moldorm 2 in Ganon's Tower, where you normally have to hook shot across on the treasure chest. And that was, I think it was like 27 frame perfect inputs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, ever since then it's become kind of mainstream, and it's used a lot to help speed up a lot of these categories.
Yeah, but there are not a lot of people who can do this, actually. And the reason why we use this time for story time, I guess, is because Dungeon 2 is pretty easy and boring to watch, to be honest. There's a lot of time to lose by doing minor arrows, but yeah, since you are so stacked with life and the red sword, and the dungeon is not that hard by itself, there's not a lot to talk about, to be honest. Good fight on Andy's side against Colts there.
There's just little techniques here and there. Dungeon 2 is a lot about little minor optimizations. You saw him do a hammer dash there. You'll see him kind of do a setup when he grabs the hook shot to help him kind of grab the boss key a little bit easier. Just little techniques here and there. Swamp, like we were saying, is not super hard. Pretty straightforward. Now the boss, you can do some pretty cool stuff with. if set up properly.
It's reminiscent of the infinite sword glitch in Ocarina of Time, actually. I guess we talk about the boss fight once we get to it, so that this information will be just fresh for you when it happens, so that you don't have to remember it once we get there. And yeah, again, with the hammer dash to just save a little bit of time, you can get unlucky there and have the fire snake move into your way. Also, those fire snakes, fun fact, only the first 1.5 bubbles do have a hitbox. The rest is just there, I don't know, for decoration, and you can actually walk through that and walk behind those snakes without getting hurt.
Yeah, like I said, you saw him grab that, or I guess it wasn't the boss key, it was just a regular key. You see him kind of just hook shot back there. That's actually required a little bit of a setup, because a lot of times you'll just clank against the kind of the railing that surrounds that skull. So there's just a bunch of neat little optimizations in this dungeon.
Also, runners do use the boot dash once you have to go 4 tiles far, because if you don't have to go at least 4 tiles far, the time Link uses to wind up his dash takes longer than just walking. But when you are in water, Link's speed is decreased to 1 pixel after the first initial pixel, so dashing in water is always faster than just walking. So, do you want to explain what's going on here?
I probably better you do it. I could never get it right.
Okay. Basically, we told you about the super speed glitch, where you get into a state where you cannot use the sword. This is basically something similar. When using a item and dashing at the same time, you get into the same state. And when you hold out the sword while doing this, your sword does not draw back when you hit an enemy, so your sword is basically always out. And he used this to hook in the enemies while always having his sword out, and the enemies just die instantly because he has the tempered sword, those little puffballs around the eyeball. I guess this is basically what's going on. If I'm not 100 completely right, please don't go after me, but yeah, you are walking into the room, holding down B to get your sword out, then you hit A and Y at the same time to initiate a item dash and getting Link into this glitch state, and then you just hook in those little puffballs with Y while your sword still is out and not retreating.
And while WQ did that about as well as you can, that was an incredibly well done fight.
Yeah, you could.
It's very difficult.
You may have to reposition yourself when the boss is getting too much into your direction, and then you have to reinitiate the glitch again because you have to look to the left or to the right.
I mean, because this is one of the big practice points. I think I remember way back when this was kind of realized or became kind of a mainstream strat. Crystal did an entire stream that was like literally just practicing this boss and trying to get this down, and it's not uncommon to see people do that, like have just big long practice sessions of trying to get those boss strats down for I'm blanking on his name.
It's not Cold Stare, it's, I don't know, it's the other
Argus,
right, yeah.
Man.
But back then we also thought that you have to do the item dash every single time you hookshot a puffball away from Argus. But later we realized that we only have to item dash the first time, and then you just can hit Y. WQ now doing a little bit of side questing. He is getting the Ether Amulet and the Ice Rod. He got the Earth Amulet also, where before he was getting the flippers, like Andy did so as well. And those side quests are crucial to the game, because you cannot clear the game if you do not have those amulets or the Ice Rod, because you cannot get into dungeons 6 and
so the medallions are needed for entering dungeon 6 and 7. The Ice Rod is needed to damage Trinex.
the boss of the 7th dungeon, correct. And now we see him use one of those amulets in order to get into the dungeon. This dungeon is called Military Mire. And as we said, bosses are getting pretty hard in the Dark World. The boss of Dungeon 6, Misery Mire, is also, again, an eyeball. I mean, they turned up the eyeballs to 11 on this part of the game. And it also deals a lot of damage, and the optimal strat, which we will get to, needs you to have some hearts left, because you need to take damage. And not that easy when the dungeon also is out there to kill you.
Yeah, this is the big dungeon, I think, when you're a kind of a middle of the road player sitting kind of like the mid 130s. This is where powder can really help you out. There's anti-fairies galore in this dungeon, and there's 2 right before the boss, so it helps you kind of learn how to do these faster strats without needing to be the best at the dungeon. So Andy's Argus fight, not quite as clean as WQ's, but still really, really good. Yeah, still really well done. I think his problem was more Argus's positioning than anything.
So what we have coming up for the WQ, we have a room where we have 2 light torches, and another small trick: once you push a block, during the duration of the movement of the blocks have no hitbox, and you can shoot your item directly through them. Lighting those 4 torches will open up a hole in the room next door, and you can drop down this hole to get to the boss key. Another reason why hearts play a big role in this dungeon: in order to get a small key in a few rooms, you have to take damage, because you have to move over some nails coming out of the ground. I mean, of course there are other ways of getting the needed key, but the fastest way is to take damage and walk over those nails, and I guess you receive 3 hearts of damage if doing it the fastest way. But yeah, if you're starting out, you will most likely take 4 hearts of damage, and you will have to survive the rest of the dungeon. So we have this coming up shortly after he getting the item of this dungeon, the Staff of Samaria, which lets him generate blocks that act just like any other blocks, but have some more utility, which we'll see during the run. And here you see him taking damage in order to get the small key. And right there is an anti-fairy you could have taken to replenish your health when you have to powder. Right before the collapsing bridge room was an anti-fairy you could have taken to replenish your health. And there are a lot more in this dungeon. Now we see him using the Staff of Samaria to generate a block in order to clear this room, where you have to push this switch down in order to advance. Another way of using those blocks is you can make them explode like this by reusing the staff once you have set the block, and you can use this to damage enemies, hit switches, and so on.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite item dashes, kind of running up with the exploding block. Alright, Andy didn't forget the ice rod either.
There's another room in the game where you can use this item dash with the rod. In the 7th dungeon, maybe we'll see it later. That also looks pretty cool. So, since I explained Argus, do you want to take this guy?
Yeah.
It's Vitreous? Yeah, Vitreous.
Yes, Vitreous. I think I'm a tad bit behind, but so what we're doing here is WQ's going to intentionally take damage in this goop. Does a lot of damage, and he's going to try and kill as many eyes as he can. That was just another really well done fight by WQ. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised, but things can go so wrong so easily, and yet he's just breezing by him. So, yeah, like I said, he goes into the goop to take damage, intentionally takes damage to try and spin attack as many eyes as possible. Usually you're left with about 1 or 2 if you've done it well, and you can just finish him off with arrows. And then what you do, it takes 8 arrows to kill, you spam 7, hit that 8th one, and immediately switch to the mirror so you can have it ready to go before you kill the boss. Because once you kill the boss, your item screen, you can't hit pause. So it's usually a little bit faster to pull the item out right before you've landed that killing blow. WQ's making it hard to explain bosses today, man.
Yeah, it was really fast kill all over again. I mean, Muffler this one, but Andy's doing well on his boss as well. Let's see how he finishes his dungeon 6. He still has half the dungeon to go. Meanwhile, we will see WQ going up Death Mountain again. Getting to the 7th dungeon, which is called Turtle Rock, also is a task of itself, because you have to move through Death Mountain. You have to avoid all the squirrels that can block your path. And
I was gonna say, at least that squirrel by all those little pickup rocks didn't get in his way. So if you bonk into that one, it can make you to take a much longer route around.
If you take a lot of damage, there's a fairy hidden underneath this pile of rocks, which we'll see when WQ leaves the cave right there. So that's a little backup strat you can use, because you will need all of your health entering Turtle Rock.
So you get a nice little hook dash here, and so just let you quickly run around.
Just to check if we are in sync, what is WQ doing on your
He's in the middle of opening Turtle Rock.
Oh, perfect, and we are in sync.
Yeah, I refreshed the stream, so I think we're all good now.
Yeah, I refreshed it as well. And here we see another use of the Staff of Samaria. You can use it on those question mark blocks, and then you will generate a moving platform. There are some rooms in this dungeon that are really hard to do fast, and even harder to do fast without taking damage. One of those rooms is coming up after this small puzzle where you have to light all the torches. And there are 2 big rolling obstacles.
Pins.
Spike obstacle pins, and yeah, you can use your hookshot to be invincible for a short amount of time, but if you miss your hookshot there, you can take a lot of damage. He took this damage intentionally in order to move through this second roller. You can also use the mirror to get back to the end of the dungeon, which is the much safer strat, but also slower.
Alright, so now we've got a particularly trolley room coming up for WQ. It's another one of those rooms that feels like it shouldn't be that hard to get down, but... Oh, yep, here we go. Chomps. There we go, okay. Okay. Oop, he didn't get the iframes. Oh. This is what I'm talking about. The chomps can...
Oh my god!
No! They can cooperate or they cannot cooperate, and they really didn't cooperate there with WQ.
Yo, real talk, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about this room, just sitting in my bed screaming. And yeah, now we have a situation where having powder would be so helpful, because there are a lot of anti-fairies, and having only have a hard left is really hard to do. But meanwhile, Andy doing his best to finish off victorious. I think he will get a 2-cycle.
Yes.
Yeah, he will get a 2-cycle. Ah, no, he trolled him and did lightning attack again. So yeah,
WQ's gonna have to be really careful here. I think he can usually avoid taking that bunny. I mean, it's kind of iffy.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
But yeah, the Saint Carts did save him. It did save him. It would have. Fortunately, he got the key and unlocked the door before he got hit, so that would have not been totally catastrophic. But yeah, that's a bad death to take, and he's gonna have to be very, very careful going through Turtle Rock now.
Yeah, especially since right now he has to take a different route through a big room where it's dark, and you have to take those floating platforms, because the fastest route to take needs you to take 1 heart of damage. And this was
what a good prize pack!
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't got the fairy in Palace of Darkness, so it was good that it came up in this dungeon. This really saved him, because yeah, this is also a cool room if you do it quickly using the iframes of those blocks.
And that's the thing, is if as Plum Bunny was saying, he basically predicted that was going to happen. If you know this game, there's what we call prize packs, which is the drops from enemies, and kind of there's a pattern to them in a sense. So for all we know, WQ was like, yeah, I'm gonna get a fairy in this room, or I'm gonna get a fairy soon. So it's all good.
Yeah. We didn't get the item of this dungeon, which is the mirror shield, which you probably normally use to deflect those laser beams in order to get this key. But the beams have a very small hitbox, so you can just dash through them.
Yeah, that was really well done. It's another one of those things that looks pretty easy, but what's going on?
What? Okay.
Apparently that part was not as easy though. So that was a really good
Yeah,
item
that's my
dash.
favorite actually.
Yeah, it's a really cool one. Anything with the cane is usually pretty neat.
So Trinex, not Trihex. Trinex? Yeah, Trinex. Trinex is not in this game. Has 3 necks, and 2 of his heads are fire and ice based, and you have to hit those heads with the rod of the opposite element in order to damage it. And once you did this, he will explode, everything will explode, and then you will have to hit his body to kill him off. But there is a small time frame where you can actually hit his head and get a quick kill, like this. Here we go. Trinex also one of the bosses who can give new runners a pretty hard time because of the damage output. So yeah, and the best thing is, if you thought the game was hard until right now when you play this game, you still have to face Ganon's Tower, which is the hardest part of the game, especially when doing it quickly. Meanwhile, we can get a look at Andy's screen and see how he handles the chain jump room. Let's hope he has a little bit more luck than WQ has had, because yeah, that room is not only skill but mostly RNG based.
You get the left side, which is typically the preferred side by runners. Yeah, that's how if the chain jumps cooperate, that's how that room should go.
Alright, WQ having all the crystals with the maidens trapped inside of them. He can now open Ganon's Tower and proceed to the last part of the game. Within Ganon's Tower, it's also a relatively big dungeon, and it has multiple ways of clearing it. But yeah, of course, we are doing the fastest route. I don't think there's a lot to say about what will be going on this first rooms. It's a lot of optimization. You will see a lot of hookshotting things, throwing boomerangs in order to hit switches.
Boom dash. It's just lots
of really looks cool.
Just lots of little clean uses of these techniques we've learned. You see.
Yeah. I think the best way to say to describe how a well-played Ganon Tower looks is it's very fast-paced, which is because it's just like almost single-screen rooms every time, and there are very good solutions for every room. And if it's well-played, it just looks amazing. It's like you're breezing through this thing.
Okay, so suddenly Andy's the one in danger now, and he did not get the fairy drop. I think they were saying he got it earlier.
Yeah, but he should be fine. I mean, if he takes, he has to take 1 heart of damage in the room with the floating platforms. But if he can get to Trinex, I don't think that he will take damage, because if you're really routined in this fight, you're good to go, I guess.
So the only thing I worry about is the laser dash.
Yeah, I mean.
So Andy's been in this position before. I've watched, a lot of Link to the Past marathon. So is he going to take the safety door? So if you guys don't know, you can, at the bottom of this room that Andy is just now entering, you can break it open for a safety door. And he doesn't do it, and he doesn't need it. So that worked out nicely. He hopefully will be good to go now, as long as he doesn't fall. Okay, yeah. So he didn't even bother to do the dash there. I mean, you have that risk of hitting the little Helmosaur. Oh my gosh! I thought that Pokey was going to hit him. Okay. Okay.
Meanwhile, WQ is approaching a part of Ganon's Tower we call the Gauntlet, and the Gauntlet is a array of rooms that are really, really hard to do fast, and you need a lot of concentration to do those. The only way Andy could die now if he messes up the quick kill and gets hit by Trinex.
Okay, he's safe.
Woo! Yeah, as I said, if you're routined in fighting Trinex, you probably won't die fighting him. So yeah, but getting there was the big part. I mean, Laser Dash can hit you easily, and now we have the Gauntlet starting for WQ. There are some rooms that are pretty tricky to navigate because of moving floors, because of ice, and of course the RNG of the enemies to deal with. And I personally like entering the dungeon at the Gauntlet with at least 1 heart of damage or half a heart of damage, because if you have your full energy, your sword will shoot those energy beams, and those do half the damage of your normal sword, and it's pretty easy to hit an enemy with your energy beam, even if he's point blank in front of you. And yeah,
that was very clean. The enemies in the kind of the blue enemy room were kind of trolly. They kept moving around on the moving platform, but that was good. And then this Land Molas is a lot easier. You have the Fire Rod, and the Tempered Sword does a lot more damage.
Yeah, even if you don't want to use the Fire Rod because you are afraid of using too much magic energy, you can just use your Tempered Sword to kill them off quickly. And I like those rooms a lot where you use the staff to clear all of those enemies. Oh, he was unlucky there.
So now he's gotta go on the tracks. So, well, that worked out nicely. There's Buddy waiting for him.
So yeah, lighting all the torches. Getting very low on magic, so he has to pick up this energy in this room.
And that's convenient, because there's a soft lock here if you happen to go up the stairs at the same time. I think the door like recloses.
Wow, I have a black screen right now.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's refresh and see if this works out. To do. Yeah, okay, there we go. Hitbox is really not working for me right now.
Alright, so this room coming up that WQ's entering is where the first big usage of the hover kind of came into play, as I was talking about earlier. Jaden, in a no EG run, which is about 30 minutes in length to do a lot of skips, would hover across this gap here. Like I said, it was like 27 frame perfect inputs. And it was a pretty big day in the community when he got that.
Yeah, I remember it. I think I was at work when it happened, and I checked the VODs shortly after, and it was amazing. So now we have the Ganon refight. It's pretty similar to the first Ganon fight, but there are 3 of him. But the good thing is his duplicates only throw the reflectable fireballs, and you can hit him actually multiple times. It's possible to clear him in just 2 waves by hitting him with all the fireballs every time.
But everything's got to cooperate. I mean, he's got to give you the orange, the positions have to be good.
You have to actually hit them in the right angle, which is not that easy, but yeah, free cycle is pretty good.
I think this is a 4 because he only hit 1 on the second cycle.
Ah, okay.
So 4 cycle, I mean, that's still pretty good. I mean, 3 is generally what you're looking for. That means you hit at least 2 back every time.
And now we have the big fight. I mean, this fight is hard as hell. Ganon does a lot of damage, and you need a lot of hits to kill him, because the game expects you to have the gold sword And the Tempered Sword does significantly less damage to him, so you have to hit him a lot in order to make him switch phases. And once we are entering the last phase in where he kills the lights in the room, you actually can only hurt him once all the torches have been relit. And there's a glitch in the 1.0 version where you can, oh my god, where you can light the left torch before the right goes out, and there we go with the first death. But yeah, he can just jump back in because he hasn't used any magic yet. What I was going to say is you can relight the left torch before the right goes out, and this way all the lights will still be on all those. No, the right light will be on all the time. And yeah, normally we will have to hit Ganon in the last phase of the fight with the gold sword, and then shoot him with the silver arrows, but I guess Supreme can tell you what we're going to do instead.
Yeah, so I'll touch on that when we get there. Let's make sure I'm not getting too far on myself.
This is also a way you can die in this fight very easily by falling down into one of those pits generated by Ganon.
Yeah, if you fall down, you don't take damage, and it's not like you're falling down a pit. You're falling down to the lower level of the pyramid, and you have to climb back up, start the fight all over again. And so here we got the torch glitch, easy peasy. So now we're going to use spin attacks as Ganon's kind of about to teleport away to cause damage.
Yeah, normally you should not be able to hit him during this animation or do damage at all with the Tempered Sword, but there's one frame during his animation where he is actually hurtable. And you need 12 hits, I guess, to kill him with the Tempered Sword. And yeah, WQ does it. Solid refight.
And I think we're going to be swapped out here for the Link's Awakening folks.
Yes.
So, yeah, that was A Link to the Past. That was a really good run by WQ, even with the death at the end. I mean,
yeah,
that was about the least costly death you could have.
Yeah, solid run. Clutch moments on both sides. Very good display of skill. Very good display of tricks and glitches of the friends. So yeah, if you want to learn more, please check speedrun.com. We are pretty active there, and yeah, get into this game. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, this was Supreme and Prinny for A Link to the Past, and now we will see Link's Awakening, I guess.
Hold up, before we go, and he just got the hover. Holy crap, he just got the hover across Moldrum 2. And that, enjoy Link's Awakening, folks.
No, it's Oracle of Seasons, right?
I see Link's Awakening on the other.
Ah, okay, there we go. That's fine. Okay, cool. So we pass it over to Disclude. And yeah, see you guys soon.
Okay, so we got Link's Awakening here. This should be pretty hype. Gonna have Darko and Green Tunic running this. But first, we only have Darko right now, since Indy is still finishing up.
So one thing that you'll notice about this run versus a normal LA or LADX run, rather, is that Darko is farming rupees right now, and usually in the normal LADX run you do mob and skip, but since we have save and quit, in this run it's actually faster to farm rupees to buy or do the trendy game to get powder.
And bomb triggers are pretty nice. Yeah, they started doing this in save and quit as well for LADX now, but there's quite a bit of difference between this game and LADX for those that are familiar with LADX over this game. I've not seen that strat for farming rupees before.
Yeah, there's actually, you can dupe rupees by having the rupee touch Link and your sword or shield at the same time. So it actually makes the farm strat even faster. And then here you're going to see Darko buy bombs, but not waste rupees. So he basically buys them and then saves and quit right after so his rupees don't drain. So you basically just get free bombs all you want.
That's one of the nice things about save and quit in this category. You're able to do a lot of things, little things, but extra things that you can't normally do without save and quit.
You still need enough rupees to actually buy the bombs, or else that trick doesn't work. And this is where you actually need the 10 rupees, is to do the trendy game.
Hopefully we get first try trendy from both runners today.
I wonder if the trendy game's harder than the Ages mini games. It's kind of hard to.
The timing for a trendy game is also different in LA compared to LADX. I think it's a little quicker, isn't it?
Oh yeah, maybe it is. I use save and quit to skip his text, so yeah, you have to do it really fast. But yeah, I don't know what the LADX timing is actually.
Yeah, there's a really easy timing in LADX. If I remember, it's definitely different. I just don't remember if it's faster or slower. But yeah, there's definitely a difference. So now we get the first trick of the game already. Moblin skip skip. Also known as playing the game how you're supposed to play it.
You can actually bomb trigger that cutscene, and it just transforms him into his human form right away, but it's kind of annoying to do. It doesn't really save much time either.
Bomb triggers are also harder on LA since you can't actually buffer properly in this game out of menus. This game in general just has a higher skill cap than LADX.
Yeah, I guess for most tricks in LADX, there's kind of an easy way to do stuff, and you can do it like the harder way. And the harder way is just equivalent to playing LA for the most part.
Yeah. Then we got GT running as well. Getting himself a quick sword. Dungeon 1 is pretty straightforward. There's some like save and quit tactics, but otherwise, I mean, the start of Dungeon 1 is pretty normal.
Yeah, but we just don't have enough items to break everything yet.
Yeah. Once we get to that D8. So yeah, now we're gonna get the first item from Dungeon 1, which is the feather, which is a really nice item. It always is fun to run around and jump over pits and stuff.
I guess one thing we didn't mention is that you see whenever people open chests and in other instances that they're bringing up the save and quit menu. You can use the save and quit menu or the map sometimes to skip a lot of text. So that's a thing that comes up like super often.
It saves a few frames every chest you open, so it adds up over the run with how many chests we have.
And you can see Darko just did a super jump there. You basically just wall clip into a wall, which just means you're kind of like 2 or 1 pixel inside the wall, because you approached it from the side. And then if you jump towards it and use an item holding away from the wall, it's kind of like you're jumping off a ledge in an overworld or something.
Yeah, it tricks the dungeon walls into thinking they're ledges, since they're all programmed to be ledges. By being clipped in it, you trick it. It only works with sword, arrows, or fire rod.
So if you've seen this game before, you know that this game has something called ICS, which is Instrument Cutscene Skip. You saw that Darko didn't try to skip that one. This is one of the instruments that you actually, you could skip it, but for RTA right now you can't. Because the only way that it triggers the Bow Wow cutscene or flag or whatever is actually getting or looking at the instrument cutscene. So that's really the only reason why you can't skip that one for right now.
It would be pretty bad to skip Bow Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you technically could, I guess, if you do the deloading thing, but yeah. Screw that.
Yeah, Bow Wow skip is not a fun trick to try.
Also, if you've seen a normal LIDX run, so without save and quit, they kill us. You'll see that later tonight, but they kill a certain amount of enemies to get a piece of power. What, is it like 20 or 30 that you have?
30 kills to start out.
Right, and every time you save and quit, it actually resets that counter, so it's not useful in the LA run, since saving and quitting is generally faster than trying to get a piece of power.
Yeah. It feels really awful if you play LADX a lot and you do these dungeons without POB. But yeah, in general, it's it's a little faster in most dungeons to do the save and quits to avoid the POB. I have in the past seen some LA runners go for like POB in like D3 and stuff, but I don't think that's as much of a thing anymore.
Yeah, with the current
route changes,
I'm not sure that's even possible.
No, because you have the flock clip in D3 that we're seeing Darko attempt right here on this rock. So for those that don't know, flock clip is an abuse of the mechanic where when you talk to like an object that you can move before you have the bracelet equipped, you're able to move a pixel in a direction when you open that text box. So by being clipped into the wall and talking to the rock at the same time, you're able to clip in far enough for yourself to wiggle through that little corner between the rock and the tree. Just save some time going through the forest to get to D2.
So you noticed earlier in the dungeon, Darko wasted all of his powder, and so after this dungeon we actually want to get a mushroom to break other things. Unfortunately, Darko got the powder refill, so he's going to have to empty all 20 of his powder before he goes get the mushroom. Because normally, the mushroom and the powder will not, like they both won't exist at the same time, so you have to get rid of one in order to get the other. So in order for Mushroom to be in the forest, he has to go, like he just did in this boss fight.
It was a nice time to do it, since he equipped the arrows anyways. He would use the equip to equip the powder and finish it off there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even thought of that, to be honest.
It's a little bit of a time save.
Alright, so now you're going to notice that Darko's just going to leave. We're actually not going to finish a dungeon until D4, because the fire rod is really broken. If you play the game, you know that that item is pretty OP, but it's actually way more broken in this game than you might think.
So it's a pretty recent route change as well.
Yeah, this game has changed a
skipping
lot.
the end of the dungeons.
But yeah, it's so good that it's faster to actually just go back to the beginning dungeons and finish them with the fire rod, because of how good it is.
So, for what you just seen there, Darko went to see the portal, and as soon as you see a portal, it activates it, so you can use it later on. And he save and quit back to Dungeon 2 in order to save a little bit of time later on when he needs to use that portal. Now we get one of the broken items in the game, the mushroom. I love the mushroom skips in this game.
Yeah, it definitely seems a lot better than like the Villa skip that LEX does.
Ooh. Oh no! The heart piece of shame.
I hate that jump a lot. I always stick to the right side because I always get the heart container if I try the middle. So I feel it.
Yeah, the heart container hitbox is super weird. It's like lower than it appears. So you can actually like barely step onto the top of the heart piece and not grab it. And you can be like a little below it and actually still grab it, which is really annoying.
So you're going to see Darko do a Villa skip here with the mushroom. So basically the mushroom just puts you, well, when you use it as you're falling, it puts you at the bottom of the hole. And a lot of the times it lets you stand on walls or go to the bottom and transition, and so you can just get to the bottom here right away. I haven't played this game in forever, so I don't know actually what this skips. But it skips the villa, apparently, because that's what it's called.
Yeah, you, it skips going to Canlet Castle and having to get all the leaves. There's 5 golden leaves you're supposed to collect and bring them to Richard, and then he lets you into his little villa maze. But yeah, it skips a ton of game. But also, the mushroom didn't used to be used for this route either, which made this route a lot harder because you had to manually try to buffer each falling frame for Villa Skip, but the mushroom makes it so much easier.
Yeah, so we're gonna do a similar thing in D3 where we just save the end of the dungeon for later, because again the fire rod is just too good.
Yeah, we just need the item from the dungeon so that we can progress further into the game and get to other dungeons that we want to get to first. Also, nothing really special happening in this dungeon right now, other than the one super jump.
Yeah, the skip of this dungeon actually comes on the second half of it, but we don't see that until the end of the game, so nothing really else going on, I guess. Although, this is the Dongo fight. You just have to kill one Dongo for this mini-boss, and then you can just walk out and walk back in and the other one dies.
Yeah, the game doesn't have a way to tell which Dongo you killed, and it needs to spawn the sprite or whatever, so it just like spawns the portal after you leave the room. It's like really awkward, but it saves a lot of time over fighting Dodongos because they're quite annoying to fight. It also saves you bombs, which we need.
Yeah, so now Darko's gonna leave D3 and we're gonna head to D4. But first we have to get the key for D4.
Where we get to see the best trick in the game.
Oh, and you notice we have Bow Wow. We couldn't actually... this run used to return Bow Wow, but you can only return Bow Wow if you beat D2. And so, since we actually just left early, we have to keep Bow Wow for the whole run, basically. He causes a lot of lag in this game versus LADX, and he's kind of annoying. But it works.
There will be some strats that are used to save some of that lag time, but can't do that yet. Darko going for a bomb trigger here to trigger Walrus Skip, which saves a bunch of time in having to do the trading quest, as well as get Marin and bring her here to sing to the Walrus. By using 2 bombs while transitioning within a few frames of each other, you're able to activate cutscenes that you're not normally able to activate, and this is used a few times throughout this run to save a bunch of time.
And whenever you interrupt a cutscene like that, so you see how he left kind of in the middle of it, the game actually locks up all your inputs, and you can't actually do anything besides move. So one way to get rid of it is enter a loading screen, and another way is to die. And so in save and quit, it's a little faster, or at least in this game, it's faster to die. Which is why it's good he had low health going into that, because it saves a lot of time from taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah. It's also only because of Bow Wow that your menus get locked, which is another thing that sucks about having Bow Wow.
Yeah, if we could skip Bow Wow, it saves like a bunch of time in this game.
So here's where that warp that he went and save and quit at comes in handy. Instead of having to walk all the way back to D4.
Alright, so this is the second dungeon we're actually going to finish. And it's one of the most important ones, because we'll explain it when we get there, but it's really important that we skip the cutscene at the end, or else we lose a bunch of time.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty much required for this route.
Yeah, that's one of the major differences between LA and LADX, is that LADX kind of has to maneuver around D4, because if you watch the cutscene at the end, you have to do a side quest, but in this game you can actually skip it, which allows for more routing options.
It's too bad we don't have an instrument cutscene in LADX, though, I mean, I wouldn't really want it anyways, because it's not a fun trick.
Yeah, it's like the worst trick that people want, pretty much.
I guess you could buffer in LADX, so it wouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way, it's not a fun trick in this game. Green Tunic not too far behind, heading into Walrus Skip himself right now. Though he's gonna have to take a bunch more damage if he's going for the Death Warp.
Yeah, so this game has a lot of iframes when you get hit, but the cacti in this next section, they actually have like half as, well, they have less iframes, probably about half less or something like that. So, I don't know why they're like that, but it makes the Death Warp a lot easier too. Because if you were to damage on enemies, it would take twice as long.
Nice Walrus Skip, and a good D4 mini-boss.
Okay, so this next room we're getting, we're gonna get the boss key. So this is kind of a cool super jump to get there. Alright, yeah, so by jumping towards the flower and getting some recoil, you can kind of force link the jump down and get into that upper area.
I didn't see, did Darko go for... Oh wait, no, it's after the boss fight that you go for the save.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's gonna save. He usually doesn't, obviously.
He might feel pretty confident in his ICS ability. Looks like he's not saving. So this should be interesting. Hopefully he gets it first try.
This is looking bad.
Oh no.
Okay, so he missed it. So,
yeah.
After a couple dungeons from now, so like after D8, I think, he has to return the ghost, which is going to be a few minutes lost. So we'll see him do that later. So basically how that works is you need to, well, the way that most people do it now is you jump on the instrument and you want to pause on the same frame that you touch the instrument. and then you can save and quit out of the menu to obtain the instrument. It's a really weird trick because it's actually based on the frame count of the game. So the trick can either be 1 frame or 2 frames, depending on if you're an even or an odd count in the frame count. It's a very dumb trick, and that's really the only way that anyone knows of to not have it be just complete luck, really.
So we could have a huge catch-up here if GT is able to pull it off quickly.
Yeah, if Green Tunic gets the instrument cutscene skip, the runs are basically even at this point. So right now Darko is trying to get to D7, and well, we need the key first, and so usually you get the rooster to get this key to go over this gap. But using the mushroom, you can kind of sink into these walls here and do these jumps. Yeah, that was really good.
He executed that trick really well. It can definitely be a pain when you try to use the mushroom to fall onto the top ledges. But the last jump isn't as hard as it used to be now that people are using the shovel. There's a really cool super jump on Green Tunic screen there. We didn't really talk too much about, but it's pretty cool. You can super jump off the wall and then clink on a P-hat in order to change Link's direction. And he fall down onto a higher ledge, which seems really weird, but now we're going to see if GT is going to go for the save strat. Yeah, he's going for the save. So they'll have multiple tries at this instrument cutscene skip.
Yeah, so saving there wastes about 30 seconds, but if he fails it, he can at least try 1 or 2 more times. Although if you fail it too many times, it's just not worth it at that point. But it usually is faster than trying to...
no go on the first try. No cutscene eat on the D7 opening for Darko either.
So D7 is probably one of the most broken dungeons in this run, I guess. Well, although I don't know.
It's pretty broken.
Reasons, but yeah, you don't really do much. You just throw some bombs and then that's it.
People that played this dungeon casually usually hated it, from what I've heard, but yeah, bomb triggers make this pillar section a joke.
Yeah, so kind of like I did with Walrus Skip, you're just doing the same thing but with a hole. If you just drop 2 bombs really fast, it triggers the cutscene on the screen, I guess, and the cutscene on that screen is destroying the pillars. For some reason, I don't really understand the specifics of this dungeon, but you have to do the pillars in a certain order, I think, and you have to make sure...
Yeah, for the bomb triggers. Yeah, so bomb triggers, like, activate certain actions on a screen, and it's the first action in the line of code, and the one Zol is actually higher up in the code than the first pillar, so you have to actually kill that Zol in order to activate the pillars, and you have to activate them in that order that was done in order to actually bomb trigger them. There we go. We got a nice yes from Green Tunic now.
Yeah, so now Green Tunic doesn't have to do the Ghost Quest after D8, but Darko doesn't have to do it.
It's not as big of a time save as he could have had, but it should still save him time while we're getting the Ghost.
So you saw that Darko did some Goomba jumping. We'll see it on Green Tunic's screen soon, but that trick is probably one of the most annoying tricks in this game because it's just all... It's pretty much just luck. You just have to wait for the Goombas to be in the right spot and then jump on them.
It looks really cool, but it's probably the most annoying trick to hope for. Because you have, like, no control over it, really, if the Goombas don't want to cooperate.
And so, usually you go for the rest of the ICS here, but getting them really... It doesn't really affect anything in terms of the run. You just waste time by not getting it, pretty much.
It saves like 16 seconds or something?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it's not really too important that they get the rest of them. It's just D4 that has that really big consequence. You saw that as soon as Darko came out of D7, he buffered in the save and quit menu, and that allowed him to skip falling down the hole. And so he can just continue to D8 rather than going down and then going back up the mountain and all that stuff.
It's really weird how the save and quit menu causes you to fall further down instead of falling into the pit.
Yeah, the mushroom's like the savior of this run, pretty much. Yeah, so here's some more mushroom jumps. This next one, in my opinion, is probably the hardest jump in the game. But there's a couple easy ways to do it. You'll see Darko use the same shovel Pegasus bootstrap that he did for Rooster Skip. But getting on this little piece of wall is really annoying.
Yeah. That's a really far jump. There we go.
Nice, you got it.
Nice. Nice, we got a cutscene from Bow Wow on GT's side. So yeah, Bow Wow can actually eat the cutscenes for opening some of the dungeons in this game, which is really nice. It works by having the cutscene take the place of the block that you break when you lift it up beside the keyhole, and Bow Wow just eats it. It's really weird, but it saves a bit of time entering D7. Nice bomb trigger.
There's some piece of power.
The worst spot to grab it.
So D8 is where we get the best item in the game, pretty much. After this, we don't... Yeah, we just destroy everything.
There's not much of the game left once you get this item. Not that many of the bosses are that difficult in this run, but yeah, we won't be seeing any more dungeon boss fights.
This is actually the maximum amount of hearts we get as well, in this run, so we don't get any more heart containers or anything.
Ooh, Goomba Surf coming up here. There we go, nice. Play no skip. Shout out to LADX runners that can't do it. So the rule sets are a little bit different between LA and LADX, which is why Blingo Skip is allowed in this run and not in the other. Here's the first deload glitch with the fire rod.
Yeah, so basically how you do this trick is you just use the fire rod and then pause a couple frames later. And what it does, well, what I think it does is that it basically spawns like a bunch of little fires that you throw, and it fills up the sprite slots in the game, so that whenever you transition, since the sprite slots are filled, it can't spawn anything else in the next room. And so you can deload pretty much any room that you want to.
It saves a lot of time in the rest of the game, because you can use it to deload bosses as well, allowing you to get the instrument without having to fight bosses anymore. This is a tricky little super jump here. Going for the buffer method.
Yeah, so in this game, when you're jumping and you keep on pausing, it actually slows your momentum. Because if he just did the super jump normally, he would have fell in the lava. So he's pausing to kind of interrupt that. And there you can see he despawned the boss with the same fire rod glitch.
No ICS there again.
Yeah, so now that you know we can basically despawn stuff, we're just going to go back to, well, near the end of the game, we're going to go back to the dungeons we didn't finish, and just despawn everything there and collect the instrument. So you saw Darko go back through D8. It's actually faster to go
Oh yeah, I forgot.
to the top of D8 to go back in the portal, because well, basically we're trying to go to D6 right now, and it's actually faster to do go back to the portal rather than going through the overworld.
This run is also a little bit different than what I've seen. I've seen TGH do a run of this lately, and he actually came back to D8 later in the game to finish it after getting the fire rod.
Yeah, that's if you're doing powderless, which we'll get to at the boss fight, I guess.
Oh yeah, you powder.
And then since Darko didn't get the D4 ICS, the ghost appeared. And since you have Bow Wow, the ghost actually just looks like a second Bow Wow. Because reasons, I guess. But yeah, so he has to do this whole side quest to send him back to his grave. And you can't enter D5 or D6, I believe. Or
you can't enter any dungeons anymore. Once you get,
any dungeons, okay.
Yeah, he just doesn't let you enter when you have him following you.
Yeah, so we'll see the runs get a bit closer, because he has to do this whole side quest.
Oh no, he went to the house first before going to the graveyard, so you have to actually go to the graveyard.
I don't even know how to do this quest, to be honest.
You're supposed to take him to his grave first, which is near the witch's house. And then you're supposed to take him back to his house. I believe. I've never actually done the side quest. It's just from what I remember from watching, like, hundo runs and stuff. Oh, it is the house first? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, either way, it's definitely an annoying quest to have to do.
Alright, so now we're going to continue the trip to D6 that we should have done before, but we have to return the ghost first. And since we have Bow Wow, this doesn't... So you still have Bow Wow and LADX, but because this is on the original Game Boy, I guess, the game can't really handle this next part too well with Bow Wow.
Yeah, the memory's not as big for the original Game Boy ones, so all these sprites lag a lot when you have Bow Wow. There's actually... You can actually despawn some of these screens if you use the Fire Rod to save some of this lag time. It seems like Dargo's just gonna trudge through them.
Yeah, even if you use the Fire Rod, I mean, if you don't get it first try, then it's still slower, and so I mean, both the ways aren't really slower or faster too much, but the lag's pretty funny, at least.
It's definitely very visible. No need to bootstraps here either.
When I first started running this game, people were still using boots for this boss for some reason.
Fire Rod is just so good.
Yeah, and then I was like, wait, Fire Rod kills you? Because I think I was watching like 100% run. I was like, why don't we just use the Fire Rod? Screw the boots.
Nice. GT used the smaller jump instead of the pause buffer method to get across. That super jump into the boss room here. Oh, nice. ICS. Yeah, this will be where GT catches up a bit now that he doesn't have to go return the ghost. Oh, that fairy drop.
Because the hitboxes are bad in this game, you couldn't get the fairy.
You also can't grab fairies with swords in this game, which is really awful. But that fairy did not want to cooperate. Going into D6 with half a heart.
So here you'll see him do a trick to kind of beat the cutscene, but do it with the Fire Rod instead. When you open dungeons, the opening cutscene is actually a sprite. So if you do the Fire Rod glitch and then open it, that sprite doesn't spawn. So you don't have to worry about watching the cutscene or anything.
Oh. Going for the death, I guess? Looks like GT's just gonna run through the lag as well. So now, pretty much any room you have to like deal with enemies in to open doors and stuff, you can just despawn them with the Fire Rod and skip having to kill them.
Actually, that room Darko just did is like one of the only rooms that you have to kill people in.
I think it's because of the transition, right? Since you have to go up the stairs, you can't actually enter that room with a Fire Rod despawn.
Yeah, right, it's just like the direction you enter it from, basically, or how you enter.
Yeah, it's got to be like an actual like transition without a fade out. Like despawning those 4 whiz robes there. Saves a nice amount of time and bombs.
Yeah, so now we get the boss key, and we're just gonna head to the boss. And this dungeon's really fast without, or with the Fire Rod, because you can do this. It despawns more than enemies. There's these, what are they called? Like the
owl statues?
Yeah, the owl statues.
Yeah.
You can actually, they count as a sprite too, so you can despawn them. Normally there's one on the top of this ledge here that Darko's jumping off of, and so that allows for a big shortcut.
It's probably one of the coolest despawns, I think, that you can just despawn a whole owl statue and have it actually save time. Nice corner pit walk there.
And here's Facade. What a good boss.
Not that it's much better when you actually fight it. GT not too far behind, in the same dungeon now.
Oh, and right here, Darko is gonna... Normally an owl talks to you when you go down on that screen, but you can also despawn owls. We're actually gonna do that later in D3 as well.
Yeah, you also do it at the end of the game as well, to avoid the owl before the final boss fight. Time for everybody's favorite dungeon, Dungeon 5. I guess it's not that bad now that you have Fire Rod.
Yeah, it definitely makes D5 a lot more bearable than idea. So normally in this dungeon, there's like 4 different rooms or something where you have to kill the skeleton guy, and after the 4th or whatever time you meet him, you get the hookshot. But we skipped the hookshot in this game, so it's actually a lot faster. You have to do a lot of backtracking in order to get the hookshot. But since we don't need it, because that's why we got the mushroom earlier, it's a lot quicker.
Combination with super jumps and despawning stuff, you don't actually need the hookshot.
Yeah, normally the hookshot is necessary because that's the only way to kill the boss. But again, we don't fight bosses, so yeah. So at this point, Darko is really just going to get the boss key and then just head straight to the boss. Like I said, in LADX there's a lot of like backtracking and stuff like that, which you'll see later. But luckily in this game we don't have to do all that stuff.
It's really nice because this is probably the worst dungeon in LADX now. This jump. The mushroom strats. Surprised you went for mushroom strats. Definitely need to make sure you don't forget to skip that mini boss again with the fire rod.
Yeah, whenever you despawn something, it actually doesn't flag it as dead or whatever, so it's still there. So every time you actually go through a room, you have to despawn. Because the mini boss is technically still there, it's just you didn't allow it to spawn.
It's really weird to think about. You can despawn bosses, get the instrument, and you could probably come back and fight them again for no reward.
Alright, nice. Darko got nice use.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with the ICS sometimes, because you can save and quit too early and not actually get the instrument. So, if you're going to go really fast, you have to be a little risky, but...
GG going to get his boss key. Yeah, we're heading to Dungeon 3 now. To finish that up, so we get to see another flop clip here, which skips a good, well, it skips getting at least one key, so. Nice first try. The clip through that block always makes me laugh. Or the thwomp. Skip Vitreous.
You're basically just hoarding instruments at this point. No real fighting or anything.
Really, there's not much challenge to the rest of the run until the final boss. In terms of having to fight anything.
Yeah, it's really just getting your fire rod glitches right. And here Darko's going to skip another owl that you would normally encounter after finishing D3. Alright, so I guess this is a good time to talk about powderless. So, in the final fight, the blob you need to kill with magic powder, but there is a way to do it with just your sword, but it's basically luck for the most part. And so in this game, it's pretty risky to not have the powder, because then you have to do it with just your sword, which is kind of a mess. So it is slower, but it's a lot safer to just get powder.
There's another weird difference between LA and LADX as well, because in LADX you can actually just use the mushroom to auto-kill the blob, and it doesn't actually work in this game, which would be really nice if it did.
Yeah, so the reason why Darko went inside the witch house is just to get rid of the mushroom. Because, like I said before, the mushroom and powder can't really exist at the same time. So he gave the witch the mushroom so that the powder spawned in D2. In this room, you have to kill the enemies in a certain order. So you can't actually despawn the enemies, because it doesn't really trigger the chest or anything, because I guess of how the room is set up.
Despawning the platform you need to drop here. It's pretty funny. Some of this stuff I would have never thought to do.
And despawning the D2 boss, again.
No need to fight bosses. They're inconsequential. Oh, nice. GT getting an instrument cutscene skip there in D3.
Alright, so now we should have all the instruments, and we're just going to head to the final boss.
Luckily it's nice and close from leaving D2 here.
So in order to actually activate the cutscene to open the egg, you need a song and the ocarina, but, you know, we never got the ocarina. But luckily bomb triggers act as an equivalent, so we can just do that.
We'll just play the song on our bomb.
Basically Ocarina of Time.
Ooh, our piece of shame. I'm surprised Darko didn't go for the owl despawn. I guess it's not that big of a time save. It also sucks if you miss the bomb trigger when you despawn the owl, because then you have to go down again.
So the direction in the egg here, it's actually fixed until, what is it, until you go into the
Read the
library,
book.
right?
Yeah, you have to read the book with the magnifying glass, I guess, right, to tell you the actual route through the egg. Otherwise, it just has like a default route, which is really nice since we know the default route. You don't have to actually go read the book and stuff. No quick kill, but powder.
Yeah, so Darkheart didn't go for the quick kill, but you can do it with the sword, but since you already have powder, you might as well just use it. So the Aghanim in this game, the first 2 balls that he shoots are guaranteed to be the good ones, I guess.
Good balls.
Yeah, the good balls. And then the last 2 are 50-50, so either you get blue balls or you get the one that you want.
Technically, we know how it works, but it's still 50-50 because it's not controllable.
And because we have a super low amount of hearts, this run is actually scary if you get a lot of blue balls.
It's definitely not something you want here at the end. Nice. Only 1 blue ball.
If you time a spin attack there as the Moldworm spawns, you can just get a quick kill, and you can just mash the sword button and kill him.
Locking plate. It sucks when you don't get it, because it's actually a real pain to kill that Moldworm when he's running around the room. So you have to hit him 16 times. So this is the final fight you have to go through. Deathel, or Death Eye, whatever you want to call him. You have to shoot him in the eye 16 times. Arrows. There's a skip for him, but since we don't have Ocarina, we can't do that anymore. So yeah, we just have to kill him with arrows, which also comes down to RNG. This final boss is really RNG. And that'll be the end of the run here, as soon as he goes up the stairs.
One thing about this game is you can actually die as he's dying there if you touch his arms. So the time actually ends right at as you walk up the stairs, because you can technically still die on the stairs. But, yeah.
And that's time.
Alright, so yeah, it was a good run. So next up is going to be Seasons. So it would be Dren for Team Courage. I think Dragon's coming up for Team Wisdom.
So good luck to them.
Hello. Hey. Alright, looks like Dren already started. He did some dancing.
Dancing is very important.
Yeah, that's the most important part about the speedrun.
If you don't dance well at the start here, you're just gonna, put yourself behind for the whole game.
So yeah, this is Oracle Seasons. The brother game of Oracle of Ages. This game is not too glitch heavy, like Link's Awakening, which you just saw, but it's very like optimization heavy, and the main difficulty with this game is survival. It's very, very easy to die, and we'll point out very like scary sections later on.
It's very much a game of like lots of little mistakes can add up and really cost you big time chunks if you just keep making those tiny little mistakes. So you're gonna see both players try to keep their movement and their menuing and everything else as optimal as possible.
One of the great things about this game is there's a lot of very tiny optimizations that add up really quickly, so as we get to them, I'll point them out.
So at the beginning here, it's just a lot of text mashing going through the cutscenes here. You notice that both players are on Japanese. It's not only because of the text, which is faster in the English version, but also because of when you reset the game, it takes less time on the Japanese version, as well as some small exclusive time savers on the Japanese version.
So right now, we're just getting the sword. So we go through Hero's Cave. It's very basic, straightforward. There's some annoying keys, but be expected.
Yeah, keys are probably one of the worst enemies in this game because they're just so random. The way that enemies work in this game is that every frame that they move, the RNG changes, and that changes their movement. So basically, you can never rely on 95% of the enemies to do the same thing each time. You have to adapt. You have to adapt very well, especially over pits.
Alright, so coming up is the most important NPC of the game. It's known as Spondo Tree. Just look at that guy. Isn't he adorable?
Very important tech there. Saying no to the tree, very important.
Yeah, that's a common thing to like mess up when you're starting out. And
you don't want him to talk again.
Yeah, and that like text box thing is like more apparent with other NPCs later on.
So Dren here is entering the first dungeon, the Gnarled Root dungeon, and it's gonna have this whole game has a lot of similarities to Zelda 1, because it basically started as a remake of Zelda 1 for the Game Boy, but then they decided just to take those resources and make a whole new game out of them. So you'll see map layouts and and dungeon locations that are identical to Zelda 1.
And especially the bosses.
Yeah, the bosses are pretty much a copy. Although I don't think Zelda 1 had minecart, so that's probably a new addition.
And it's a good thing they didn't have minecarts, because minecarts suck. want to see Dren like try to kill some enemies to get some rupees because he needs only 10 rupees later on. So between Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2, he's going to try to get some rupees. Oh man, he got a combo there a little.
Yeah, knockback can be pretty brutal if you're set off in the wrong direction by a Keys or another enemy, and he just chains.
Yeah, you don't have many iframes when you get hit in this game, so it's very easy to get comboed. Alright, that was a pretty good mini-boss fight.
Those bosses have a shared health, right?
Yeah, they do.
So you only need
kill
to
one,
take out...
the other dies. And also that was a very Zelda 1-esque room. Those are pretty bad spots for small ones. Oh, Dragon got 10 rupees already, so he's already set.
Nice. So that's... He's got some RG in his favor there.
So on this screen coming up, if you just do your movement correctly, you can avoid having to kill any of these hands. Some people have like different methods of doing it. Some people are like just hug the bottom blocks, or they just move slightly slower.
And you see here in Dren's boss fight that he's getting really unlucky. So
Oh yeah, got 2 charges.
the boss has several attacks, and the charge one is the one you definitely don't want. He's invincible when he's charging, and it takes a long time for him to do it and to get back in position.
Yeah, he definitely got the most uncommon and unluckiest card. Yeah, those charges costed quite a bit of time, so Dragon can catch up a little bit if he gets 0 charges.
Alright, we should talk about the seasons. So, this is actually, yes, Oracle of Seasons, and what's happened is General Onyx has stolen Din and thrown the seasons into chaos. And so whenever you transition to certain areas, the seasons change from winter to now fall or spring or summer. And each season there's something different that happens in the environment. So in the winter, there's snow that piles up on the ground, and it can create additional paths. In the spring, certain flowers bloom, you can use those to gain access to areas. In the summer, when the heat is really on, water recedes in certain areas that you can access. And in the fall, there are leaf piles that cover up certain holes, and as well as mushrooms that you can pick up only in the fall.
So there are going to be many parts of the run where they have to change the season to progress.
So Dren here is in the second world of this game, Subrosia, and this is where the Temple of Seasons has fallen. You have to progressively through the game visit each corner of this temple to gain access to additional seasons.
Yeah, but first he needs to get the rod of seasons from the middle temple.
So one thing we didn't talk about when Dren was doing it, but now Dragon is on it, is the hiding minigame from Rosa. To gain access to the portal to Subrosia, you have to follow her to it without being caught. So that's what he's doing here. He's hiding from Rosa in this auto-scroller minigame.
Yeah, and there's a few different patterns. It looks like he got like the most average pattern there, but she can cost you some time.
Her line of sight is pretty weird. You can do goofy things while you're doing it when you're stuck in the auto-scroller.
Yeah, unlike Link's Awakening, there's actually height in this game, so if you like stand on that tree stump on that screen, she won't be able to see you.
Yeah, same. I know if anything's like slightly above my head too, I can't see it at all.
Same. I guess we should point out that switch that Dragon just hit with the bomb. You're technically supposed to get the boomerang and hit that switch, and in order to get the boomerang, you're supposed to do some subversion dancing, and that obviously takes up a lot of time. That wastes like a couple of minutes. So we completely skip level 1 boomerang, but later on we'll get level 2 boomerang.
Right, the game doesn't care if you have the first level or not. It'll give you the second level upgrade, regardless. And Dran's just picked up the shovel. One thing with the winter season is that, as well as snow piles piling up, the lakes freeze over, so you can walk over them. So that's how he got there. And now he's heading straight to the second dungeon. There's really not a lot between dungeons in this game until later on.
Alright, Dungeon 2. It's relatively straightforward as well. I guess one of the most annoying things about it is there's a lot of enemies, so it's very easy to die.
Honestly though, it's a good place to get rupees. Like, he got a 5 rupee drop from those snakes, which is gonna help him a lot.
If he doesn't get 10 rupees, there is a 10 rupee chest in the middle of the dungeon that you can go out of his way to get.
Saving Quit is abused a lot in this run because of just how convenient it is not having to backtrack through dungeons. It always puts you right at the start of the dungeon you're in, or the area you're in. So all that has been incorporated into the route.
So this bomb room is on a timer. If you don't open the chest in time, it'll disappear. And that's really bad if you don't, because you don't have that many bombs. And that means you're gonna have to either go farm some or buy some bombs from this Deku scrub right outside the room.
Not only that, but it's such a huge time waster. You got to usually you get to right at the end, and then you missed it, and you gotta go back, get new bombs, then you blow up all the blocks again.
Yeah. Alright, it looks like Ben's just gonna skip the chest because he almost has 10 rupees and he almost got another rupee, but he screen transition. So he's probably just hoping for a lucky draw.
Yeah, and he got it.
He got some. Nice. Do you want to explain this?
Sure, I guess. In the Japanese version, this boss, Hasei, Hassan, whatever, that you saw in Link's Awakening, he's back, and for some reason in the Japanese version, his sprite is loaded, but you just don't see it, so you can damage him without triggering the start of the fight. This is fixed in the English version. He's still there, but you can't damage him. It's just slightly faster because he doesn't go through his phases, he doesn't disappear or anything like that. Just a tiny small time saver because you're using the Japanese version.
Later on, you have to fight him again in the final tower, and unfortunately, you can't do that same trick again.
The way the fight triggers is that you enter a certain number of tiles into the room, and that's what starts it. But when in Onyx's tower, you
trigger
enter from you enter from the bottom and it triggers immediately because that's where the trigger tile is.
Alright, so here's King the Dongo. It's pretty straightforward. You just throw a bomb in his mouth and then throw him on the spikes. There's some like minor optimizations where you want to get him as close to the wall as possible, so he charges right there, and then he'll instantly turn around, and then you can just throw him.
He moves according to how you move. He tracks you, so you can completely manipulate how he moves around the room with your position.
His attack pattern is completely fixed as well.
Oh, it's Maple. Oh, see ya, Maple. So something that doesn't come up in Oracle Seasons is that, well, you don't see it in the run, but it happens in both Oracle games that if you kill a certain amount of enemies, Maple Witch will appear on the screen and start flying around, and if you bump into her, she'll drop a bunch of loot, which is randomly generated. Oh, Dragon missed the bomb.
Oh man.
Hopefully the pattern is not too off for him now. Anyway, Maple, yeah, she can drop a lot of good stuff that we've used in previous routes in ages, and it's using like 100% stuff like that.
Alright, that wasn't too bad of a time loss. and just picked up some scent seeds. They're really only just used for one boss fight, but it speeds up that fight real quickly. And here's Bueno, which you need 10 rupees for. Just need to punch him out of the ring so you can get Ricky's gloves.
Which is easier said than done because of how his hitbox is. It's like really janky.
Yeah,
You have, like, tiny-
nobody understands this hitbox. And the strat for that is really just mash and pray.
Yeah, just charge at him and help your fist connect. So you see here the first of our lovely animal friends, Ricky the kangaroo. He can jump over one-tile gaps, like so. He can also jump up cliffs, and he has a punching attack that he can charge up into tiny tornado at things. But he's only really useful for those screens immediately. And he gets off of Ricky early, because if you move up into the autumn areas, he'll say, hey, this is as far as I'm going to take you, and blah blah blah, you're on your own now. But you can skip that text box if you simply just get off him one screen earlier.
And you saw Dren, he picked up Pegasus seeds, which are going to be used a lot throughout this run because they increase your speed. And there's going to be a lot of, like, I guess Dragon and Dren have slightly different seed routing, but seed routing is really important in this game if you want to be very optimal.
Mm-hmm. Unlike Pegasus boosts, which are unlimited use, obviously you have a lot of restrictions with the number of seeds you have, as well as how long it lasts, and if you do a transition up and down stairs or enter an area, you lose the seed. So that all goes into the routing of the Pegasus seeds, as well as where guaranteed drops are going to happen, and if you get a lucky drop from an enemy, how do you adapt to that?
Yeah, there's a lot of adaptability to that. And there'll be like a few instances where they just go back to the Pegasus seed tree to get more seeds because it's just faster that way. Because it's way better than just hoping you get a seed drop.
So Ricky is the animal friend we choose for the rest of the game. The rest of the game being leading up to the next dungeon. But there are ways to get the other animal friends, Bush the bear and Dimitri the swimming to Dongo. But both methods are much slower, and they don't offer, they don't make up the time very well at all. So we just use the default animal for seasons, which is Ricky.
And so Dren, he got this jewel from a chest, and that's going to be needed to open Dungeon 6 later on, along with 3 other jewels. And Dren just got first try star-shaped ore. There's 4 different spots that star can be in on 4 different tiles, so it's pretty lucky that he got the first one.
Mm-hmm. And now that he got the ore, he can trade for Ribbon and go on a date with Rosa.
Yeah.
Which is basically the whole aim of the game, to go on a date.
Basically, this run ends after the date ends, so...
Mm-hmm. There's no point anymore after that.
Yeah, that's basically how you get a girl in real life. You just give her a cute bow, and she'll be happy.
So the real reason we get Rosa, not just for the date, but also because of her key, her master key, that can open any locked door in Subroja. So we use that to gain access to this area, which gives us another season.
Alright, let's see what Dragon gets. Not first try. Second try, not bad.
Yeah, getting third or fourth try is not ideal because you've checked all the other spots first, and chances are you probably haven't seen third or fourth in quite a while, and you forget the spot, and you start digging.
Yeah, I've experienced that many times. My brain just dies and digs every spot.
Mm-hmm. So Dry now has the season of summer, which, in addition to lowering water levels, it allows vines to grow in certain areas. Like entering this dungeon. Dungeon 3.
Dungeon 3, oh boy. Well, first, there's these, like, spike enemies. You're normally supposed to use the shield to knock them on their back, but you can also just use the shovel. So we completely avoid getting the shield in this run.
Mm-hmm. The shield just takes up space in the menu and makes menuing just that much harder for something we don't use.
Alright, let's see. Jen is going to attempt to do a hand manip here, and unfortunately he already got caught, but there's like a series of visual cues that you use to... You move in certain places, and he has like certain visual cues for when to start moving again to lure the hands into specific spots. And basically, he aims to push the pot on the switch without having to equip his sword and kill hands. That saves quite a bit of time. And you go through this room twice, so it really adds up. But it looks like he's gonna take out the sword because it's not worth getting caught again.
Yeah, hands are bad, dude. They have like really janky hitboxes and attack boxes. Like they can grab you in positions that you thought were like safe, but it's larger than what's visually there.
Mm-hmm. And if you try to throw a pot at hands, if you throw the pot at like the other half of their hitbox, they might like bump into you, and then they'll catch you, and it really sucks.
Mm-hmm. So that was the extent of Oracle of Seasons puzzling.
Yeah, that's just a small taste of it. You'll see more puzzles in Ages.
Yeah, Ages is definitely the puzzle-heavy game, while Seasons is more action-oriented. So there's a lot of gimmicks and puzzles in Ages, and it's just more cerebral. You gotta figure stuff out. In Seasons, you got to not get grabbed by hands, which Dragon just did.
Oh man. Yeah, hand manip in this dungeon is not easy at all. Definitely takes a lot of practice. Alright, this underground section coming up on Dren's screen is pretty scary. It's not so much scary on the way there, except Dren just got hurt a lot. But like on the way back, it's very easy to lose all your hearts.
He's in a tough spot right now.
He might die on this. If he takes it slow, he might be okay. Oh, nice, he got a heart.
Oh man, he passed up the second heart. What a brave fellow.
Yeah, one thing to point out is Dren is very... He likes to take a lot of risks, so... Don't be surprised if you just hear beeping from his game a lot. He plays on low hearts a lot. Alright, that's good. If the Thwomp like hit him, he would have lost a heart and died.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage, and not only that, but they push you to either side as well.
Yeah. So you could get hit and then fall into the hole, and then there goes at 1.5 hearts. Looks like Dren opted out of doing Hammer Nip this time, because he didn't want to take the chance.
See hearts.
Luckily, there's 2 hearts before the mini boss.
So the way this mini boss works is that you have to pick them up out of the small pools that they spawn in, and there's a set pattern that they flop around in after you pick them up, and you just have to time your slashes to hit them each possible time.
And usually if you miss like second or third slash, you can make up for it by charging up a spin attack and then get it on the final hit. That counts as 2 hits because it takes 4 slashes to kill each squid. You pushed the wrong block.
It's fine, dude, it's fine. Everything is okay.
Nothing can go wrong.
See, just everything is okay. He ran out of speed, that's okay.
Yeah. So you can see that Dren just used up his last Pegasus seed here. So it shows you how tight seed routing is.
I almost died to P-Hat.
Yeah. Luckily, this boss drops a lot of hearts. Well, there's a little mini moth drop a lot of hearts. At least most of the time. They can sometimes just not drop anything. Just tick you off.
Alright, Dragon's not that far behind, so this is still a pretty close race.
Yeah.
He can make
Like
up
I
a
said
lot of
earlier,
time.
it's easy to like die anywhere, so if Dren dies in a bad spot, Dragon could be equal or even ahead.
Everything comes down to Dig Dogger, dude.
Impossible boss.
That was a really good recovery from Dragon, where he missed a slash on one of the squids. And so he knew how much health was left on each one, so he picked one up and picked up the other one, and was able to take both of them out at the same time.
And in case you missed Ricky, he's back. So in this section, you kind of hope you get Pegasus seed drop. Oh look, Dren got one. It's not like a huge deal if you don't get it, but it definitely helps. There we pass King Moblin, who we never see again. Oh, maybe we'll see him in ages, actually.
Yeah, we'll see him there, I guess.
I guess. We pick up Gale Seeds, which will allow us to teleport in between different seed trees that we've already visited. That'll be helpful.
And we see here some kids bullying Dimitri, which is very bad. Don't bully.
Yeah, don't bully, please.
No
Can we get like
bullying.
anti-bully ranger?
Anyway, you save Dimitri by giving the kids all your bombs. Because, you know, I think it's great that you can give little kids explosives. And it's just okay in this world.
Yeah, kids these days.
So what you can do is swim in deep water, and as well as go up waterfalls, which allows us to get to that area to get the diver's permit, I think it's called now.
Something like that.
Diver's license.
Yeah, driver's license.
Driver's, yeah. Driving down underwater, dude, with your flippers.
Yeah, so we get that and give it to that guy to get the flippers, and now we can actually swim. Oh, it looks like Dragon also got a Pegasus Seed drop, so that's good. Also, unlike Link's Awakening, it's faster to jump upstairs. So they're gonna be doing that a lot. And now we lose our feather because these two punks thought it would be funny to steal it. Now we have to get it back.
It's the second version of the hide and seek minigame, which is just a lovely
much
auto
fun.
scroller. You can tell how much, how entertained Dren is right now.
Dren is known for doing some crazy stunts during this. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but if he does, it'll be funny.
Yeah, it's more abuse of the line of sight that these two possess. I should be eating my sandwich.
You could have ate your sandwich during this.
I could have, dude.
Oh yeah, look at him go.
Yo, double red ore. And a fire snake.
Big money.
Alright, so Dren got his feather back. The two geniuses there decide to bury it after stealing it. So now with the Pegasus Seeds and the feather, he can jump over these longer gaps very easily and gets to another section of the Temple of Seasons.
And we're getting spring this time. Aw, he didn't get the impossible jump there. That jump onto that last platform is pretty precise.
So he went out of his way to pick up that rock there, just to set up a shortcut for later on in the game. But after that, the rock just stays away from after you pick it up for some reason.
And Dragon had a fire snake on his screen. Or whatever the hell that is. Fire pokey, I don't know. Dragon just got some bananas.
Shouts to bananas.
Yeah, that's bananas.
Yeah, look at how much ore Dragon is picking up, dude. Look at all this ore.
Now we have a cute flying bear. Oh, it looks like Dren didn't do... There's a little different time saver that people do there, where they take up the flower that boosts you up that cliff, and they enter a cave and exit it, so that when they get that key, they save and quit, and they'll appear back at that cave. Whereas Dren, he save and quit and appeared back at the banana tree.
So the thing with Moosh is that he can't enter water at all, but he can float over a long number of holes. And I don't know, just be generally fat. I don't like Moosh.
Moosh did nothing wrong. Oh, nice. Dragon got the jump in that 2D section.
So roosters do reappear in this game, and you have to mash buttons pretty much to get height and forward.
I'm all one. Alright, Dungeon 4. I guess a lot of people would say that this dungeon has their favorite music. Pretty good. Oh, Dren's at 1 heart. Just not very good.
He was getting boxed out there really hard.
Yeah, you can see
this is the season's puzzle right here.
Got changed, I pointed out.
This is the season's puzzle.
It's a very easy puzzle. It's not looking good. There aren't many hearts coming up.
Yeah, and there's a lot of enemies and obstacles that can really...
Yeah, we got some Wizrogues, we got some Keys, we got some Anti-Fairies. Pretty much have hell over here. Oh, he tried to kill the Keys, and the Keys got him. That's pretty rough. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's a really bad thing to do because there's no way to
Don't do
actually
that.
hit the switch
You're
again.
learning this game, do not do that.
You have to fully reset the dungeon.
Well, it looks like Dragon caught up quite a bit because of that whole debacle. Dragon has a lot more hearts, which is good. This dungeon, I guess, it's not too bad, but you can die in a few spots. Usually people don't die in the underground section like Dren does, or Dren did.
There's just a lot of keys, dude.
What?
There's just a lot of keys everywhere.
Yeah.
Shadow's Mega Man.
Shout out to Capcom. Yeah, see, most people, if they have like a heart in that room, they would probably death warp. So like they could have 3 hearts when they respawn. But Dren is kind of crazy, so we'll keep going.
It's fine. When you're running in minecarts, you are invincible. So anything you run into just dies instantly.
And it gives you the opportunity to kill Keys and potentially get hearts. But it doesn't look like you got any? No. And like I said earlier, he plays really risky, so Dren's not gonna go out of his way to get hearts too much.
Even when they fall on him.
They're like 1 tile away, and he's like, nah.
So this very difficult puzzle where you have to kill all the enemies.
Yeah, very, very complicated, obviously. Alright, here's the mini-boss. He kind of looks like Ganon from Link to the Past. Basically, you need to light both torches in order to hit him.
Even if you know which one is the correct one, he won't take damage on this. He's just, it's bright enough to hit him.
Alright, at least Dren is sane enough to get the fairy. And now Dragon is approaching the mini-boss.
Oh yeah, he's caught up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And there we have the seed slingshot. So there's all different types of seeds that we've already seen quite a few of them. Ember, Scent, Gale, Pegasus.
And Mystery. Oh, well,
Mystery.
we got Mystery, but we didn't use them.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And we didn't use Scent seeds either. Yeah.
Well, they all have different effects when they're used by themselves, as we've been seeing for most of the run now with Pegasus seeds. But when they're fired through the slingshot, they have... Some of them have different effects. The Ember Seeds still light things on fire, but things like the Mystery Seeds can produce a random effect from one of the other seeds. The Gale Seeds, you can do this without the slingshot. If you just run up to an enemy and you use it on them, they'll be flung into the air and are gone forever. But the slingshot just lets you do it from a distance. Pegasus Seeds, when fired from the slingshot, freeze enemies in place. So the opposite effect. And Scent are just straight up damage.
Oh, nice. You two-cycle those wizards.
You use Gale Seeds on them because they take more than one spin attack to die. They have a lot of health. But
Yeah,
the Gale Seeds instantly...
Sword Slash it.
Yeah, the Gale Seeds instantly remove them from the room, so...
So, in this boss fight with Goma, you're supposed to break her claw with your sword, and then you start shooting Ember Seeds at her. But here you can just barely hit her eye with the Seed Shooter, and it takes 15 seeds to kill her. And we use those 10 seeds because we need Ember Seeds later on in different dungeons. But if we run out of Scent Seeds, we can just use a couple Ember Seeds. And if we run out of Ember Seeds, we can use Mystery Seeds as well.
And hope.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to get, like, Mystery Seeds randomly use the seed, so if you get, like, a Pegasus Seed out of a Mystery Seed shot, it won't do anything. And same with Gale Seeds.
What happened to the dragon? He was...
I don't know.
I think he died?
Maybe. Alright, we're back in Subrosia on Dren's side. We're going through this path to get a bomb flower in order to blow up some rocks in the way of the last season, which is fall.
Oh, Dragon was missing a key. Thank you for that.
Okay.
That's really unfortunate. He was pretty close to catching up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dragon had to switch to Ember Seeds at the end of that fight.
Alright, so Dren had to go pick up the special bomb to blow up those special rocks to get to the last season, autumn or fall. Because the game just outside.
Yeah, good reasoning.
Oh, Dragon went to the wrong tree.
I guess one thing to point out is, for Dungeon 5, you can actually do that before Dungeon 4. And I think some people accidentally found that dungeon before D4 in their casual playthrough. Because you don't need the siege shooter in that dungeon, I don't think. Nah, you don't.
No, I don't know anywhere that you absolutely have to use it.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Ages, where you don't have to use the switch hook really anywhere in the Crown Dungeon. Which was the item in Dungeon 4 and then Dungeon 5 respectively.
Alright, Dungeon 5, you get to see some more lovely minecarts.
Yeah, this is the key dungeon where you're collecting just
Yeah.
a ton of keys.
Yeah, you go through these like minecart rooms several times and then you get like I think like 4 or 5 keys. I don't know. The pea hat in this room is really annoying. Yeah,
Oh,
he's really destroying Trent. He can go wherever the heck he wants.
oh yeah, they have a really erratic pattern.
Doesn't care. And now we get the magnet glove, which is probably one of the cooler items in this game, in my opinion. You can do a lot of cool platforming like that.
The game doesn't care that you're over a pit, because the magnet glove overrides that in size. So you can do a lot of jumps, going from up and down to left and right with the magnet glove, and you won't fall into the pit that you're over.
And this room right here that Dren is in really sucks because all the enemies can be wherever. And mold arms are just very, very annoying.
So these 4 armor statues, the order that you kill them in is the order that you have to open the chests in to get this small key. If you get it wrong, the chests turn into a bunch of anti-fairies or sparks, whatever they're called.
Anti-fairies. Yeah. The sparks are... they have a different spark.
I always thought they were like differently named in the official version. Like officially they're named differently or something like that.
Oh, maybe. I just know that the ones that drop berries are called sparks. Okay, when you push that block, that magnet ball falls, and you can't save and quit until you see the shadow of the ball falling. Otherwise, when you come back there later, the magnet ball won't be there. So it's very important that you see the shadow before you save and quit.
Just trying to be fancy there.
It's not a good idea to be fancy with 1 heart leading into the mini-boss.
Although it does demonstrate an unusual quirk of the magnet gloves, is that because the game doesn't care that you're over pit when you're using them, you have a small window after using them where the game thinks you're on solid ground and you can jump.
Yeah, that only applies for like the spinning magnets. For magnets that are just like in place, that doesn't apply. Alright, well here's the mini boss. He has a lot of like different patterns. I think he'll be fine. His attack is kind of stupid.
Okay, he's fine.
Ideally, you want to beat him in 3 cycles, I think. Yeah.
So there's the magnet ball that he spawned earlier to open the switch. And normally you're supposed to move the magnet ball in that previous room into a position that you could use it to block the fire, but we just deboost through it because it's faster, and it doesn't really matter how much damage you take.
Yeah, the fire does 1.5 hearts. Keys. Best enemy in the game. Alright, here's Dig Dogger.
What a...
Yeah, that's pretty much all I can say.
Well, more seriously, is that there's obviously a giant magnetic spike ball that you have to run into Dig Dogger.
Yeah, that was a sick fight.
Like, yeah, 1 cycle, which is really good. So your positioning and the ball's positioning is what you have to keep in mind constantly during that fight. So you're pushing and pulling the ball, using the magnet glove to hit Dig Dogger, and then hit his little spawns that he splits into. If you're unable to kill the smaller spawns after a set amount of time, he reforms into the bigger Dig Dogger. It can get quite out of hand if you're like just out of position one time.
Alright, not a bad fight. Spirit Dragon. And now Dren is, he's picking up the last 2 jewels in order to enter Dungeon 6. Ooh, Dragon got hit quite a bit from those fires.
That's unfortunate. There's at least 2 hearts you can pick up on the way though.
If Keith could stop trolling him, that'd be great.
So Dren is solving the mystery of the ruins right now. There's a giant question mark on the beach, and he used a mystery seed on it, go figure. It spawned a terrible boss, a mini mold worm. Dragon is having a rough time in this room.
I don't think it's looking good, man.
Yeah, it seems pretty rough so far. He has to not get hit by Dig Dogger himself and also not ram the spike ball into himself. Which you can easily do.
Whoa. Alright, well. Oh, he hit himself.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, that is not an easy fight.
So what you're seeing on Dren's screen is Tome Ruins, which is where the game now gives full-fledged puzzles involving all 4 seasons. And so he's in the Lost Woods right now. He's changing the seasons as he goes through this seemingly infinite forest.
Alright, nice. Checking 1 cycle the second time back.
Nice. It's always the second time, dude. So what Dren is doing right now is he's changing the cycles, the seasons in a certain cycle, and he's solving the main trading quest for this game, and he got the Noble Sword, which is going to double his attack power with the sword.
Isn't it 1.5 times stronger?
Is it?
I think so.
That was like a 2.
No. It doesn't matter. It does a lot more damage. And it's worth it.
Right, because you don't have to do the actual trading sequence. You can just solve it outright, which is... it's always the same pattern of seasons that you have to do.
Also, the music in this area is really good.
That ball and chain guy really did not want to give up his flower.
Doesn't matter what season it is, that guy will protect his flower. Just an angry gardener. Alright, now it's time for Dungeon 6. Trent needs to challenge the ruins.
Challenge the ruins, dude. Everyone should challenge the ruins.
Agreed. This dungeon, it features a lot of like trap rooms where they just have nothing but like enemies and random BS to waste your time. A lot of the enemies are kind of dangerous, I guess. You have a lot more hearts compared to previous dungeons, but there are a few spots where anyone can die in.
Some areas have really like enemies do a lot more damage from this point on, and there's some trap areas that will instantly kill you if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's mostly like the Gibdos, the giant mummies that do a lot of damage. And like I said, there's barely any iframes in this game, so you can get comboed and lose like all your health. Wait, did that guy just go over the edge? What?
Yeah, he jumped the hole, dude.
Never seen that.
Well, he's
Showing there. Alright, here we finally get the boomerang. The level 2 boomerang. And this item can actually kill these armor statues.
So the magic boomerang is really good. It can pierce a lot of armor on certain enemies, and it's fully controllable. After you fire it, you can use your D-pad to change its direction and hit certain targets that are like bent around the corner or something like that.
One small optimization here is they slash those little crystal things, and then they jump instantly. And it gives them a little more distance.
So there you saw the magic boomerang in effect.
And then you'll see it again right here. And now that we have the boomerang, we can use them on sparks to get berries if necessary. Alright, now Dragon is just entering D6.
So this is a very, ancient ruined sort of trap where the walls are closing in on you. But if you use the Pegasus seeds and are careful about where you jump, it's easy to avoid getting crushed.
Yeah, and if you get crushed, it's an instant death.
Yeah, instant death.
There's a berry in that pot in case you need it. You want to explain this lovely mini boss?
So Vire here is a very interesting boss in that he tries to.
Oh my god, dude!
Well, okay, well, so much for that explanation. Maybe Dragon will be more kind of that.
Yeah, when Dragon gets to it, we should explain.
Well, I'll explain it anyway, because all he's doing right now is jumping around.
Yeah.
So Vire normally circles around you, or charges at you, one of the two. And if he circles around you, then he's gonna purposely avoid your slashes. If you try to slash at him, if you're not close enough, then he's just gonna fly away. What you want is for him to charge you, which is basically all he did to Dren.
Always lucky.
Always lucky, dude.
Alright, coming up here is Manhandler. He's been known to manhandle people. Basically you need to hit either 4 heads with the boomerang a few times. And there's like certain spots in the room where you need to stand to aggravate certain heads. So like oftentimes you'll see like people move around different spots in order to make sure they open their mouths. I guess it's their mouths, not heads. Whatever it is. And then after that, you just need a boomerang, the green piece of crap, and then just slash him.
What he was trying to do there was angle the boomerang so that it went like 90 degrees away from where he was positioned, and so when the boomerang hit the head on the far end, it traveled back through the body and hit another head. Normally, if you just like straight up fire the boomerang at the piranha head, it just bounces off and comes back to you. Alright, Dragon escaped the wall-crushing room. That's nice.
now we get to see some pirates.
This part of the story that Adren is at, he has to get the pirate spell and then restore it so that the pirates can set sail again, allowing you access to Dungeon 7.
If you look at Dragon Screen, he's getting some pretty bad patterns. But he got a charge at the end, which is okay.
It was a pretty average fight. It's pretty good.
It's not ideal, dude.
It's not perfect, yeah. Unfortunately.
Also, one thing we didn't point out earlier is these two switches that Dragon, in the room Dragon was in, it's random whether or not the switch you hit will activate the staircase, and if it doesn't, then some ropes will fall down. Then you can just leave the room and come back. Just do it again. And I think the worst I've ever gotten is like 10th try, something really bad.
Usually it's really nice. He just gives it to you first try.
Yeah, generally it's like first or second.
So what Dren had to do there was carry the pirate's skull around to various quicksand pits, and he would like make an animation, make a sound when you are at the right pit that has the pirate spell. It's randomly chosen where the bell actually is. So you have to run around and not drop the head at any point, except for when you find the correct pit.
Uh-huh. And Pegasus seeds at this section of the game are relatively tight. When we get to D7, basically when Dren runs out of seeds, ideally he'll run out of seeds, but he'll be like one room away from getting guaranteed seeds. Now it's time for some amazing pirate music.
Yeah, dude, this is the best music.
And you never get to hear this in Aegis runs, because you never go to that area.
So the pirate ship was stuck in Sabrosia, and now that they're moving somehow through the earth, they're gonna end up here in the desert on the other side.
Yeah, don't question it.
Yeah, and these are pretty lousy pirates. They're all getting seasick right now, and they can't handle it. So they have to dock, conveniently outside of Dungeon 7.
Dragon got a third try sand pit. I guess that's kind of average. It's average for me, at least. 'Cause I never get a first try. Oh boy, Dungeon 7. Okay, this...
It's all you.
In my opinion, this is like the scariest dungeon. If you die like anywhere before the mini boss portal, you will lose like 3 minutes maybe.
Yeah, an insane amount of time. And if you die before you get the cape, that's even worse.
Yeah, that's really bad because then you have to obviously go to the room to get the cape still.
It's your time to explain the skip.
Oh, yeah, post skip. So, normally you're supposed to kill one of the post sisters in order to light up all the torches in that room. Oh, well, to keep them all lit. Otherwise, if you enter that room, they slowly go off. And so, you can just barely enter the staircase before they run out. So, when they push the rollers, they pause as the torches are going out, and that like gives a little lag, which gives you some more time to just move and progress to the stairs. And it's not like frame perfect or anything, but it's fairly precise. You just need to make sure your jumps at the end are like well timed, and that you don't like hug the wall too much. Otherwise, you won't make it.
And in the end, it does let you skip quite a lot, so it's worth it to always go for it if you can.
Yeah, you skip fighting a post sister, and then you skip a small key. And that room that Jen just said, normally you need the cape for that, but you can just make it with Pegasus seeds and the feather. If you had to use the cape for that, that would suck because that's some serious backtracking.
That's how it's supposed to. It's how you normally do the dungeon. I'm pretty sure any runner of this game has no idea how to do this dungeon normally anymore.
I have an idea. I've just never done it. And these armor statues are kind of random. I guess the one that isn't an enemy is in a different spot each time. Here, Dren's fighting the second Poe.
In order to trigger the fight, you have to light all the lanterns in a short amount of time, which is why you need the Pegasus seeds to run around and shoot the lanterns.
Yeah, that's why they give you Pegasus seeds in the pots in the previous room. Oh, nice. So this magnet room is it's kind of scary if you don't activate the magnets. You can just activate the magnets with the boomerang, and then it'll be easy. But there's two different like ways of going through that room. Dren did like the more like harder way, but the other way that most people do is they take the top half and then they just use the magnets from there.
And you saw him line himself up across a 3-tile gap. You can just barely make 3-tile gaps before you get the cape. You have to be in a certain small pixel window though in order to make it, which is why he was using sword slashes against the wall, taps to line himself up.
And when he like paused to equip his seeds and to equip his seeds, he can buffer jump input. So it's a lot easier than if you just did a bufferless.
Well, Dragon's going for a skip.
And he got it. Nice. And Jen just beat the mini boss fight. If all the torches go out in that mini boss fight, then you get sent back to the beginning of the dungeon. So
It's bad. It's really bad.
It's a really bad time lock.
So because he skipped a small key at the very beginning of the dungeon, he's able to keep all the keys that he normally would have and skip getting that last small key in the room he just was in, which takes quite a while to get, because you not to knock a bunch of enemies into bits, and they randomly spawn around. A bunch of wizrobes.
The stairs maze is... I guess that's annoying for a casual playthrough, but the speed run, you obviously know where to go. And here we have Gleeok. You'll recognize him from Zelda 1. After you beat both of his heads, he just becomes this giant skeleton thing, and he just charges at you. But he's not really much of a threat.
He got Seeds of Life, dude.
Yeah, you got a pair of nuts. Look at that nutsack. Oh nice, Dragon, he got caught like on the corner of a magnet, but he paused so he could buffer a jump. So he could easily make it to the solid ground.
Nice. So casually in this game, at this point, the game kind of stops telling you where to go. And you have to figure it out. Like, oh, I know... Like, normally the tree tells you where to go in the first 7 dungeons. Like, oh, you need to go to this area, this area, this area. And for the 8th one, in both Oracle games, it's like, oh, I sense it somewhere in the world, and you have to go find it. So naturally, you just like look at your map and see like those big splotches of area you haven't been to.
Yeah,
I wonder if I should
not
go
too
there.
hard to find it.
Anyway, Dren is destroying the landscape right now.
Yeah, the poor ecosystem. What a jerk. Also, Pegasus seeds are very tight at this part of the run. If you have to use like extra seeds anywhere, you're gonna lose a lot of time.
And now he's running into a bunch of really hard enemies. They damage a lot. Those
Yeah.
dogs.
The enemies originally from Zelda 1. They suck. Luckily, they reward you with some fairies right before the dungeon.
They know how damaging this area could be, but Joey got through it with only like one hit. And now he's in the Sword and Shield dungeon. It's a great dungeon, dude.
This dungeon just... words cannot describe it. It's just... something. Music's good, but I can't say the same for anything else about it. You're supposed to drag that magnet ball to kill that guy, but we can just shoot a Gale Seed at it to teleport him away. That saves quite a bit of time. There's a lot of, like, pretty challenging platforming up ahead. Like, look at this. Just random flames just circling around. And
Lots of keys.
fire bubbles, and then there's keys, you know, like, you just have everything.
And now we have fire keys as well.
Oh yeah, fire keys. They do, 1 heart of damage. And when their, like, fire, like, lands on ground, you can just keep touching it and get comboed for a few more hearts. Pretty brutal. There's a guaranteed Pegasus seed from that pot that Dren just picked up. And normally, you're supposed to go through like a different staircase and drag that magnet ball out of the way, and you're supposed to like push it onto a switch, but you can just do that and avoid having to do that.
Some of it is
Okay.
clipping
Jump
into
to the
the ball and some of the blocks so you can squeeze through. And John picked up the triple seed slingshot, which is probably one of the most useless upgrades in Zelda games.
Yeah, it's not too useful. It's more useful, I guess, for like Twin Rova if you were doing like a length run, because that makes it easier to hit her. But for this game, it's not too useful. Or for like this run, rather. Do you want to explain Frypolar?
Sure, so Frypolar, he switches from ice to fire every time he gets hit by a mystery seed, and he can only be damaged by his own attacks. So the ice that he's hitting the mystery seed, he picks it up, and he's trying to hit both Frypolar and the ice at the same time, switching to the fire so he can hit him with the ice. That's the only way he can be damaged. After 3 hits, he goes down. So I guess the boomerang slingshot is good for that.
Well, yeah, but like other than that, it's not too useful.
It's an upgrade just for that boss.
And for those torches and the statues right there, they basically just like piled up all the things you need to use it in like 3 rooms. Used lit. Oh yeah, this ice underground section really sucks. if you mess up like the first screen, well, if the keys hit you when you're flying on the first screen, you just can't make it to the ice block, and then you just fall, and then you just get comboed more. Then the second
Physics are very weird on ice. You get sent in very different directions when you get hit by stuff.
And then like the third screen with the swamps, it's like really easy to get knocked off by the keys. And then you can just get hit by swamps and lose more hearts.
And in this room you have to kill all the enemies. So when you throw back to Zelda 1, as always, the pulse voice can be instantly killed with any musical instrument. So we used the flute there for the last time.
I guess one thing to point out is you can jump upstairs. It's faster to jump upstairs like on screens like this, but like in underground sections you don't save time jumping upstairs. And I guess that's more considered as ladders. But like you'll see in like Link's Awakening, they would just like mash like feather upstairs or up ladders.
So this entire second half of the dungeon is one giant ice block puzzle where you have to transfer the ice blocks that you can pick up and carry with you through the minecarts to the various holes that drop down to the lava, so you can cool off the lava and create a platform to the boss. This area especially it's really intricately routed so that you waste as little time as possible going through all the minecarts.
Mm-hmm. You get to see this lovely cutscene every time.
So you'd think you would be able to skip these cutscenes if you somehow managed to make it to those that staircase there. Unfortunately, if you do that, this doesn't register. You threw the ice block down.
Really sucks.
Mm-hmm. It saved like a good couple seconds, dude.
The darknuts sort of trolling the dragon a little bit. Dragon had to relit some torches a little bit. It's time. You have like a really short window to light all of them.
And if any keys get in the way of any seed, then you just have to start over. He's not too far behind though. He's been pretty consistent matching Dren.
Mm-hmm.
So if something happens to Dren, you catch up.
Ooh, dragon.
That's unfortunate.
Luckily, you can easily get on this conveyor belt if you have the seeds. That looks like he's gonna take it a little slow, just to be safe.
So you want to explain Medusa Head?
Not really. Alright, well, Medusa is like the only original boss in this game, and basically she can turn you into stone if she hits you with the blue ball attack, and then she can just damage you easily. She's pretty straightforward. You just have cape and you just attack her whenever you see her.
She does move.
What were you gonna say?
She does move in a weird pattern to try to avoid your sword.
Ideally, you wanna, like, when she's appearing in the middle, you wanna hit her, like, after her attack has finished, like, when she's, like, starting to move, you wanna hit her so she can stop moving. Otherwise, if you let her move around, you will have a hard time catching up with her.
The game expects you to use Pegasus seeds, like you shoot her with Pegasus seeds to freeze her in place.
And Dren revisited Husbando Tree to get the whatchamacallit, the Maku. The what?
Maku seed.
Yeah, whatever. Giant red thing.
It's important, dude. You can't forget it.
I don't know the lore in this game.
So until you get the seed and all the essences, if you try to enter this area, it just pushes you back. So that's exactly why we need all this stuff. If we were able to find a way to transition into one of the screens above this barrier, then you can essentially skip a lot of the game. Someday.
Doubt it.
Someday, dude.
Yeah, when I'm dead. Alright, here's Onox's tower. There's only a couple of rooms before the fight. First, we have to fight a bunch of wizards. And they're pretty annoying. Some people will use the hyper slingshot and they shoot gale seeds to instantly get rid of some wizards. But usually you don't have enough gale seeds to make it worth it. And here we see Facade again, the mini-boss from Dungeon 2. And Dren, ooh, he missed the last one.
Yeah, this is what you're skipping when you hit him when he's not spawned in Dungeon 2.
Alright, here's Onox. The first part of phase 1, you just need to spin attack him a few times. You can't slash him with the level 2 sword because it won't hit him. So you have to spin attack. And then after a while, you'll see Din appear. If you hit Din, you take a heart of damage. But one clever way of doing this fight is we spin attack Onox when Din's right next to him. And that allows us to have like a double hit on Onox.
Mm-hmm. His ice frames run out in the
causing damage. Now Dren has 1.5 hearts, which is pretty scary because this final phase is not exactly easy. So he always starts off by dropping his claw, and you want to get on and just spin attack the red jewel on his head from hand to hand, and he died. That's unfortunate. And the jumps are like fairly precise. There are like certain attacks where he'll like blow fire, and then his hands will like knock you off, and there's usually nothing you can do about it other than just being like really fast.
Also, if you're like slightly out of position, your sword will hit like an invincible area on him and just you'll bounce off of it and just have a bad time.
Ooh, Dragon died to Medusa. So like that's an example of how like that fight can go really crazy if you don't stop her from moving around.
That's really rough because the portal in Dungeon 8 is not that close to Medusa. In fact, it's really, really far away.
The fairy, dude. Yeah, the bosses in this game are no joke. Even with all these hearts, it's very easy to die. The magnet. So like the casual way of dealing with this fight is to use the Rod of Seasons to push Din away. Then you can just focus on Onox.
This might
and
be...
just did that because he didn't want to lose too many hearts, but he's at 1 heart anyway, so he might die again.
We'll see, dude. Their dragon used the Pegasus seeds to shoot Medusa head. Super in place. It's past her now.
Ooh, Dren's in a bad spot. I don't know why he thought that was a good idea.
Wow.
Well,
Dragon has a chance to make up some serious ground now.
Dren still has like a sizable lead, but yeah, Dragon is caught up a lot now.
He just has to not be...
Should have picked up the D8 heart container. Absolutely not. You don't need that heart container. You just need to not be too crazy. Oh, and fighting Facade with our bombs is the worst because you need to wait for him to give you the right attack. You want to see him summon some like insects, and you need to kill them to get some bombs, but they're not like a guaranteed drop. So like you could probably get screwed out just not getting bombs. And Dren's getting all the bad attacks. Alright, finally. He's saved this time. Alright, round 3. Hopefully we don't see any more deaths.
Alright, so.
Alright, he has 5 hearts.
That's better.
Last time. Dragon's just entering the tower. Yeah, I see he gets knocked off the hand.
Unfortunate Tink.
He's looking very good. Oh, he jumped up. The best attack. And GG, yeah. Finally.
He did it.
Finally, he's dead. It's arguably like one of the hardest Zelda bosses.
Yeah, because it's actually Sigma from X1.
Yeah, and we all know Sigma is impossible.
Exactly. Dragon unfortunately has run out of bombs here, facing Facade.
Hi.
Hello.
Good job on the run.
Good job on the run. Thanks, I did my best.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good run. I congratulate both of you guys for doing great jobs on the runs.
Thanks, dude. I beat my PV by 12 minutes here, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
He's really not getting any bombs.
This is bad. Oh, look, he's got spiders now. They didn't drop anything. Nice, dude.
Alright, well, I think it's time for Cass and I to go. And up next, we already have A Link Between Worlds starting. So stick around for that.
Yep, the race is certainly... The gap is certainly close between the two teams, so... keep watching.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
Oh, look at that. This ready for the run, as this is a great video game, Between Worlds. I like Between Worlds for being in this 2D relay. It's very three-dimensional, to be honest. I don't know, it's got the perfectly functioning Z-axis. Fortunately, it's broken as shit, so that'll probably come in. Okay, so for people who really know how this works, you start off the run by going to Kakariko and getting the weather vane, because we'll be able to fly there later. And next we're gonna go up to Death Mountain, because Death Mountain's a cool place to go. There's lots of cool stuff there, like rocks. Anyways, so he's gonna be able to use this bird here to clip out of bounds and enter this cave, which leads to Death Mountain. So, he wants, I believe, 10 rupees so that he can buy the tornado rod, or the bow rather, not the tornado rod. And wow, the 2 blue rupees, of course. Anyways, so he needs 10 rupees. I already got them. So basically, he's gonna go up. He's gonna activate a weather vane up here, and then he's going to die to get sent back to Link's house. So, if you go back to Link's house after coming to Death Mountain, which is a place he's not supposed to be until quite a bit later, there's something interesting in Link's house, because Ravio's here, and he's not supposed to be here, obviously, but he's here because he's supposed to be here by the time you go to Death Mountain. So when you go to Death Mountain, the game kind of is like, okay, great, I guess you've done shit, and then here's Ravio. But there's a special twist, a very exciting twist, if I might add, about Ravio here. Anyways, we'll see that in a bit. But first things first, he's just gonna buy the tornado rod and the bow. He's got the tornado rod for free because he doesn't have enough rupees to buy it. And then he'll just get the bow. I will point out that he cannot use any items yet because you might notice he doesn't have the Y button there on the touch screen, so you can't actually use any items until you collect the lantern, because that's what gives you the ability to actually use items for whatever reason. Okay, so next we're heading to the sanctuary. You go to the sanctuary just to advance the plot because you're supposed to do that. But then Dampy over here is like, no, we're not going to let you in because Dampy's a bully and he doesn't want you to come in, so you have to find another way in. We need to find a trick. We need to find a Dampé escape where you just enter instead of having to listen to Dampé because Dampé's an idiot. Anyways, so yeah, you get the sword that you get the ability to use the sword that you got earlier once you talk to Dampé, and you need some rupees for a bit later in the run, so there's going to be a little bit of rupee collection here, and you'll probably notice there's some rupees you'll collect later. There's a chest down here with another 20 rupees, and there's a cave later that has, I think, 300 rupees, or maybe it's 100, I can't remember. I haven't played this game in a while. Anyways, so you'll notice over here that if you don't have enough rupees, if you don't collect 10 rupees on the way up Death Mountain, you have to collect them while you're there and just wait for some boulders to break those rocks full of rupees for you. So you can take up all 3 poses there with a decently timed spin attack. They just move in a pattern that makes them. They all move like in a circle in different parts of the room, and you can just spin attack while they're kind of close together. And yeah, you'll notice that H just bought the fire rod, so he's gonna be using that later instead for some glitches, but that's later, so whatever. Anyways, now there's 2 Rabios. This is an amazing plot twist. This game is great. There's also 2 birds. Yeah, also, there's 2 Rabios, right, but, there's one that's just kind of frozen, which is pretty great. Anyways, so, Ham's buying the hammer here. The hammer is useful for a lot of stuff later, because it's useful for stunning and defeating enemies, and also getting places that you needed for Death Mountain also, but that's not until later. So you'll see here Ham's collecting these red rupees. It's going to be useful for later because there's still some more stuff we have to buy to get to make more progress. Anyways, you see H collected the red rupee, which is probably going to be used to buy Tornado Rod. I'm not too familiar with the Fire Rod route, so my bad if I get something wrong there. So Ham there took some damage to be able to use his invincibility frames to walk through that the large boulder. You don't need a lot of hearts for most of this game, except for the last boss, because most of this game is fairly easy when it comes to health, but there's some health issues when it comes to the final dungeon and the start of Low Roll, because there's some tougher enemies in Low Roll. If I'm not mistaken, the runners will probably be saving at a few points just in case they die. Yeah, you can kill the 4 Armos there, 2 sprint attacks, because this game is stupid and it lets you sprint attack all of them at once. So we have a boss key skip here. Basically, he's gonna clip onto the ceiling. Basically, he's gonna clip out of bounds using this Armos and the Tornado Rod, because basically during his invincibility frames here, he's gonna get into the corner, and then while the Armos is under him, he's gonna use the Tornado Rod, and because the Armos is under him, it's gonna push him onto the ceiling there and allow him to walk out of bounds into the loading zone for the boss room. So one thing I can point out is, with that Death Mountain glitch there, you'll notice one of the Rabios is actually standing in front of the bow. That's the reason you have to buy the bow as early as possible, because that Rabio will be blocking you from buying the bow if you don't collect it later. So the Yuga fight here isn't that bad. Just a couple hits with the bow and sword. 3 cycle is kind of just normal for that. There's a lot of rupees outside here, so you'll probably be collecting quite a few rupees. If I'm not mistaken, you'll probably collect a rupee chest as well. Alright, so yeah, as you can see, Ham is going over to here to collect this rupee chest. So, you kinda need a lot of rupees for this run. You need a couple hundred. I think you need like 400 or 500 still, I can't remember exactly.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
it's going fantastic. We got some ALBW here. Great game.
It's an okay game, I guess.
That's pretty good. 100%'s better. Anyway,
Wow. Okay. I don't know, 100%'s usually better.
all right. Well, I guess I'm new here, so I'm Ben Stevens. I guess they might put me up there at some point. I like this game, and I'm gonna be helping out with the commentary and stuff. So good luck to the runners.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, who are you?
Oh, well, Zeke. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay, so at this point in the run, they have collected the merge ability, which is required. Otherwise, that's the only reason you need to beat Eastern Palace, so that you can merge later on. So right now they need to go get the other 2 pearls, so that they can collect the Master Sword later on.
Yeah, you need Master Sword because it's a Zelda game, and you wouldn't be able to beat it if you didn't have Master Sword because
Yeah.
it's a Zelda game.
And the only reason you need Master Sword is so that you can get rid of that barrier around Hyrule Castle later on. So like, it's this chain of keys. You need like the pearls to get the Master Sword to get the barrier. Like you need all these items just to do literally one thing. So if we had a way to get past that barrier, you could most likely not have to get any of those series of keys, and it would save a ton of time, but that's kind of an unrealistic thing to be able to do at this point.
Yeah, oh, well. Alright, so, Ham is on his way to getting flippers.
Yeah, dude.
Obviously, because
Every game needs barrier skip.
flippers are incredibly useful. Obviously, because swimming is the best mechanic in every Zelda game.
Yeah, except you only need the flippers for, I think, 1 room in the game. And it's at the
sounds right.
very end. There's no way to get past that, but they actually might not be faster, even if you could skip them, to skip anymore, because there's these new tricks that were recently found that require swimming. So it's possible that even if you could skip them, it wouldn't be faster, because they're just so useful at this point.
Yeah, there's those new glitches discovered a while ago with the ice rod that we'll see later. But right now, Ham is going to buy that the stone there that was stolen. One of the reasons you need a lot of rupees in this run, because it costs so much.
Yeah, you need a lot of rupees in this run. I'm trying to think here. How many exactly do you need? So...
A lot.
I think you need 560 rupees. That might be right.
I couldn't tell you. Something along those lines. Anyways, so Ham's collecting Pegasus boots right now. And
Pegasus boots are so useful.
yeah, they're really...
Best item in the game.
You need them because it's a speed run, and in a speed run you need to go fast, and Pegasus boots make you fast.
That, and they're very good for, I guess, abusing momentum. So you can do some really cool things with them.
Yeah, you can like cross small gaps using them. We'll see that in the next dungeon, I think. So I'll point that out or whatever. I don't know. But right here is going to be a small skip. I'll skip a cutscene here. it just involves taking damage while using the tornado rod. So when you take damage while in the air, it just kind of pushes you when you take damage there. So he's just gonna put a bomb down, use a tornado rod, and then the bomb will push him onto that ledge, and I'll skip a cutscene that would activate if you had walked up the stairs normally. Just skips a lot of text.
Yeah, and the dumb cutscene. I think it saved about 20 seconds. It's nothing crucial, but it's really easy with a little bit of practice. Like, I was so surprised the first time I did it.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy. But something else also is you could still activate the cutscene. The cutscene trigger is still there even after you watch the cutscene that he's watching right now. Even after you get the flippers, the cutscene trigger is still there. So on the way down, he's not going to go down the stairs. He's going to walk around the trigger.
Yeah, I've walked into that trigger my fair share of times, and it's one of the worst feelings ever, because you're just like, I just skipped this cutscene, and I walked right back into it. So hopefully they don't do that. But if he does hit the cutscene trigger, it's pretty funny to watch, because like there's just this floating fish, and like everyone's just standing still, and there's all this stuff going on, but like it just looks so weird.
A lot of the cutscenes in this game can look weird if you do some glitches, but oh fuck, I don't remember what I was gonna say, but
Yeah, all of the triggers in this game, like the different, there's probably in the first part of the game, there's probably about 3 different like states that the game is in, and those states are, I'm trying, well, there's more than that, but like the game will put itself in these states, and the different states can start to overlap. Instead of overriding each other, you can have multiple events occurring in the same area at the same time if you never complete certain ones, and they start to overlap. So like, you'll see some of it in this run. You've already seen some of it with the double Rabios. That's 2 different Rabio states overlapping on top of each other. Instead of the second Rabio like overriding the first one, they just like come together. And there's definitely more of that to come.
alright, well, yeah, this is a great skip. It's incredibly hard with the tornado rod right there.
That skip is so easy. There's actually a slightly faster skip, but it's really dumb, and probably no one should go for it.
Yeah, that's true. It's but I don't know. It's really easy. I don't know how that was just kind of left in there, but it doesn't really make a difference, I guess. It only saves a little bit of time. Actually, I don't know. I haven't played this dungeon normally in forever.
Yeah, I don't know. It saves like an extra cycle on the thing, so.
Yeah.
And a merge.
Right. So there's the key all the way up there.
Yeah.
And of course you can just tornado run up to it.
That's not the.
This game is bad.
That's not the intended way to get the key. You're supposed to like go around and stuff. Okay, alright. So
you're supposed to go up and then merge and
solve
then
some
like walk
puzzles.
your way around the room and then land onto it.
okay, so coming up here is a trick that Ham's about to do called the skip.
It's a good trick.
It's a good trick. So way back in the early days of ALPW, there was this trick that like skipped the key, and it was really dumb. And then they found a trick that was faster than that also skipped the key in a few other rooms, and that was called the skip. Okay, you got it really fast there, so that's good. It was called the skip, and it was also really dumb. It was this really precise dash slide. And then we found a skip that skipped that, and it was even faster. And it's really easy. It's that thing where you got hit by the keys, and it's called the skip. And it's a great name.
The skip is very similar to the what he did in the Zora Fountain or whatever to skip the cutscene there, because it's just taking damage while using the tornado rod to push you up into the trigger for the next floor.
Yeah, for some reason, when you take damage with the tornado rod, it kind of like pushes you vertically, like in the Z direction.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense. It's just Link's animation. It does funky stuff when you get hit in the tornado rod animation.
Yeah, you'll see more of that later. There's also one of the reasons that Ham fell off there is because even though you can't see it, he still has a fully functioning stamina bar.
You haven't talked about that yet?
No, I haven't. I completely forgot about that. But
actually, I think that time he fell on accident because he's bad. But that time was on purpose.
Yeah, but every time, because it's still the level 1 stamina bar, so it's not necessarily that big. I don't know why I said still, but because you use a lot of bombs, and also you use a lot of bombs in that fight, so in order to like be able to keep using bombs, he'll fall off when his stamina bar gets low, because when you fall off and get respawned up, the game refills your stamina bar because the game likes you or something.
Yeah, when you void out, your stamina bar gets reset. And actually, the whole stamina bar thing, it adds like a ton of strategy to this run, because there's certain times where it would be a lot faster to do something else, like to use a different item instead. But in order to have a better stamina route, you usually pick like a different route, because certain items use more stamina, like fire rod and bombs and tornado rod. They all use a lot, but like arrows and ice rod and hook shot, they all use significantly less stamina, so there's a lot of strategy involved in how that works. Okay, so Ham is going up Death Mountain right now, and he's about to do a really interesting skip with the Pegasus boots, where you can basically skip about 1/3 of the Death Mountain segment. It's really funky.
Precise. It's really
it's
weird.
not that precise. It just involves good timing. So like, they left like a tiny bit of collision on this fence that he's about to go to, and if you cancel a dash slide at the right time, you can stay up there. Okay, he got it.
Yeah, for some reason, when you cancel dash slides, you can kind of just cross small gaps.
But that one's particularly weird.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's up with that one, but yeah. Anyways, so there's going to be this Tower of Hera skip coming up here, which if he fails it, you'll probably notice that he'll wait for a while, which will be to restore his stamina bar.
This skip is stupid. It's really dumb. I don't like it. This is my least favorite part of any percent at the moment. And it's probably not the hardest, but it's definitely my least favorite.
This is kind of a series of stupid stuff in a row.
It's mainly just one. It's just the tornado rod. So he has a 2-frame window to get hit by a bomb right here in the tornado rod animation. And if he gets it, it'll boost him up a floor, but he'll still be out of bounds. So he can kind of just go up a few more floors without actually doing any of them.
Yeah, you can the tornado rod, when you're out of bounds, you can like use the tornado rod to keep going up floors. And here he's gonna wait a while to restore his stamina bar, because he has to go up a couple floors at the same time.
So he got it first try there. So he's out of bounds right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So he can just hop floors, because there's this weird thing where you can be between 2 floors and actually still stand, and that's what he did there. But if you're in that state, you can only be standing for a very short period of time, so he needs to quickly tornado rod a second time to get all the way up to floor 6. So at this point, he's just going to be solving the rest of the tower normally, but there's not much left.
Yeah. There's this room, which is great because tiles fly at you. A very amazing staple of the Zelda universe. It's very exciting. It's probably the best part of the run.
That's a nice strat. I've never seen that. The charged spin stab.
I don't think I've seen that either. But yeah, I don't know if you gotta do what works. You don't want to get wrecked by tiles, because that's probably the most embarrassing thing to do.
I get hit by tiles like every single time. I don't care anymore. It's like, it's no big deal.
Yeah, well, this is kind of precise, I guess, but not really.
Yeah, you gotta go fast there to make that cycle, but like it's not hard.
But right. So next we have an amazing boss. It's
the hamburger
boss.
The hamburger.
It's a very exciting boss, and he's going to use the bow, because the bow does twice as much as the sword, I think.
A ham plan burger.
An attack.
Yeah,
wow.
It does the same damage.
That's a really good pawn.
Okay, good fight. Ham is so good at manipulating Moldworm. baits him so hard, and it's great to watch. He kind of messed up there at the end a little bit, but
if you ever hated Moldom as a child, well, there you go.
Ham just knows how to make him go where he wants. I don't know, dude. It's fun to watch.
Yeah,
Ham
got away with the worm.
Ham does an optional health container skip, so he can skip the
Yeah. If you fall down, it skips the cutscene of the pearl appearing. You can still get the heart container, and it'll still save a little bit of time, but it's kind of good to skip this one. Even if you're bad, I recommend skipping it because you're about to get full health anyways when you get the Master Sword. So
that's true. You also don't need a lot of hearts for this one. It'll become a problem. Well, later.
I disagree.
Right now, maybe later it becomes a problem, but not for now.
I've died to you, Ganon, a few too many times to agree with that statement.
Ganon is just a really long fight. It's just a lot of chances to mess up.
That's honestly the only reason in this entire run why you need any
probably
hearts.
True. It's
you, Ganon.
Some tricks later where you can lose a lot of hearts if you're not doing good, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Not in the with the current tricks. There aren't even that many tricks that are wow, this is I think the only one is really trial skip, maybe.
Yeah, trial skip is kind of
TRBK skip. You can lose a lot of health, but it's so easy now that if Ham misses it, I'm gonna be mad at him.
Ham is doing the hardest puzzle in the game right now. It's incredibly difficult because you have to watch all of these 8 poses, and it's 8 poses. How am I supposed to keep an eye on all of them?
Okay.
The first 2 cycles are you have to watch them, and then the third cycle is always.
Well, the third cycle is just you go down.
Yeah, you don't really have to watch them. There's kind of a strategy to it. It's so RNG.
Yeah.
Okay, Hereta Man got Terra skip first try also, which is really good. Like I said, it's a 2-frame trick, so 60 FPS. You have a 1/30th of a second to hit that T-Rod. It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
That's an impressive skip, and it's really cool that they both got it first try. As you can see, right there, he was on the second floor, or the half floor for a second there.
Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. I wish that I'm hoping some tricks will be failed later.
Yeah, Ham will probably miss Desert Skip.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Wow.
Even though it's so easy. It's so easy.
Desert Skip, so easy. Of course.
No, Desert Skip is so easy.
It's the easiest trick in the run.
No, have you seen the new one?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
It's so easy, dude. It's so free.
Yeah. Well, I remember way back in the couple months ago.
You mean the 1 month ago?
Yeah, that, right. I don't know, I have bad time perception.
I don't remember how long ago it was found, but...
I don't know. This is new stuff being found, or was for a little while ago. It's just new shit being found.
Okay, so Ham is now gonna go to the to Ravio's shop, and he's gonna get the last 3 items he needs, which is the fire rod, the ice rod, and the hook shot. And he's also gonna get quick equips, which lets him change items without pausing. Now, I really like quick equips because it adds this whole nother layer of concentration and strategy to the run because you always have to be thinking, when am I going to have a free second to switch these items?
Yeah,
it's awesome.
That's true. But quick can be hard to get good at, kind of, sometimes. I don't know.
There's a few spots where, it's really tricky. But
there's definitely some tighter spots. Yeah, anyways, yeah. So he's picking up the last couple items, so...
And quick equip is essential for ice rod clip.
Oh yeah, it's used for some clips because you can use it to
you
cancel the animate. Yeah.
It's good for a few. It's actually good for fire rod and ice rod, and 100% it has some applications with sand rod too. All the rods, honestly.
Yeah.
And so basically,
you all stupid animations.
You can cancel the animation and do stuff while the fire and the ice is still out, and you can get hit by the attacks, by your own attacks, if you cancel the animation fast enough, and you can do some really wild stuff with all of those.
Wasn't there a really old strat for Desert Skip where you'd use the fire rod and quick equip?
It's actually the exact. It's not an old strat, but it was a strat that Ham found, and it was slower. And it's actually the exact same strat that they're going to be using in this run.
Right.
But there's just a faster way to get to the position you need to get to be able to do it. That made it slower before.
Also, we're not getting Sandrod because Sandrod's stupid. Spoilers.
And that's actually important. We'll probably explain that later. But
Yeah,
no Sandrod.
Sandrod is a bad item. We don't like it.
I like Sandrod.
We need to go fast and Sandrod is slow.
Dude, I didn't know you could do that. That bonk spot, he's bonking against the painting of the guard. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so right now he's in Hyrule Castle, but that's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's
where
true.
He's got two states overlapping on each other. So there's the invasion state, and there's also the Zelda visit state. So the game is trying to do two different things at once, kind of, and well, this cutscene's kind of goofy. This cutscene's kind of goofy because of it.
This cutscene's great.
So normally the game enters like a cinematic state here, but it doesn't do that. It just kind of shows the doorway and there's some text, and the cutscene's actually a lot faster than it would have been.
Yeah, right.
Because you don't have to watch any of the cinematic, you just have to scroll through the text. And also Zelda's not here.
Right. Neither is.
So there's just this guard.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is what made me. I ran this game when it just came out.
Yeah.
And I kind of stopped. And then when I saw that, I'm like, okay, I have to run this game again.
Wow. That is wow. That's a really great part of the run.
So, but for the rest of the. Can you please buy Boomerang? No, thank you. So for the rest of Hyrule Castle, there's not that much going on. It's basically kill enemies, do some fast movement.
There's the tornado route skip ability.
Skip with the Armos.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an Armos boost, and then you can also do a fast strat on the Ganon fight, which Ham is probably gonna do.
And fail.
But
he's using quick equip there. With the ice rod to kill that guy faster.
Yeah, besides doing some crazy tricks with quick cancel, you can also just cancel animations of some attacks and just enable yourself to attack faster. Okay, so here's the Armos clip, lets you skip the fight, and it's also way faster for movement to this staircase, because if you didn't do that, you'd have to go down the right stairs and then go up the left stairs, and it's like a ton of extra movement.
You have to walk across that huge area there. So it's like a 5-second walk.
No, but I mean, like, you have to go down the right stairs to the right.
Yeah.
So you have to change directions like 3 times, and it's just awful.
Yeah,
it's like too short.
Hold on, maybe Herde will buy the boomerang for us.
I don't think he has enough rupees.
He
doesn't.
No.
He doesn't have enough rupees.
Disappointing.
I know, it's sad.
Anyway, so Yuga here is gonna summon some monsters, and it's a really intense fight. Just watch this. It's really great.
I hope he doesn't die.
Doesn't die on the intense fight.
Okay, he's safe. He's safe.
All right.
There's a strat here that you can do. If you dash up these stairs diagonally, but it's almost luck-based, because at the very top of the stairs, you can bonk and lose time. Ham doesn't go for it because he doesn't believe in the heart of the cards.
Yeah, well, there's no cards in this game, so it's nothing to believe in.
Dang. So Ganon 2 fight is pretty much the same as Ganon 1. It's just there's some enemies and extra Ganons. So he's gonna split up into 3, like classic Zelda boss, like, ooh, which one's the real one? The real one is the one that has his staff put up, so he's not hard to spot.
Yeah, well, you might get them confused because the staff is so small. It might be hard to see.
I remember in my first playthrough, I didn't see the staff lit up.
Dang.
I was just guessing.
I don't remember. It's been so long. But it can do this really annoying thing. So you can follow the real one along the wall, but if he intersects a fake one, even if like you know which direction you're going and you're like, okay, yeah, that one went that way, they can switch, and like it's really dumb. So you don't technically know what the real one is. Okay, he got the fast strat there. He skips the cycle by doing 2 spin attacks, but you have to know where the real one is in order to do that. You have to be pretty fast.
Okay, hold on. The amazing cutscene is happening again. I gotta watch this.
Yeah, the great cutscene. Also, I don't know why they put this part in the game here where you have to like wait for Impa. I thought that was so dumb. The first time I played, I'm like, am I waiting for something? My God,
yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah,
it's stupid.
It's better this time around because Impa's not here.
Yeah, another little piece of trivia here. A lot of people think that Yuga is a girl. But,
do they?
But if
people think that?
I've heard that from a lot of people, but if you spell Yuga backwards,
I've never heard that.
A guy.
Oh.
Just a hot piece of trivia.
It's good stuff. Anyways, so I guess Ham's okay, so
Ham's in low rule.
There's a weird time cycle in this game, so Ham entered this part of the game where it's nighttime. And
what?
I don't know, it's nighttime now, that's why everything's so dark.
Yeah, because... Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, thank you.
Dang.
Yeah.
You owned me.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. So, low rule, you can technically do these dungeons in any order, and with this route, you actually almost can do it in any order, but there's a few things that are faster, and basically the stipulations are, you want to do Turtle Rock after Dark Palace, you want to do Desert Palace after Swamp, and you want to do Thieves Hideout last. So that's pretty much the only requirements for this. But other than that, you can pretty much do them in any order.
Spoilers, we're not going to be we're not going to be upgrading the sword, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's some old routes that did upgrade the sword, but not this one.
Game first started to be ran.
That's what my PB is. Still with that route, it's a 142 something, and I've been grinding attempts for like a week, and I've had like a few 128s, and I just keep dying to you, Ganon. I should stick to 100%. Okay, so coming up here, Swamp Palace. This is a new skip. You can use the Ice Rod with Quick Equip Cancel. That's so hard to say. To clip through walls because the ice block like falls on top of you and pushes you through. So you can skip having to get that because you kind of sink out of bounds to get into that loading zone, which is normally too low to reach. So let's see, is he going to go for the risky strat here? Oh, he's going for the risky strat. Okay, so there's two ways to do Swamp Palace. There's one where you just skip the boss key, but there's another one where you actually skip fighting the boss Argus altogether. And it's hard. So he did the first ice clip right there to get into this room so that he can raise the water. And raising the water is necessary for doing the boss skip because you need to have a higher elevation to get to the spot you need to get to. So he's going to be doing another ice clip right here, and this one's really dumb. I hate it. I don't know why it works.
Yeah, all the rods are overpowered in this game.
They're so overpowered. Sand Rod's definitely the least overpowered, but it still has its fair share of beauty.
Oh, just wait until you upgrade it. That it's amazing.
I don't even know if you use upgraded Sand Rod in 100%.
I'm pretty sure you don't.
Okay.
It's not useful.
Alright, so what he's going to be trying to do here is Ham's going to try to get out of bounds, but still, okay, so he's kind of clipped into the wall. Oh, he fell. Okay, he took that a little too fast.
Well.
But essentially what he's going to try to do, oh, you got the ice rod really fast.
Alright, attempt number 2.
Essentially what he's going to be doing is the loading zone is at the north end of the room. And so he's going to be walking across this little seam to get into the loading zone.
Yeah, so you kind of just like gotta inch your way into the small loading zone there. There's obviously not a lot of room to make it there.
It's a hard trick. I think this saves about 50 seconds over the other route. It's
not too significant, but it's still a good amount.
For Ham, it's kind of necessary because his time is so good in this run.
Yeah, well, Ham is too good at this game.
I think his PB with it is only 7 seconds faster than his PB without it, because his PB without it was like really good. But yeah, essentially the PB I'm pretty sure he needs to do this trick. But he's even though he's failed it a few times, he's pretty good at it. Okay, he got it.
For anybody hoping that there will be more boss skips, there will be later. I think. I'm pretty sure there's still another one. Yeah.
There are, you say boss skips?
Yeah.
There's more than just one.
Yeah, I don't remember too much about this, to be honest.
Let's see, how many boss?
I definitely remember there's at least one more.
I think you skip 4 out of the 3 low rule bosses in this run. You only fight 3 of them.
Desert.
My memory has failed me.
No, and Skull.
And Skull, yeah.
So you skip 4 of the 7, so you only fight 3 of them. It's so crazy how you skip like all of them now. Like there aren't many Zelda games where you can skip any bosses. You can skip 4 of them in this game. It's so stupid.
Yeah, most you just skip the boss key, but no, this game you're just going all out.
Yeah, it's really interesting because most of the boss skips in this game, they come from basically exploiting how the game handles like the 3rd dimension. So this is in the 2D Relay Zelda.
Yeah, there's Z-axis.
Zelda
Sorry to
Relay.
disappoint everyone.
But the Z-axis is what's really interesting in this game, and that's where all the good stuff comes. Okay, so here comes Desert Skip.
It's pretty broken.
He's going to use an ice rod clip to get out of bounds right here, but there's a tiny bit of land where you can still stand, and he's bad at it. Alright, he got it. So he's going to T-rod up, and now he's going to do a fire rod boost to get up on this ledge.
Yeah, so this it also uses quick equip to be able to move while you're using the rod.
Dude, why is Ham so bad at this? Like, he's so good at this game, but he always messes this up. This is so easy.
Fire rod is hard.
We had him practice this forever, and he keeps standing in the wrong spot. Alright, there he goes.
He might have, if you feel that, you probably saw he was waiting a little bit there, because, like, it's the stamina bar. Doesn't have enough stamina to use the rod a bunch of times. Anyways, this is somewhat precise here. Just a little dash cancel into where the heart container and the painting are.
That skip has a very interesting story about it, because when Xandergoth ran this at GDQ 2014? SGDQ, I don't remember. He unveiled that trick, and no one knew he was going to do it, and everyone was mad that he didn't tell them about it earlier. Because the route he was using was super unoptimal, because they could have used the trick to like make a way better route. So everyone was like, dude, we're mad at you. Pretty funny. This game is a lot easier now than it was. Recently, a big skip was found that saves some of the hardest parts from this game. Actually, 2 big skips. So it's not that hard anymore, but it's still decently difficult. You need to invest some time to get good at it. And yeah, that Moblin, I have some fond memories of him too, because the old Desert Skip used that Moblin to clip into a low rule portal, and he did some really funky stuff, and it was really hard.
The old Desert Skips were pretty bad.
I got really good at it back in the day. I had like a 95% consistency at it because I practiced it so much, but it's dumb.
Ham here he's clipping onto the edge there so he can hook shot across that, and now walking across that to, I don't know. But I wanted to say, because Hirate, he did the boss key skip, but not the boss skip.
Oh yeah, you did.
So.
So that little thing that Ham did right there, it actually skips a huge chunk of the game. You have to like go to the top of Death Mountain.
Yeah.
You have to go to the top of Death Mountain in Hyrule, and then go down this huge cave system that takes forever. It's this cave system, but in Hyrule, and it's lava, not ice.
Yeah,
You gotta go all the way down
nice.
it, and it takes forever. And that little clip skips all of that. But you still have to go up the cave, which is dumb.
Yeah, let's make you go back up. I don't know about that. Anyways, there's these very scary ice guys that are incredibly dangerous and hard to fight.
The Gimos?
Yeah, incredibly dangerous.
If you get hit by one of those things, you go flying. It's hysterical.
Yeah,
there's actually...
It's pretty hard to get hit by those.
No, there's actually a skip where you can like get hit by it and go all the way down to like the bottom exit to where this heart piece is. It's crazy. I love it. Yeah, it's not used in 100% because you gotta like go get other stuff.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Anyways, there's these keys here, and keys are very dangerous, as in any Zelda game.
Yeah, if you fall here, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, because you go back to the last solid land you were on. So taking back quite a bit.
So coming up is Ice Ruins, and Ice Ruins used to be the citadel of ALBW. This dungeon was never getting broken. It was impenetrable. There were invisible walls everywhere. We had our best guys on it. It was impossible. And then this was found.
Yeah, this is.
It was hands down the hardest dungeon because all of the enemies do like 3 hearts of damage. It was really bad, but now this was found.
Really bad.
And,
keep that.
Well,
so clipping out of bounds, moving around. Let's do it. This is all for in just a second. So.
Oh my god!
No.
I knew it, dude. I'm like, he's too far out. Okay.
So
basically,
what was supposed to happen?
You're supposed to be able to skip this boss, okay?
Yeah.
If you land on the northern half of this stage, the boss doesn't spawn, but he spawns on the southern half. What you can normally do is his hitbox is still kind of loaded, and you can just throw some fire rods into the center of the room, and you can actually kill him that way. I don't know why it works.
You can kill him before he loads, probably.
Yeah, you can kill him before he loads, so you never have to fight him. You never have to fight him. You kind of just like hit his hitbox a few times before he loads. It's really dumb.
Now Ham has to fight him normally.
Now he has to fight him. He's actually not that slow of a boss.
He's not bad.
Man, I practice this guy much better.
He can freeze you He can freeze you.
If you get frozen,
it's pretty bad.
It does 6 hearts of damage, so it's really bad.
Yeah.
So he cannot afford to get hit.
Also, I just saw like Herede doing the desert skip there.
Oh my god, that was close!
I wanted to say about desert skip that if you fail like the dash cancel over to where the heart container is, it's pretty bad.
Did he miss it?
No, but like if you miss it,
yeah.
it's
really
pretty terrible.
You have to weather vein back to Hyrule and then go like all the way back. It's really dumb.
And then redo the entire thing. So,
yeah, it wastes about a minute, I think.
It's pretty bad.
And you have to do the whole skip again, so yeah, it's dumb. Alright, well luckily Ham didn't die, because that would have been really bad.
So, I don't know if you said this, because I wasn't paying attention for a little bit, but there's a lot of movement where you'll like hook shot things just to get places faster. But they're also doing a slightly different dungeon route.
Oh, they are, yeah. It looks like Redaman, so now we're gonna have to double duty here. So Redaman is doing Skull Woods, which doesn't really have that many skips. There's a big skip at the very end, but other than that, it's pretty lax.
What about Master Ore skip?
Master Ore skip? You mean the eyeball skip?
No, we skip Master Ore because it sucks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we used to get Master Ore, but we don't anymore. Like, we used to get it like 2 to 3 years ago, I forget. Like, the first few months this game was out.
Nice. So, Ham is back in Hyrule, because Hyrule is better than Lower.
Yep. So, Ham's gonna be going to Dark Palace right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting way to enter Dark Palace, or to skip most of the area outside of it, because it's all the dark stuff, all the guards, they'll lock you up, and you don't want to go to jail because it means they have a clear criminal record to travel between high rule and low rule.
Yeah, exactly. So, so he's going to be doing the Dark Maze skip. This was one of the first tricks found in this game. I really like it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is why we need Boomerang. Boomerang would be so useful for this trick.
Boomerang or Shield. So useful.
Yeah, I guess Shield too.
So he's gonna bait this dude, the Snapdragon, and he's gonna get nudged in between that tree and do a bonk, and the Snapdragon pushes him onto the fence, and so he can skip having to do the entire, like, first 2/3 of the maze, which are really hard and slow, and the last third is like really fast. So you skip all the longest parts of that. It's great.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Herediman's coming up to the party room. There's a bit of RNG involved. If none of the enemies notice him, you can do this room really fast. If they notice him, he's gonna have to mess with the wall master a little bit. I think he can make it. No, he can't make it. He got hit there. Okay. So basically, he's gonna skip this thing. Where you can skip a puzzle. Normally you have to push 2 statues and make a wall that you can merge across, but he's just going to tornado rod on top of it. But if you're on top of that ledge and the wall master spawns, he'll get you instantly because you're on the same vertical plane as he is. And so even if he doesn't attack you, he'll still get you.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of game design that was. It's like, all right, I guess you could tornado rod onto it. I don't.
There's a couple more moments like that actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff that probably shouldn't have been left in this game.
Yeah, that's why I said the 3D aspect of this game is what really breaks it. The Z-axis.
Yeah.
That's where the fun stuff happens.
Basically, the whole Z-axis is broken.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they designed a 2D Zelda game, and well, it acts like a 2D Zelda game.
Yeah.
Except for when we don't want it to.
Alright. So, Herde is in the best room in this entire game. It's very exciting.
Yeah, this room's great. Actually, this room's a little scary because if you go too fast, then the wall master will get you. But he's doing the slow strat, so
there's no such thing as too fast.
Yeah, he's doing the slightly slower strat, which I actually prefer because you need to wait if you do the really fast strat anyways. You can technically make it before he'll get you, but you gotta go really fast.
Yeah. Alright. So.
Okay, so Herediman is about to do this really stupid skip. It's called eyeball do thing. Basically, there's like a huge window where you can pick up an eyeball as you're thinking. And so he activates the one switch, but he picks it up as he's activating it, and he can just use the same eyeball for the other switch.
Yeah.
It's great. It's so stupid, dude.
The Skullwoods is one of the boss skips that I knew about but forgot. It's not a very entertaining one. It's really easy.
And if you drop that eyeball, if you throw it and it misses, you can't pick it up anymore. So you have to go get the other one, and it's really bad. Okay, yeah. So this trick that Herediman's about to do, this was found on the first day this game was released. He's gonna skip Knuckle Master. As soon as I saw this trick, I'm like, okay.
I remember seeing this for the first time. It was like, wow.
This is gonna be a game.
This video game got made.
So basically, that's the exact same thing as ice rod clipping in a nutshell. You have a big actor that somehow overpowers walls.
Yeah.
Which, in most Zelda games, that's not how it works. In most Zelda games, walls win, actors lose. In this game, actors win, walls lose. It's really weird how collision priority works.
So Ham's fighting this boss. He's kind of scary, but it's not very hard.
Ham's bad at this boss. Oh, you got it. Okay. So if you do him fast enough, you can kill him before he roars again. And when he roars, you have to light all the torches again. And Ham always misses it, and I get mad.
Yeah, if you end up like 2 or 3 cycling him, there's a lot of opportunities to take damage, which is not good, because then you have to walk around the room to light the torches. Well, he's freaking going ape crap going insane, running around.
Okay, where's Herediman going? Okay, Herediman's doing Ice Ruins right now.
Yeah.
And Ham is going to be going to Turtle Rock. And the reason you want to do Turtle Rock after Dark Palace is because you can do a skip that basically means that you don't have to go back to Hyrule and then back to Lower again. And you can basically go straight to Turtle Rock from here.
I'm pretty sure Turtle Rock is my favorite dungeon in the run.
Turtle Rock's really cool. It used to be probably the hardest dungeon in the run.
Yeah.
Next to Turtle Rock and Desert Palace were probably tied, but now they're both really easy. Within the span of like 2 weeks, they basically become completely free.
Oh yeah. Alright. I just want to watch this ice platforming. It's great.
It's so great. It's so bad. Okay, so this is the skip Ham's doing. He's getting bodied, dude. It's so bad.
It's getting
He's got a. What is that? What they are? Are those
I have no
moblins?
idea.
I don't know what they're called. I don't know the names of any of the
They're
enemies
like
in this game.
Hinoxes, I think, is what they are.
No, Hinoxes are the big lion dudes.
Are you sure? I don't know.
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think that's the Hinox. But
That might be the Hinox. Okay, so that's the skip that I was talking about.
I just remember getting destroyed by Hinox after I stole his money.
Oh yeah. Okay, so there's a thing that you can do here that Ham's going to be doing. It's called animation storage. Basically, if you go next to a ledge that you can climb up on, you store the animation, you like hopping up on the ledge, and then you can use it on any other collision. So normally you can't hop up on that ledge, but he can because he stored the animation of hopping up,
Awesome.
which skips collecting the turtles to get to Turtle Rock.
You can't press A or B while swimming, I think, because I believe that.
You cannot get
can't
hit
take
by damage. You cannot dive, and you cannot take a stroke.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's kind of slow movement, and it's really dumb because one of the turtle dudes can hit you with a fireball. It sucks. It's really frustrating. Okay, so coming up is Turtle Rock Boss Key Skip. This used to be a 1-frame window where you had to get hit by a bomb as your tornado rotted, so it's like 1/60 of a second. But then the god, Bunny Pot, he found a setup where you can get one of the Wizrobes to hit you with a fire beam as your tornado rotting. You have like a full second to do it. It's so free. The positioning is a little iffy, but like with a little bit of practice, it's like, oh wow, hey, I missed it.
Well, I want to see Hereda get this boss skip.
Oh yeah, Heredy's doing so since Ham missed the boss skip, Heredy's gonna do it right now.
We can't have both runners miss a boss skip. Miss the same boss skip or run. There you go.
Okay, yeah, you got it.
So it's supposed to look like.
This is the pinnacle of ALBW right here. TRBK skip and Ice Ruin skip at the same time on the same stream.
Yeah, one has this.
It's unprecedented.
Alright, now we have Lava Turtle. He's a great boss. He's a turtle with lava.
Yeah, Grinex. I used to think he was probably the hardest boss in this game, but he's really not that difficult. He's really easy to read his movements.
Just throw some ice on him. Oh my god, he collected a monster horn.
Oh my god.
Wow. So, in the run, runners try to avoid collecting items like Monster Horn, Monster Tail, Monster Guts, because the first time you collect one, it shows the little cutscene where it's like, you got it, and it's stupid and slow. But, of course, Ham had to get a Monster Horn.
Okay, so if I take a guess, I'd say Heredy's probably going to Dark Palace right now. That would make the most sense.
Yeah.
So Grinex, he can be kind of slow if he starts spinning, or if he does his explosion attack.
The explosion less. The spinning is pretty bad.
Yeah, they're both not good. If he spins, you just want to get hit by him because it'll end the attack early. But if he explodes, you have to wait. So, but exploding is way more common than spinning.
Alright, well, there's Turtle Rock done.
Yep, there's Turtle Rock.
Alright, let's see if Freddy gets captured. I want to see something terrible happen.
I don't want to see something
I guess
terrible
Ham
happen.
failed the boss skip, which is pretty bad, but I don't know. I want to see like 5 minutes wasted on something.
Oh man, I don't. I'd rather have. As a runner of this game, I would feel too empathetically horrible to see something terrible go wrong.
I just think it would be hilarious. Oh. Wow. You got it.
Okay, so Ham's gonna be doing Skull Woods now. Herede. Those guys, the guards, their line of vision isn't quite as big as it looks.
Yeah.
There's sometimes the guards at the very end, like in the middle, who don't move, who just look left and right. Those guys, their sight is a little more OP than it looks. But the ones who are walking around, they're a little less OP than they look.
Yeah, they just bad. I don't like the graphic for their vision.
Yeah, it's a little not as true to the texture is different than the actual like kit box of it. I don't know. I don't even know what you call that. Range?
I don't know. I don't have a good way of wording it.
What are you doing, Hereda, man? I've never seen this strat. What are you doing?
Collecting the small key.
Why didn't he use the hook shot? Was he too slow? I don't know. I've never seen that before. I don't know what the logic behind that was.
I wasn't watching it, so I don't know. I just saw him collect a key. Alright, so unfortunately Ham is also not going to get Master Ore.
Yeah, rip. Yeah, anyone looking to run AOBW, check out that new 100% route, fresh off the press, by yours truly.
I never watched a lot of AOBW 100%.
It's so good, dude. It's so good.
Man.
Yeah, I'm going to say one thing, and it's going to sell all of you. You, Ganon, super lamp. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Alright, I don't know. I never just, I mean... I've watched enough Ocarina of Time in my day to know that I don't need to see people going around collecting 100 collectibles.
Dude, the Mai-Mais are so good, though.
Yeah, they're annoying.
I love the Mai-Mais. They're great.
You can sing the hype song at the end of the game, too.
Dude, the hype song. It's so hype. You do the squid ASCII. It's great. Plus, AOBW feels really great in 100% because you just have all these OP items at the end. You got like...
Yeah.
That's so great.
All these stuff upgraded.
The nice bombs. The nice bombs feel so good.
Yeah,
Okay, so...
Just unnecessarily huge.
And they're so good, like for trial skip and like TRPK.
Yeah,
Okay, so Ham's in the party room.
Yeah.
And looks like he's gonna go for it. It's risky, but okay. He was overwhelmed there. How long is Hundo? The record's 308, but with the new skips found, pretty sure it can go. The record wasn't super optimized. He used kind of an old route. It's about a year old. I think it could get pretty close to sub.
Oh my god, Herede also collected a monster horn.
Wow. It must be fate.
What am I watching? Monster horn percent right here. Alright, so I still want to see somebody die, but not on you, Ganon, because that's not exciting.
You Ganon deaths are really bad.
I want to see somebody die to like just a regular enemy.
I don't want to see any death. That's really bad.
just like walking through low rule with low health, just get wrecked.
In case you aren't very familiar with this game, if you die, it's especially bad
It's
over
awful.
any other Zelda game. Because if you die, you lose every single item in your inventory, which means you have to go buy them.
Yeah, you have to rebuy. You have to rebuy all the items that you still need.
Yeah, so if you die at Ganon, that means you have to go buy the bomb and the bow. So you need to go back to Hyrule, get 60 rupees, buy all these items. It's so dumb. Yeah. Or you could just save before you, Ganon.
Yeah,
that
I'm
also
pretty
works.
sure they're probably both gonna do that.
Ham's not going to.
No? Oh.
No, he's too dumb. He almost didn't do it at SGDQ.
Almost.
And then he probably heard me in the back of his head saying, Ham, if you don't save, I'm gonna kill you.
Of course, this is what happened.
Okay, so Ham doing the eyeball skip. It's so easy, dude. Like, if you have this game, literally go
Just
try that. Just you literally, it's just you throw.
You don't need
the
to know
eye,
how to do it.
then
You could probably figure it out on your own.
Then you just hit A, like when it goes in. It's so easy.
All right, the most overwhelming boss in the game.
Knuckle Master again. It's actually a really fun boss to fight.
Part 2. Yeah, normally.
Yeah, loading saves that you made on the file that you've been running for the whole run, so that's fine. But you can't have pre-made saves. So like, you can't have a save at Ganon, then die to Ganon, and then be like, well, I didn't save, but luckily I have the save file.
Wow, that would just be so stupid. Just like make an extra save file for like every place the run can die.
Okay, Rotoman.
Places the run can die.
Getting the fire rod boost first try there. That's
and into the water.
Good for him. Oh wow, that's kind of weird. They use multiple saves that they make during the run.
Yeah.
So they have all of their files clear at the beginning of the run, and then they make the files. So that's allowed.
Right.
As long as any file that you use is made during the time start, then it's okay. Is the general consensus for Zelda. Okay, so Ham's gonna be doing Thieves Hideout.
There's some interesting stuff in this dungeon. For
It's
sure.
got one skip. It looks kind of impressive, but it doesn't actually save that much time. It's somewhere between 5 to 10 seconds.
It looks
doing
cool.
the dungeon.
Looks cool.
It looks very impressive.
Also looks hard. But
It's not hard. It's so easy. Like, once again, it's one of those tricks that's like not all that difficult. So yeah, he's got to do this dumb puzzle room where he pushes some blocks. It's really slow.
yeah, you gotta. There's cause you can do the skip here, and you could like skip this room. But if you skip this room now, you'd have to do the puzzle later. I believe. Isn't that how that
Yeah,
works? You still have to do it later.
You can clip out of this room, and he's going to be doing it later. But
After this puzzle here, but
the problem with that is he has to come back through this room the other way later. And if he doesn't solve this puzzle, I don't think he'll be able to get back into the room or something like that.
if you don't do the puzzle now, you just have to do it later.
It's something dumb like that. I don't remember exactly what it is, but yeah.
I definitely remember not doing this puzzle, thinking that it would be a good idea to skip it, and then having to come back and redo it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I guess.
welcome to the broken Z-axis.
Yeah. Well, this is actually a little. So, in Zelda games, when you get crushed, there's a lot of different things that can happen. Oh wow, you missed it.
Wow.
In Zelda games, when you get crushed, usually, I don't know, every Zelda game handles it differently. In this game, wow, what was that? Did he mess up? I've never seen that. I don't think that was intended.
I'm not quite sure what happened, but that was right.
Maybe that's faster? I don't.
That's not. I don't think that's faster.
Normally, what you would do is you'd kind of run between floors, like you did in Tower of Hera, and you'd be up on top of a wall when you entered the next room.
Yeah.
And
It'd be.
you could dash slide right into this room he's going into right now, the mini boss room.
Yeah, this is a great mini boss.
This mini boss is really hard.
It is, but for some reason, Nintendo decided that it would be a mini boss if they just took 5 enemies and put them in one room.
It's the scariest mini boss in the game, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. It's really hard. Luckily, he got the 2-cycle without taking too much damage.
And he got so many red rupees that you're gonna be so incredibly useful. All that
Yeah.
money.
So this is
rich.
a good time to point out why we do the route we do. And that's because we want to do Thieves Hideout last. And that's because at the end of Thieves Hideout, it'll give you the sand rod. There's a little cutscene where it's like, dude, you got the sand rod, yay. And basically, if you get that cutscene, normally when you finish the last dungeon, it'll play the Triforce cutscene. And it'll be like, hey, you got the Triforce. And the Triforce cutscene is about a minute, I think. But if the sand rod cutscene plays, you don't get the Triforce cutscene. And normally you need sand rod because like you need it to beat Desert Palace. But we skip the sand rod because there's no point at all where it's needed, so we can get the sand rod last. And yeah.
This saves a little cutscene time.
Yeah, technically if that skip wasn't a thing, we would do Thieves first because it's the closest to where you spawn in Lorule, and it saves some warping. It would save about 11 seconds, I think.
Unfortunately, we're not collecting Master Ore in this dungeon either.
No Master.
Now I'm gonna collect the rupees on the way to Master Ore. Anyways, the pink-haired lady is great.
Thief Girl. So I think Thief Girl is the reason why you need flippers, honestly.
Yes.
If she could walk underwater, then I think you wouldn't need them.
You wouldn't.
But
I don't think anything else. Maybe for Swamp, but
I think there's a way to skip it for Swamp too, but it would require you to get the big bomb.
Right.
And do the old route, so. Thief Girl
she can get caught on a lot of corners, which is pretty bad, but usually not a problem.
Dude, my name to fame in ALBW, this is a cool trick. It's like a 1 second time saver, and it's frame perfect. He didn't get it, he was a frame away.
You missed it.
Yeah, it's hard, dude. I've only ever gotten it once.
Really?
The time I found it, yeah. If you cancel your dash right as you hit that button, you'll actually slide off, and you'll fall off the ledge there, and it saves like a second.
Yeah, it's... So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of knocking enemies away, like you just saw there. Knocked an enemy out of the way of the doorway so that he could enter this room.
Is Thief Girl back there? Where's Thief Girl? Oh, she is back there. Hey.
Yeah.
Normally you hit that switch when you do the skip, but like I said,
normally, if you're doing this dungeon normally, you would hit that switch on your way to Thief Girl.
Yeah, but he messed up the skip a little bit, so not much slower. Like I said, the skip doesn't actually save all that much time. So what he did wasn't too much slower. But definitely not what normally happens.
So this boss is pretty good. I like this boss in this dungeon. Also, I like the way you get the boss key.
I like the boss key too. Dude, that movement there for laying the bombs down is so hard. I don't know how Ham manipulates those enemies. It's so hard. But yeah, he's going to be getting the boss key here by doing... It saves the cycle and the merging animation, because you can just Tornado Rod on top of this.
Rod up there.
It saves like 10 seconds or something. Nothing huge. Well, I guess it doesn't save the merging animation, because you still have to do it anyways. It just saves the cycle.
Yeah, you still... It saves a little bit of time, just because merging into the thing is stupid, and we don't want to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, this is one of the reasons Hammer is so useful.
Dude, Hammer is OP on this guy. A, it does a ton of damage.
Yep.
B, it stuns him. C, you can get double hits.
Yeah. It hits him twice, so that's the most useful thing about that.
So it's a completely overpowered attack, and it hits twice, so it's great.
Yeah.
Like, you only need to use the hammer twice on this final phase, because it'll do 4 attacks in the 2 hits.
It's
or other way around. 4 hits in the 2 attacks. It's actually really hard to do optimally. There's a lot of RNG involved, but most of it can be easily manipulated.
I feel like most of it's just when the head's flying around. Don't want to get wrecked by it.
Well, it's also during the second phase when he gets rid of his shield.
Yeah.
He can either do a spin attack or like a slash.
It's pretty hard
The
with
spin
that
attack
giant
is-
sword.
The spin attack is bad. It's slow. So this house, there's ways to clip into it actually, but the loading zone isn't there until you beat the dungeon. This cutscene is the trigger for the loading zone.
Yeah, it's a trigger, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
There's a lot of loading zones in this game that act like that. That it's like there's a certain event that needs to be queued in order for the loading zone to even exist. There's a few in Hyrule Castle. There's the one to Lorel Castle also acts like that. So we can technically get...
Here we get the most useful item in the game, the sand rod.
Yeah, and as you can see, the cutscene kind of glitches out right there because it tries to play the Triforce cutscene, but it gets overridden.
I'm pretty sure, like, you're intended to do that first, technically.
Yeah, Thief's Hideout is intended to be done first, but I actually think I did it like fourth or something because I couldn't figure out how to get into it. I was looking for like a switch or something to open the door. I didn't realize you had to go up to the door and like talk to it.
I'm pretty sure there's like specific stuff that's like is supposed to be blocking you, but I can't remember for sure.
Yeah, you just gotta talk to the door. There's a guy behind it. You'll be like,
no, I mean like I can't remember if there's anything like super specific that prevents you from doing that. That like prevents you from doing that last or something.
Yeah, it's just the fact that you need the sand rod. Like you can't beat Desert Palace. Okay, so
Lorel Castle.
Probably the hardest trick in the game is coming up, which kind of sucks because it's at the very end.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Back when Ham ran this at SG2Q a couple months ago, there were like 3 hard tricks, and now there's only 1.
Yeah.
And this is it.
Because did that have the old desert skip? I don't remember.
Yeah, that had old desert skip, and it had old Turtle Rock.
Right.
Yeah, there's just nothing in the house. There's no loading zone. It doesn't exist.
So because this is a Zelda game that has the trials, of course we were gonna skip the trials.
There's always a trial skip.
Yeah.
This is also what made me get back into the game. When I saw this, after I saw the weird Zelda cutscene, I stopped running it again after that, and then I saw this, and I'm like, okay.
Alright, so basically, he has to get into a specific position here, so that when he spin attacks that rock there, it'll make Link jump in the air like that.
Gives him a weird little hop.
While he's in mid hop, he can get hit by a bomb, which will push him upwards and out of bounds.
Basically, oh my god, he got it second try? Are you kidding me? That's insane. That's a frame-perfect trick.
Walk into the loading zone there.
That's a frame-perfect trick. So you have 1/60th of a second to let go of the B button to spin attack.
Yeah.
Basically, you need to get hit by the bomb when you're low enough that it hits you, but that you're high enough that you'll get up on the wall. So, yeah. Man, Ham has gotten all the hard tricks first try, and he got all of the easy tricks after forever.
Yeah, or just failed them.
That's the kind of runner Ham is. He's so good at the difficult stuff.
Oh my goodness. He already got hit by Yugen.
And the little stuff. Yugen is so hard. All of his attacks do an absurd amount of damage.
Yep.
And your sword does, no damage.
Yeah, because by this point in time, you're supposed to have the upgraded sword in the game, so...
I think he has,
isn't doing a lot.
200 or 300 HP, and your sword does 2 damage.
He has a ridiculous amount.
So it takes forever.
This fight always takes so long. Just because you're supposed to have a sword that does, twice as much damage.
Most of his attacks will end up doing anywhere from 3 to 5 hearts. So Ham could easily die after getting hit 3 times, sometimes 2 times.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
At this point, he's in a situation where he can get hit 2 more times before he dies. But Ham usually doesn't get hit there. I'm surprised he got hit so early.
He's got another hit alleyway.
Wow, that was really fast.
Nice.
He got some good cycles in there. How many lasers did he have? Did he have? I don't remember seeing any lasers.
I don't think so. Maybe.
That's so rare, dude. So he has this attack that's really slow, and I don't think he got it once. It's pretty much RNG.
Hold on. So so here Heredia is collecting the sand rod, and here Ham is collecting the second best item in the game. The incredibly useful.
The light arrows, dude.
I don't like the way this game gives you light arrows because of it doesn't let you save with them. So
That's
like,
dumb.
I remember like the first time I played through this, I was really upset because I couldn't have them in my inventory after I beat the game.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. Why doesn't Zelda just use the light arrows herself?
Because she's a painter. I don't know.
No,
She gives them to you. She's a painter, but
I think this game has a bad moral message.
Oh?
And there's a great article I read about it.
Uh-oh.
I'm just messing around.
Moral message.
Okay, so Herediman's going to be trying a different setup for trial skip.
Also, he saved.
Yeah, also he saved because he's smart.
Smart.
A little bit slow, but smart. Yeah, so Herediman's going to be doing a different setup. He's going to use the big bomb in that room to try and boost him. It gives you a ton more time to do it, but it's kind of hard to set up.
It takes a ton more time.
Yeah, it's also a little bit slower. But if we found a consistent way to do it, I would totally be all for it. But I think it's a little weird.
Double ping pong.
Yeah. So on the tennis phase right there, if you mash on the first 2 cycles, the game punishes you.
Yeah.
And it'll send.
It's pretty rough.
It'll send the ball. It'll like rebound back to you if you're mashing. It's so bad, dude.
I hate
but
that.
on the last phase you can mash.
I hate that. Alright, well, there goes you again.
That's Ham. He didn't die. So let's keep Herediman here doing the...
He didn't die, so we now have to hope that Herediman dies.
No, we don't want anyone to die. That's bad. So let's see if Herediman can get the alternate trial skip, I guess, is what the kiddos are calling it these days.
The kiddos that run this game. Well.
Oh, close. This is also slightly riskier because the big bomb does a lot more damage, so you have fewer times to retry.
But it's just kind of safer.
In a way, it's safer, but I also think it's kind of dumb because the positioning is relatively precise. Oh, how many? Does that do 2 hearts of damage? I don't know. It's a lot. There's a lot of things in this game that do a lot of damage.
Herediman has given up.
Oh, yeah, it looks like he gave up.
Die.
Not today.
Anyways, good job.
Oh wow, you got a second try though.
Yeah, wow.
That's
if only
great.
he had done that instead of Big Mom.
First try.
Oh my God, it's a Triforce.
Okay, so that's it for Ham. Timing ends. So I guess we're gonna be switching over to LADX.
I have no idea. Alright, I think,
Yo.
I think that means we're out of here.
Yeah, I think we're getting kicked out. Well,
Alright.
Yeah, follow me on Twitter at @ahamplan. That's me. I'm the guy running the game right now. Thanks for watching.
I guess I'm Herediman or something. Bye, everyone.
I'm great at this game. All right, later.
Okay, so we got Aegis here. Z-Master versus Stanner once Herediman finishes his run. Got the boring 4-minute intro where nothing happens.
The intro is very long. It's unfortunately quite a time before you even get to the first dungeon. Something around 9.5, 10 minutes. However, there is stuff that happens in the very beginning of this run that's very important that will set up a lot of what's going to come.
you can also save a lot of time just on text smashing alone in this intro. I guess while the intro's going, we should probably start off talking about RNG manipulation, since they started their runs doing one.
Sure. So the way that RNG works in the Oracle games, they both have the same engine, so they share the same RNG properties. Is that when the game is booted up from a hard power on, you get the same RNG seed every time. So because the way RNG works in this game is based on a formula, the outcomes that we get are always predictable.
Yeah, there's like different things that you can do to control RNG. Like when you hard reset the game, the start screen, where the game tells you to press start, every frame that you're on that rolls the RNG value one further. And then other things like slashing, screen transitions, digging, and item drops can change the RNG, as well as mob movements. So you're able to control that depending on where you're going and what kind of mobs you have to deal with.
Right, it's very different from what games normally employ, which are frame-based advancement or just total randomness. But for the Oracle games, it's based on actions. Your actions, the enemy actions, whatever. So not only here at the start, but throughout the run, they're going to be able to manipulate outcomes that save a ton of time.
So even to start here, like they're going to do an RNG manip from the very beginning, and they're trying to get rupees in the beginning, because you'll need 200 rupees through the route. Well, 220 rupees, but 200 of the rupees we're going to get through manipulations near the very beginning. And there's a really easy setup for the beginning, since there's not many mobs to deal with in the start of the game. It's just mostly making sure you don't accidentally slash too many times or go through wrong screens.
The 20 rupees that we get are left over are easily picked up throughout just normal play. So it's not a big deal. Even then, there are chests that we could pick up along the way if it's absolutely necessary. So we see here for Seamaster that he's talked to the market tree. She's suddenly disappeared into time. Something's happening in the past. We travel through our first time portal.
Yeah, so that's the gimmick, I guess, for ages compared to seasons. In this one, you travel from the present into the past, and we'll gain more control over that as you go deeper into the game.
So this cutscene in particular is very important because it actually has some element of RNG. When you see that lightning flash, that's advancing the RNG counters. So depending on how fast or how slow you advance the text, you can get multiple flashes and it can change the seed.
I'm surprised he had a lightning flash that early in the cutscene. Maybe he waited on the start screen a little bit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, isn't it that you're not supposed to have any flashes?
Yeah, usually people skip the flashes. I personally wait for a flash at the end, but Yeah, usually you don't get a flash if you spam through the text screen, but he did. And I'm guessing he just waited longer on the start screen than spamming through it completely. But he still gets the rupee.
So the 100 rupees that you can dig up are based on certain, again, RNG seeds, and we know there are certain ones that we can get from the start screen almost always. So we abuse that to get as much money as we need.
There'll be one more minute for another 100 rupees after, well, a little while after D1. This is pretty much still just like a tutorial to the beginning of the game with this little cave. It's like a mini dungeon, but it's pretty easy.
Even then, we try to put in little time savers, like you saw Z-Master voiding out there just to get to the entrance of the room quicker, and going back through the little winding path. Stuff like that just adds up, gives you a few seconds advantage. Well, there we saved the young Maku tree, and now she's in love with us forever.
Yeah, apparently she's forcing us to marry her.
Look at those hearts, dude.
She's giving us the hearts. Too bad they're not physical hearts, since he's down one heart. Not that that's too important right now.
So something you'll notice through all this text is that we're actually playing on the US English version, and there's a very specific reason for that. Between the Japanese and the English version, there are very big programming differences that are going to play a big role in actually completing the game in this route. So, although the text and the start screen are much slower, in the end, being able to abuse the programming in the US English version is going to save us over an hour.
Well, it is possible to do the skip in Japanese. It's just like super difficult and a lot more complicated than the English version. And finally, like 10 minutes into the run, we'll get to go to Dungeon 1 and start actually playing the game. Dungeon 1 isn't too interesting. There's not, like, really any skips or tricks to it, really. There's just some optimizations in terms of clearing out rooms and killing the mini-boss and boss. The first puzzle of ages. Not too difficult. I guess the first colored puzzle, I should say.
Like I said, you're basically solving very simple tile puzzles, or just hitting buttons to get the necessary keys here. The most important thing is that you do need a certain amount of health just to be able to perform these void outs. If you're low on hearts at this point, you're just gonna have to take time off of doing stuff normally.
Mm-hmm. Death Warps definitely save a nice amount of time compared to waiting if you have the health for it.
So this is the first mini boss. He spawns a bunch of smaller ghosts that can attach to you and prevent you from attacking him. And then he just rams you with his body and it hurts. But the way you move through the room manipulates the kinds of attacks he'll perform. So if you're able to move slightly to the right and then start slashing, you can take out the smaller ghost and he'll be stuck in a cycle that you saw of respawning the smaller ghost.
Mm-hmm. Especially you want to make sure you go to the right because of the way that Link slashes his sword, so that it hits all 3 mini ghosts instead of going to the left where you have no coverage on your left side or on your right side. There's the first save and quit for the run, I think. Saves just some extra walking time.
So here's the first boss. It's called Pumpkinhead. I can't tell why, but the actual boss is the smaller mini ghost that's hidden inside the pumpkin. All of the bosses in this game have some sort of gimmick associated with them. You can't just like attack them with your sword straight out. You have to do something else as well. Very much a contrast to Seasons, where you're in an actual like sword battle with a lot of the bosses.
Yeah, I mean, Pumpkinhead has a kind of quick kill. You're able to knock his head off by slashing his body enough. Then when you pick up the head, you want to pick it up where you're close to a wall so that he moves to the wall quick enough. And when you drop his head, you can slash him when he tries to come pick his head back up, and then pick the head up before he can get it again, and then throw it at him against the wall, and the head will hit him twice up against the wall instead of just once, and kill him in one cycle instead of having to do multiple. Entering the shop for a save and quit point later, because when you save and quit in the overworld, you go back to the last building or cave or whatever that you exited. So this will save a little bit of overworld travel coming up here.
So just a little puzzle before you can progress to Dungeon 2. The fairies are going to shuffle the map tiles here, but they always shuffle it in the same way. So as long as you know how it's been shuffled, you can go and solve the puzzle immediately, and all the runners do, so that's what we're doing now.
Something casual players seem to have trouble with, because it's a little weird that, like, when you go up and down, it can change where you came from, instead of being the same place you came from if you go backwards.
Right, it shuffles in multiple ways.
Oh no, Dungeon 2.
It's destroyed.
I guess the game's over.
Yeah, it's over. You can't get it anymore.
Yeah, now we're gonna get to see the second manipulation here. I think. We'll see if Z-Master does this one. Maybe not. Oh, he's not going for this one.
Can you explain it to people?
So, yeah. After you destroy Dungeon 2, a lot of runners now will hard reset after that save and quit to warp back to the shop, and they'll do a manipulation where they'll travel through a certain amount of screens, and then be able to dig up a single rupee, and then a few screens later, they'll be able to dig up 100 rupees for their second 100 rupees that we'll need through this run. But Z-Master did not do the same one that most people do, so I'm not sure where he's going to get his second 100 from. Oh, he might... Oh, the one after the graveyard, maybe.
Yeah, there are a lot of options in the route where you can get all the stuff that you need. Not only that, but there are multiple ways to get it in that section, so it's really up to you and what you're familiar with, what you practice with, what you're willing to sacrifice. Some are slower, some are more consistent. It's that kind of thing. For a race setting like this, I assume he's doing something he's more familiar with.
Yeah. Forest looks a lot nicer and more normal now that we're not dealing with the fairies. Though there's annoying mobs in the way now. So we're gonna get our second seeds of the run, which are mystery seeds. We only need to grab one, which is a little bit quicker than grabbing all three of them. Since we don't really need them, and they'll get upgraded later, we'll have a bunch of them.
But to advance the story, we need at least one in our sea satchel. Alright, Stanner got the quick kill on Pumpkinhead.
Yeah, really nice. More cutscenes. This game likes to give us a ton of text in the early game. It's definitely tiring to mash through all of this.
Well, in the run itself, it's very loaded in the front, in the early game. Even casually, they do ease up on you a bit as you move through the dungeons.
Yeah. So now we get bombs, since they took our mystery seeds. Well, our mystery seed. I guess we had a few. But yeah, they're gonna use the bombs to open Dungeon 2 now, since in the past it's closed.
Not destroyed.
No, not destroyed.
But we're going to do our part to destroy it by blowing it up.
Our bomb is probably what made it weak in the present.
Yeah.
So judging by the estimates given for this run, both runners will be doing Dungeon 2 skip, which isn't quite a full dungeon skip, but skip half of the dungeon, which is nice because the final boss sucks No one likes him, even if you do the proper strat for him. I like that bomb. Yeah, you don't actually need the shield to kill those guys. A shovel works real well, which means we never actually have to get the shield in this run, which is nice, so we don't have to waste our rupees.
In both Oracle games, you do not need the shield.
There's 5 rupees. Getting closer to the extra 20 that he needs. Got 8 out of 20 so far.
So this underground section that Z Master's in is especially dangerous depending on how the keys are spawned in. Whether they're on the ladder in the first area, they can knock you down and waste a lot of time for you. Or in the second area, they could be close by the thwomp and knock you into the thwomp. And since you're only at 4 hearts, it's pretty much guaranteed to, if not kill you, almost kill you.
Their Stanner just grabbed his second 100 rupees using that manip I was talking about earlier.
Something that's not obvious is that you have to kill all the ropes in that room to be able to push that block. It's just something you have to figure out. It's very much an ages thing.
I've seen people running this or playing this game just casually get really confused at why they can't push a block when it's like, obviously that's the block you're supposed to push. So I wonder if we'll see a 3 cycle here. This mini boss is pretty basic. He just flaps around, and when he falls you can hit him with your sword. But you're able to 3 cycle him if you're able to get a bomb hit and you have really good RNG. You can bounce 3 times on the last cycle, and you're able to get a 3rd hit, but it looks like you can get it.
Normally you're like supposed to be fighting him in the middle of the room, and every time he drops down, he creates a hole on the tile, but the outer ring of tiles, they don't get destroyed, so that's why we fight them in here.
3 for 1 bomb, nice. So this is about to be the end of our time in Dungeon 2. Once we get the feather, we can leave and go do the most difficult skip in the run. Which is going to start out with an RNG manipulation in order to control a like that we need to eat us out of a tree. Which sounds really strange.
What you saw there was that he hard reset his console, which is the only way to guarantee the proper seed for the RNG. So, and now what he's doing here is something we call toilet warping or text warping. And what happened there was very quick. It's hard to see. He dropped the seed to spawn a text box from the toilet hand, and on the same frame he did that, he left the room. Now, normally when you leave a room like that, it transports you from indoors to the outdoors, to the overworld. But by transitioning on the same frame as a text box appears, the game gets confused. And instead of moving you from the map of inner rooms to the map of outer rooms, it just moves you down on that map of inner rooms. Now, the key here is that all the inner rooms in the game, be they buildings, caves, dungeons, they're all linked on the same actual map. It's just that you can't actually go through, like, you can't, if you walk through a wall enough, you'll get to another cave, building, or dungeon. By doing the text warp, it moves us down on that map instead of out.
No luck on the first attempt there. But yeah,
You should explain
this
that.
this skip is definitely really challenging. It's double frame perfect trick with perfect RNG and Y pixel position dependent, so and subpixel dependent. So you need to like set up your RNG, get on the proper subpixel, line up here against this pit on the exact pixel. Then you need to pick up your bomb on a 4-frame window. Then you need to buffer until the first flash of the first frame of the 5th flash of the bomb, which sounds really complicated, but once you get there, you have to throw it into the pit, wait for the gel to jump, and then jump on the exact next frame, so you can get double damage boosted just like that. Really nice second try.
So that is key part of this route, being able to access this area. This is outside of Dungeon 5 now, and the reason we do this is to be able to get to the Pegasus Seeds, which allow us not only faster movement, but allow us to jump over certain gaps that we wouldn't be able to in earlier dungeons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Pegasus Seeds also give us our 3rd seed, which allows us to upgrade our seed satchel in the future, which will let us get even more Pegasus Seeds, letting us save even more time. It's just compounds on itself. It's a huge time save.
Normally when you get to Tingle the first time, you only have access to Ember and Mystery Seeds. And he says that when you get access to a 3rd seed, which you do for the 3rd dungeon, he'll upgrade your bag, and you can't get back there until you've beaten the 3rd dungeon. So obviously, being able to access 50 seeds is a huge boon.
Mm-hmm. So we get to see Moblin King, Great Moblin. This fight isn't too challenging. You just gotta avoid the dudes throwing the bombs, which is pretty easy since as soon as they throw the bombs, they throw where you're standing, so you can just move out of the way and then throw the bomb at the Great Moblin until he's dead.
But you always do want to try to throw the bomb back at him close to the center, because if you move it if you throw it to the left or right, he'll shift a bit, and it takes a little more time.
He goes to pick it back up.
Yeah.
This is also why you gotta wait until the bomb starts flashing to throw it at him, otherwise he'll throw it back at you if you throw it too early. Standard going for his swoop kill. Let's see if he can get a 3-cycle.
No, I couldn't do it, unfortunately.
Oh, that was good RNG though. He just missed the second slash timing. Now we're gonna get to see the bomb boosted jump here in the graveyard from Z-Master.
An unfortunate consequence of not completing Dungeon 2 is that you do not gain access to Moosh to jump over these pits as you would normally. So in order to get to the flippers and rope that we need to not only use Pegasus Seeds and the feather to jump, but we need the boosting power of a bomb to give us the extra momentum and distance to make that actual 4-tile jump.
Mm-hmm. That's what made it first try, which is good. I've had that jump mess me up a lot. You can sort of buffer it, kind of. So I guess he's going to be doing probably the manip here after he gets the rope for his second 100 rupees. Yeah, there's the hard reset.
Alright, Stanner he's done the text warp and he's moving towards the D2 skip, or the chasm skip, whatever it's called.
This is where a big difference in time could happen, depending on how quickly Stanner can get this skip. Because there's definitely been races of this game where people have gotten like 10th try D2 skip, which wastes probably 5 minutes or something.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh, the double fall. He could have still made it back and tried again before that one ran out, but now he's going to have to reset and go for second try. Also, one thing to notice, Z-Master just went down a screen that he didn't have to go. That was on purpose. He was going to the screen with the Ember Tree because he's going to need to work back there later once we have Gale Seeds near the end of the game.
Oh, couldn't do it.
1 frame late on the throw. Yeah, another thing that makes it really hard is the buffering is like manual buffering. You're just like trying to get it the next frame, but you can't actually like buffer the inputs for the menu. You have to like, I don't know, not really spam them, but try to time them out so that you're only advancing 1 frame, which is definitely what makes that trick really difficult. Z-Master gonna get Ricky's gloves here so he can go use Ricky to get up to Tingle.
Ricky just loses his gloves all the time, dude.
Mm-hmm. He also apparently has a patented jump. I don't know where he got his lawyer. This will be Stanner's 4th attempt.
So there, Z-Master got the C chart from Tingle, and he tossed him immediately afterwards, and he gets the T-Satchel upgrade. Ooh, Stanner.
Oh. I think it was probably 1 frame late on the jump. Looked like. It's hard to tell when I can't hear his game.
Yeah, it's very difficult, this trick. You can be just walled at it, and there's just nothing you can do other than to hit the frame twice.
Oh man. No Pirate Curse for Z-Master. And yeah, it's definitely a huge run ender, but in a race like this, now that he's started, he kind of has to go through with it, so it's just a matter of time until he gets it.
And there's actually no possible way to get back to Dungeon 2 and complete it normally if you go this route. Once you've committed to it, you have to do it.
So this island changed this year, which is kind of nice. You no longer have to get the expert ring. There'll be another frame perfect trick to pull off. Well, yeah, there's another frame perfect trick we have to pull off twice. Though it's not as difficult as like D2 skip or anything.
And it's not as cool as the expert's ring.
The expert's ring was pretty cool. Duping with the expert ring was also cool.
Alright, stand it.
Nice. I think is that 6th try? 5th try?
I think it was 6. But he's still, like, unfortunately, it's a sizable disadvantage now between the Master and Standard because of that trick.
6th try probably lost him, like, well, some of them he stopped early on, so I don't know, probably like 4.5 minutes lost from that. So I mean, he's probably like 4 minutes behind.
And these are some of the better players for ages, and it's still that difficult.
Yeah, it's really not something you can get super good at as a trick. Like, no matter how much you practice it, it's still double frame perfect. So now we're gonna get to see some collection delay here, which is a really cool skip since you have bombs, which you hold in your hand. You're able to trade for these items back, and there's one frame after you trade back to this guy before you get your item where you can pick up a bomb, like Z-Master just did. And since you're holding something in your hand, it can't give you the item back, but it puts it on the floor instead. So you're able to duplicate the item because it doesn't take it out of the shop, because it doesn't think you actually got the item. So you're just able to, like, duplicate whatever you want there, and by doing that, we're able to get every item back that we need to continue the run.
Yeah, it's certainly very crazy to look at. You're seeing multiple shovels being spawned, and the effect of this is that well, first of all, it cuts off several minutes from this island. Normally, you would be trading back and forth with the shovel to get the feather, to jump over these gaps here, and then you get the flipper thing, you have to go all the way back and get the bracelet just to pick up the single rock that's blocking your way to the water, and then back and forth again. It was so tedious and boring.
It's a lot less of a headache, and the only problem that's not really a problem is you don't get sense seeds this way, so you actually have to abuse a mechanic in this game to get sense seeds once we're in Dungeon 3 in a bit. It's really nice once you get your seed satchel back here. All 3 of your seeds are filled with 50 of them.
The little lizards are actually very nice and fill you up completely.
So not too big of a deal, but Z-Master's still 5 rupees short. He's got tons of time to get those last 5 rupees, I guess, because you don't need them till the minigame section. Standard's still too short.
There's lots of enemies in Dungeon 3 that you could get rupees off of, and there is a chest as well.
Make that 1 rupee short. Here we go into Dungeon 3, which is I think it's a really cool dungeon, mostly because of the manipulation. Some people don't like the manip, but there's a manipulation in this dungeon, which you can control like half of the dungeon, where you're like not in control, but like controlling the RNG to control mob movements. So it's like you have total control of the dungeon.
It does save a lot of time, but if you're just too slow in one little area, it can throw everything off.
It also doesn't save as much time as it used to now that you have Pegasus seeds in here. But
Yeah, that's true,
yeah, you could make up a lot of that time by Pegasus seeding to the section. But yeah, dealing with the Armos is just a huge pain, and it can cost a lot of time if they don't cooperate.
Not only that, but they can also outright kill you.
Mm-hmm.
You are, like, the game expects you to have at least 5, if not 6 hearts at this point, and you're still stuck at 4.
Yeah. So this is where the RNG manipulation starts, so it started off well so far. Every little movement here is very deliberate. One wrong move and you can mess up the RNG manip. Though, I mean, if you mess up the RNG manip, you might as well just keep continuing without it. But it's definitely nice if you can manage to pull it off.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something you would reset over.
Mm-hmm.
It's just... if you hit it, you hit it.
So far, so good for Z-Master.
The good thing about RNG manipulation in this game is that if you've done it enough to learn the patterns that you should be getting, and you notice that something is off, you can potentially fix it if you know...
if you know where you screwed up.
Yeah.
And by how much you've screwed up.
Like, for example, if you forgot about a slash, you could move it to a later area and still be okay.
So it looks like he did pull it off. Let's see if he can finish it here. Oh, the early slash.
Yeah, something happened there.
I think he slashed too early, so it changed the RNG manip before they started moving.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't have enough bombs to do it normally.
So now you might see why this part sucks if you don't have the RNG manipulation. And it can still suck even if you have it. Armos do not cooperate.
Their movement patterns are very erratic. You cannot predict
nice bomb drop.
A lot of what they're doing.
Oh no. Oh, nice. There we go.
You recovered. It's okay.
Yeah. It was close, but yeah, that's pretty much why the RNG manip is there in the first place. Like, they can be really trolly.
It's not really something you can get good at because they can pivot in a separate direction whenever they feel like.
You feel like you've got a handle on where they're going, and then they'll just completely turn the opposite direction whenever they want. It's super frustrating when you're trying to kill them. Now we're gonna get the next item in this dungeon, which is the Seed Shooter, which I think is a pretty cool item. I like it better than the hook shot, the slingshot from Seasons, just because there's a little bit more control with it. But it's also kind of annoying in that you have to sort of stop with the diagonal shots, to diagonal it properly. I don't know, it's a little more complicated.
And a bigger difference is that seed shot out of the seed shooter bounce off of at least one wall.
Mm-hmm.
So they changed on a 45-degree angle wherever they hit.
Yeah, they have like a certain amount of time that they'll fly through the air before they use their effect if they don't hit any creatures. Nice shot.
45, I mean 90, sorry.
Nice. We're getting some collection delay from Stanner now. Going for the menu buffer strat. Got it first try too. No issues there. Really good.
It's good, yeah.
You never really lose a lot of time there if you just can't manage to get the frames properly. I miss the days of having the expert ring for this mini boss though.
His whole gimmick is that he's invincible while he's underground, so you have to dig him up. And when you do dig him up, he has a somewhat random chance to just go back underground.
I guess he's got like different patterns, like depending on his RNG when you dig him up. Sometimes he goes under really quickly, and sometimes he'll stay up for a while. You might have noticed that the Z-Master entered that room and then left it right away, and then went back. It was because mold worms can spawn on the other side of a wall there that you can't get around, and you need to kill them. So he was resetting the position of the second one, so it was on a more advantageous side. And he gets the Sense Seed first try.
That's good. So a programming oversight that they left in the game is that those bushes will always spawn Sense Seeds. Normally the game is only supposed to give you seeds as a drop from ones that you've already picked up from a tree. So you would normally, if you needed that Sense Seed tree to collect those seeds, and then the game would normally spawn them whenever they would spawn seeds. But we haven't touched the tree in this run, and yet those Sense Seeds still spawn, because they will always spawn from those bushes.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely an oversight, but very advantageous to our route, because we do need those Sense Seeds later in the run. Having a ton of seeds here from the upgrade is also really nice, so you don't have to switch to Sense Seeds to fight this boss, since you do need one Ember Seed after this dungeon, but we have so many to just spam onto this boss. Doesn't really matter too much.
So you did not use a sword at all in this fight. This is a complete seed shooter fight.
You got the 2-cycle. Really good.
Yeah. So the whole gimmick is that you're supposed to fire seeds against the wall to bounce back at the Shadow Hag. If you look at her at all, she'll just disappear and you will be able to hit her.
The 2-cycle is definitely finicky, because you have to be standing a certain distance from the wall, so that you're able to get the 2 shots and still have enough room to move forward enough that she'll still be behind you for the 3rd shot. It's pretty tight timing. Stainer about to do his D3 manipulation once he's finished in this room. So this is where you need the Ember Seed. It only takes one, even though both of them eat an Ember Seed. Maybe they split it or something. But yeah, you save Dimitri, who's going to be our new friend in this game, since he is the quickest companion. So this is part of the reason we needed those 200 rupees, because here in the shop now, we're going to be able to buy a flute, which is Dimitri's flute, so we can learn his song. And before we go into this next section of the game, you need to have the flute, otherwise you'll default to Moosh, which is not fun since his section is really awful in the companion section of the run.
Well, in this route in particular, Moosh locks up the game.
Oh yeah, because of D2 skip, you can't actually get Moosh properly. It's really...
Right.
It's not a good thing.
Yeah, before it would just be like, oh, you wasted a bunch of time. Now in this route, it's like, you can't even finish the game.
Yeah.
Because normally, outside of the graveyard, after Dungeon 2, you would talk to Moosh, save him from ghosts, use him to get to the flippers and rope. And that would trigger some flags and let you talk to him, if you chose him, in this area. But because you never triggered those events, when you try to talk to him here, the game just doesn't know what to do, because you haven't gone, I guess, far enough in the script or something?
Yeah, it's the same reason you can't talk to Moosh, like, after you do the graveyard jump. When you leave, after getting the rope, you can't talk to him, but he'll, like, he talks when you leave the graveyard or whatever. I don't know, it's really weird. Nice, standard
Probably
rope
that.
on the nib.
Nice. Probably it's like something that happens after you get the rope. The flags is that's the dialogue that needs to happen.
Nice thing about Dimitri is you can carry him around, and with Pegasus Seeds you move a lot faster than you would if you were riding on him walking. Definitely the easiest animal companion section out of all three. Dimitri's is it's pretty much a straight line to get to all three of them. You don't have to, like, go weird way around something or whatever, like you do with the other two.
Yeah, you have to visit so few, like, so many less screens. It's really amazing.
Getting Ricky's flute is just, like, not really an option. You have to play a minigame for it, which is even bigger waste of time. On top of his already bad animal companion section. I'm surprised he's only getting one seed there. I mean, maybe he's not going to use it for anything else. Then he should be alright, just for the portals. But yeah, he won't be able to use them on some of the mobs that you might want to use them on in, like, Dungeon 4.
Right. He should be okay.
Yeah, he's fine on, like, the ability to warp, but you just have to deal with certain mobs that might be a little more annoying.
So what he just did there was he entered and exited the house, and that triggers this conversation to happen. No matter which house you go into, either the left or right one, he'll tell you, oh, you need to talk to my brother on the other side of town. So we just go to the one on the right.
The flag is just tied to whichever house you enter first. The other one is the one you're supposed to talk to.
We just go to the right one first, so we can exit the left one and immediately go to this area.
Oh man, that River Zora being a jerk.
Alright, Sander got the senses, but he's getting trolled by P-hats now.
The P-hats are pretty annoying. But luckily, you can shoot them even when they're flying with Ember Seeds, which is nice since you can't hit them with your sword when they're flying.
But unfortunately, when they're like in the way of your Ember Seeds trying to hit the switches, they're still going to get hit.
Block your shot. It's quite annoying. Sander having a bit of trouble getting in position there.
That's right. You gotta be like just in a certain area of that switch to be able to make that shot.
Yeah. It's pretty forgiving, but yeah, you can be a little out of position and it'll definitely make you shoot again. Oh, the P-hat troll. Knocked into the pit. Gonna have to make the jump again. I hate that jump. So this section is definitely a little scary sometimes, depending on your health situation at this point in the run. But yeah, you have to go through this long back and forth through time puzzle stuff here, and there's really not many places to get hearts until we get up the wall here. But yeah, Dizzy Master has a pretty good amount of health right now, so he should be alright.
Alright, Steiner's finished with Shadow Hag. Wasn't 2-cycle, but it was still pretty good.
He got 3 on the first one. Just didn't get that last hit in time. Still, good fight. The 2-cycle doesn't save that much time, so it's not that bad.
Well, it depends if she goes into her split.
Oh yeah, if she does the shadow phase or goes right back to the phase. So yeah, the tune that we got a few minutes ago allows us to travel from anywhere from the past into the present, but not the other way around. So you don't need to find portals to use that one. But still, to get into the past, you need to find a portal like this in order to travel back to the past again. That was scary. Those low invincibility frames on Link. Taking a ton of hits there.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's still got lots of health. Plus there's a health refill at the top of this wall. If he decides to take it, which I'm assuming he will.
Yeah, he probably will. But the interesting thing here is that your Pegasus seats affect your climbing speed up the wall. So that's why he used them before he started climbing. He just zoomed up there.
And
past the
you also wanna like wait to use it till right before you're about to start climbing if your seed runs out before you get there. Since it'll last the whole way up the wall if you use it at the beginning, instead of running out halfway through.
Nah, this is my favorite trick.
I love this trick. I hated this game as a kid.
What he did there was that he clipped just like a little bit into the edge of the arena, and when he did that, his hitbox was no longer there. The squids can no longer push him around.
Jumping on top of the one lets them all stack beneath you. Then you can just jump away and knock them all in at the same time. It feels really good. Time for Dungeon 4. I love this music.
Yeah, Dungeon 4 in both Oracle games are probably the best music dungeons.
This dungeon is actually pretty challenging for this run. There can be some annoying parts. It's mostly because of the low health that we have at this point. Since we've skipped since we've skipped a boss and gotten here so early.
And it's very easy to take a lot of small damage very quickly because of all the lava everywhere. And the number of moving enemies like keys and some of the Zols.
Like this trick coming up here. I guess it's sort of a trick. It's pretty tight jump there. But he makes it first try, which is really nice, so he doesn't take any damage from the lava. Still got full health. Almost full health now.
Normally you're supposed to jump all the way around the edge of that room to be able to get to the door, but the way the Pegasus seeds work, you're not supposed to have at this dungeon. It just allows you to clear the gap, just barely. Yeah, normally you're supposed to have Pegasus seeds before entering Dungeon 5, so this dungeon was not designed with that in mind.
Running low on Pegasus seeds. The refill might have been nice. Though he has enough Pegasus seeds to finish this dungeon, so he'll be fine, because we're gonna get a refill after this dungeon.
Yeah, he's taking the heart there. He knows how dangerous this dungeon can be, especially this section where you're just damage boosting.
Nice. Yeah, so that's one of the parts that I was talking about where you might want Gale Seeds to kill those mobs to get them out of your way when you make that jump, but he didn't have too much trouble there. You definitely want more than half a heart here when you ride this cart, because if you ride it with half a heart, there's a chance a rope will drop right beside you, and when you fall out of the cart, he'll hit you, and it's impossible for you to avoid the damage, and you'll just die. Though that's still a chance.
There was another little clip into the block, so you're able to aim at the correct angle to hit that switch. Normally you would have to jump onto the moving platform to be able to hit it at all. But
just a nice little time save.
Yeah, if you move up next to it, you're able to get the proper angle.
Nice. All three first try.
Yeah, that section you think is probably really easy, but if you're off and you miss one, you gotta ride the minecart all the way back, and then all the way forward.
Sometimes if I miss one, I'll just like wait beside the wall and hope that they like walk towards it so I can hit them through the wall. But that's still like a RNG thing. It can take more time.
Like if he's stuck on the other side, he just doesn't want to come over. You just you're begging him, please come. Come to me, please.
Seamaster also not having to get the free fairy since he was so high on health still, which is nice. Most of the time you usually end up getting that fairy. But this mini boss coming up is pretty cool. It's like a strat you can do to kill him every time since it's scripted.
Right. The way he moves and the way the sword moves is all based on where you are positioned in the room. So if you always move to the same spots, the same outcome will happen every time.
Makes it very trivial mini boss fight. Nicely done. Now we get to see one of the more complicated puzzles in this game. It's not too bad when you actually know the exact path you need to take every time. When you first try this puzzle out, there's definitely a few outcomes you can, or a few paths you can take to get to the end.
That's assuming that the key doesn't knock you onto the wrong tile.
Yeah, that's one of the annoying things about that room are the keys.
Alright, he's done with Dungeon 4. We didn't fight the boss at all. We just needed the switch hook, which is the dungeon item.
Yes, we won't be finishing Dungeon 4. We won't even come back for it at all. That'll happen again, coming up soon. There's only one more boss fight in terms of dungeon bosses.
So this is the bomb flower that we got for defeating the Moblin King, the Grey Moblin. Finally, we have returned it to the Goron so they can save their elder. He's just waiting under there to rock the whole time.
So now we get the refill on our Pegasus seeds, which is nice because we're gonna need them coming up to keep up the speed. That diagonal jump is sketchy.
Again, keys could just get in your way and...
Man, Dungeon 5, the shortest dungeon in the run, by far.
So the only thing we need from Dungeon 5 is the Cane Samaria. And the only thing we need to get to that cane is one single small key. So what we do is go straight for the fastest key, which is right here, past the staircase, and then head straight for the cane. And that is the whole dungeon.
The sad part is, you only need the cane for 2 rooms in this entire game, or in this entire run. So, it kind of sucks that we have to get it, but those 2 rooms force us to get it.
If there was some way just around them, we could skip all of this. Although, yeah, it's not too bad in the end.
The cane also isn't as good as it is in, like, Link to the Past. It only drops a block. The block doesn't shoot out anything. You can't use it to, like, cross platforms and stuff. So, it's not as good, but you can drop it on mobs and kill them, which I think is one of the most fun things to do in Dungeon 6. It's just like kill a dude if he's in your way by dropping a block on his head.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Another text warp coming up here.
Z-Master setting up. Just be able to go straight to the Goron in the present. The Goron City.
Using a new setup too. That was found recently. Ooh, Stan having some trouble with this jump. There we go.
Yeah, that jump can be really finicky because you have to change directions in midair to be able to land on the platform.
Yeah, if you try to move down too early, you hit the wall and it just slows your movement forward down, which just ruins the jump. Man, time for everybody's favorite part of the run, Goron dancing. I actually like Goron dancing, though most people don't like it. Or it seems like most people don't like it.
I don't like it. If there was just some way to skip these minigames, I'd be so happy.
The whole minigame section is really long. It's like, it's over 10 minutes between finishing Dungeon 5 and when we get in Dungeon 6 because of this minigame section of the run. You have to play 4 mini games if you count dancing as a mini game, and you have to do dancing twice. Luckily, we only have to do it in the past, which is technically the easiest one, I think.
No, the present one is easier.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on, like, kind of rhythms. They do, like, different types of rhythms. Yeah, you only need to get... Oh. Tanner, where are you going? You didn't push the block into the hole. But yeah, you only need to get 6 dances correct out of the 8 total that you do. So usually you do the 6 in a row and fail the last 2. Though you can sometimes save time if you fail on longer dances and you get some shorter ones.
There are set patterns for the dances, so if you can recognize them, then you can potentially skip the longer ones.
Scary on 1 heart for Stanner here. He'll definitely be picking up the fairy under the pot coming up. This is the minigame I hate. I don't know why, I just have trouble with the diagonal shot sometimes.
It can be a bit tricky. You have to hit all the rupees.
Just like that. That's what happens to me sometimes.
That's rough. Yeah, you have to hit all the rupees in single go to advance. And if you don't do it, you just have to do it again.
Yeah, I've changed my strat to where the diagonal one at the bottom right is actually the 3rd rupee I hit in that 2nd room. It gives me way more time to line up the diagonal shot, which is nice.
You definitely also don't want to play again.
No, that wastes your rupees and wastes a lot of time because there's no way to get out of it. Because that one you can't even like fail quickly. You have to go through the whole ride. But yeah, now you get to play the next minigame. This minigame is super easy, the easiest game. You only need 100 points to beat it, and there's always a fairy and a blue block at the top. He gets it first try, or right away, which kind of sucks. But yeah, that gives you enough points to win. Then after that, all you have to do is knock the ball straight down to get less text box, because it's only 2 text box for a miss instead of hitting blocks.
But yeah, the bar for this game is very low, so it's almost impossible to fail.
Until you try to, yeah, you can actually slash up the whole time, and you'll always succeed, because mathematically you just always have at least 100 points, even if you just like hit the ball straight up every time. But yeah, unless you're doing like the big Goron, trying to get the big Goron sword, that game is actually pretty tough for the big Goron sword, because you have to score like a ton of points. But yeah, you don't actually do that in this run, so it doesn't matter. Time paradox is time.
It's great, dude.
This part's great.
So this guy, he's really, really hungry. He wants brisket, dude. Like, as we all do. We all want brisket, I'm sure. And so we give him the brisket, and in exchange, he gives us his ancestor's vase. So then we travel into the past, and we give his ancestor the vase that we just got.
So he pretty much got the brisket for free.
Mm-hmm. So we gave the vase back, and then in the future, he's going to give it to us. And then we go back to the past and give it...
It's complicated loop. Yeah, that gives us the grenade so that we can play our last minigame. Though the last different minigame, it's not the last minigame we play, because you have to do dancing again still. Yeah, this game isn't too difficult. I mean, it's definitely... You can get kind of bad luck with movements and stuff and die in this or lose this minigame, but in general, it's not too difficult.
Right, yeah, the concept of it is not very hard. It's just that sometimes you just get dealt a bad hand, and there's no way to escape certain patterns of bombs. It happens only very rarely, and if you're like messing up your movement.
Oh, that was close.
He almost did there. He almost instead of going around the rock, he went below it, and he almost got it.
He got caught on it, and yeah, just little things like that can happen, and things just go bad.
But it's okay. He got through it.
Mm-hmm. Stanner getting his cane, so now he has to go do the minigame segment.
I'm sure he's very happy about that.
We all love doing the minigame section. So yeah, gotta make sure you talk to that guy. You need his introduction so you can do the last dance for the final key that we need for the Dungeon 6. It really sucks if you forget to talk to that guy and you get to the Garon dance teacher and he's like, you wanna just do a normal dance?
So the whole reason you have to do all this stuff is that Dungeon 6 has a unique property to it in that it exists in the present and in the past. So there's a key to unlock it in the past, there's a key to unlock it in the present. And you have to go back and forth between them. Changes you do in the past affect the dungeon in the present, and so on and so on. So it's like casually, it's really cool. It's a very cool concept that what you do in the past affects the present, and that it's basically two dungeons linked together.
Looks like they're tied right now, both doing the dance. One is the first dance and the other is the second. And yeah, it's kind of weird though. Like you need two keys. Like sometime between the past and now, a locksmith went in there and changed the lock on the door.
Oh, I think it's just that the key is like the lock got rotted or something.
Yeah.
It's just completely different. But somehow the key rotted in the exact same way
That it still works in the present. It's funny. This will be the last dungeon that we do, actually. And we actually have to do the whole thing, which kind of sucks, but...
Especially with these candle enemies.
Oh man. Yeah, the candles are really annoying. They like to move around really quick. But the worst part is probably the Wizrobe rooms with the Wizrobe room and the Wizrobe and Floor Master room.
Oh yeah, for sure. This dungeon is extremely difficult because at this point you're like 3 hearts short, 2-3 hearts short of where you should be.
Yeah, you're 3 hearts short.
Yeah. 2, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
So things hurt a lot in this dungeon. Gyptos, the Kandos, the Wizrobes. And there's really nothing you can do if you get killed in a later section. You just have to go through like all the spinners again and open stuff again. It's just it's
Deal
not
with candles again. So that was the first time we used Sense Seeds. You don't technically need them for that one, but you're gonna need them for the next one in the present. There's one of the two rooms you need the cane for.
And you get to meet our friend Mr. Blue Wizrobe, who tracks you around the room, and really...
Pretty nice there, but almost was a jerk.
Yeah.
Luckily you can control where Floor Master spawn. Might want to take the Death Warp here. Yeah. Oh man. No, he's not going to go for the Death Warp. He could have taken a hit from a Wizrobe and Death Warped to get 3 hearts instead of his 3/4 heart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it is a little
control where
small, but it's probable he will die at some point in the near future.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's not a place for him to Death Warp anytime soon either, but there are some hearts coming up. If he doesn't fall in this pit too much coming up here.
He's only got 2 shots. 1 shot now?
Yeah, 1 shot. Nice. Now he still has to be careful because there's another jump he's gonna have to make.
So that key does require senses. There's no way to get to those ropes other than to lure them into the pit.
So here's that second jump. He's gonna wait for the seed to run out. That was close. Yeah, now he's safe now. There's 2 free hearts right here under pots if he wants to take those. Then there's 2 more free hearts when he gets to the mini-boss room.
Mm-hmm. Although he's not completely out of danger, the Gibdos could give him a hard time.
Gibdos hurt. They hit you for 2? Is it 2 hearts? Oh, that's the only spawn. One of the 2 spawns where you can't make it up the stairs before he spawns in your way.
I think they do.
Yeah, Gibdos are scary. You don't want to touch them. Ooh, I thought he was safe there, and then that Gibdo came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's very hard because the way the screen scrolls, the Gibdos can sneak up on you in that room. And there's a bunch here in this room.
Really close. Oh, this is a scary part. So there's 2 free hearts, possibly 3. Oh, he gets all 3. Nice. So the third pot there has like a chance to spawn. It's a pretty high chance it has a heart, but sometimes it doesn't. Everybody's favorite mini-boss, RNG the game.
It's getting a lot of charges.
Yeah, that's really nice. 3 charges in a row. 4 in a row? This is what you want to happen. Okay. The last one.
Because of he always moves in a set circle, or like 3/4 circle. You can time your bomb throw to hit him, because he'll just run away from your sword. And they do essentially the same damage anyway.
Nice first try on the bomb throw there. That can be annoying if you mistime it by just a little bit. So you're trying to get a bomb to explode mid-air, to explode a block.
Yeah, it's not even a speedrunning trick, it's something you have to do.
Oh man. But here comes the biggest RNG in the run. The boss key for Dungeon 6 is not... It's possible to manipulate, but not really RTA, just because these keys right here, their RNG movement and the way that the mermaid suit works with movement, you have to tap a lot. So you'd have to have like frame perfect movement and like avoid the keys being super trolly in order to control the RNG here.
Yeah, someone did come up with a manipulation for it, but the setup for it ended up being so long that it just wasn't worth it.
Oh wow, first try. So the first pull you can't actually get the chest. So the first time you can get it is the second pull, and that's what he got there. Otherwise, it's like a 3 in 16 chance, pretty much, of you getting it. which
It looks
really
like it's a
sucks.
50-50,
Mhm,
but in actuality, the
it actually
math
doesn't matter
behind
which
it is, yeah, the math behind it is 3 out of 16, because if one is wrong, it doesn't mean the other one is right. Each time you pull it resets it to one could be wrong, one is wrong, one is right. It's not the same.
Time to deal with the candles again.
So that was a huge boon for Z-Master.
Sometimes it can take you like 10 tries to get that key.
My personal best was 17, so
That's a lot. That's a lot. I think my highest is 11, which isn't that bad compared to 17. But yeah, every time you pull it, you have to kill all 4 ropes and then pull again. It's just time adds up real fast.
So the interesting thing here is that with the mermaid suit, you're able to dive underwater, and because you no longer use A to swim using the D-pad, you can use an item on your A button. And in this case, you're firing a ember seed underwater
Yeah,
to set things on fire.
Zelda logic.
But normally you would have like the switch hook or a sword on there.
Which we will get to see the switch hook in that position coming up in a moment. Blue Israel being really nice.
Yeah, he's very fortunate there, but he still has to get across this second room.
Gotta blow up this wall again. Not the top wall, but this little cracked wall. Nice. That was close, but he committed and he made it. And luckily there's a fairy in this room, so him being on half heart isn't really worrisome.
Yeah, he did that last half-heart damage to himself with the bomb.
It was calculated. He made it through.
Yeah, dude. All according to plan.
So I really like this puzzle coming up, mostly because I like the solve of it with the diamond shape. Yeah, some people don't like it mostly because of mermaid suit movement. It can be really finicky down here. He's just gonna make like a diamond shape here in the middle. And then the solve from there is really easy. Time to see how the Wizrobe wants to treat Stanner.
And the nice thing about that solution is that you end up right in front of the chest.
Wow, Wizrobe being real bro. Only hitting him once. And not really making him get out of his way.
He also has good health, so shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Ooh, the manip didn't work out so well there, but it's still okay. So then you get grabbed here. Since he has nice health, getting grabbed there saves time over saving and quitting. Wow. I don't know how that missed. I need to switch to sense seeds.
Ember seeds are just kind of weird when you do that.
See if you can get the quick kill here. It's possible to kill this boss by only having him go underwater once. And so far he's doing really well. He's gonna need 5 hits here. Nice. So, yeah. Now he should be able to kill him before he goes underwater again. There we go. Really good kill. And he's gonna skip the last heart container since he has enough health left over to feel confident enough to kill Varan.
That boss is very interesting because the way it works is that when he takes a set amount of damage, he'll always dive, but you're able to sort of like trick his AI, because because of the way that sea damage and sword damage is calculated.
Now we get to see guard skip. Hoping for first try. This trick is definitely really weird.
Yeah, there are a lot of factors involved in it that are just not apparent from. Some of it is your movement, some of it is your positioning when you initially start. You have to be right in the center for a better chance. I'm sure you could get it if you were like slightly off, but
Not sure. But yeah, it's like you have to drop the seed at a certain time, and then you have to move a certain time after the drop to be able to get past the guards before they catch you.
Essentially what happened was that when he dropped the sense seed, all the guards were temporarily in a state of alert and couldn't see anything else, and you just ran through them in that small window.
Mm-hmm.
Normally you would have to run around the palace hitting switches just to go underground, but he still had to go underground to visit a certain map tile for the Varad Warp coming up.
You have to visit the screen, otherwise this warp won't work. There's also another screen you're not allowed to visit that doesn't stop the trick from working, but stops you from getting the glitched ring box, which is in Symmetry City. But you don't really have to worry about that because the route doesn't really go up there anyways, to that tile.
Yeah, you have to like purposely go out of your way to reach that tile.
The one in the palace.
No, I mean like the one in Symmetry City.
Oh yeah, you would have to go out of your way to visit that. Yeah. More RNG from this boss here. Whether she wants to. Wow, really good RNG.
Yeah, there's like some sort of semi-RNG to it that you can manipulate it to a certain degree. Some of it is because if she can see you, there's a chance that she won't spawn, and something like that.
It's really weird. Kind of annoying when she doesn't want to cooperate. Standard not getting first try.
He's getting a lot of ropes.
4 pulls.
Alright, that was like 4?
That was fourth possible one, 5th pull.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's not bad.
That's decent RNG for that. It could definitely be worse.
Anything single digit is okay with me.
Oh look, we saved all the monkeys, and now one has a bow out of nowhere.
So, even though Z-Master only completed the 6th dungeon just now, we're going to go and complete the game. Just forget about Dungeon 7 and 8, not even going to touch them.
It's too bad, since I actually kind of like Dungeon 7.
Yeah, completing Dungeon 7 in a speed way is very satisfying. Just because the routing that's involved in it with the water levels.
And I think the boss fight and mini boss fight are actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
So, I mean, mini boss fight's kind of annoying sometimes, but whatever. Yeah. Now we're almost done the game here.
So what he's going to do is, now that he has the Tune of Ages, he can warp back and forth between the past and present, wherever he feels like. So he's going to go back to Rolling Ridge here, and he's going to initiate another text warp with the owl statue outside of the Dungeon 6. Normally, when we've text warped previously in this route, we just moved to another cave or another building. But in this case, we're moving straight off the actual map.
It ends up really glitchy.
Yeah, you're basically going into something we call X World. For reasons that will become apparent.
It's quite obvious, but yeah, like
as you can see, he's not in normal space anymore.
No. Yeah, this is the only reason that we need to beat Dungeon 6 is so we can get this tune to be able to travel back in time here.
So now he's traveling up a certain number of screens on the X World map, and he's traveling back into the past on a certain tile.
Then he's gonna have to line up his pixel here. Use the glitched map tile and do it a second time. Nice. First try. That's really good.
He's selecting an area off the actual map, and the game doesn't like that. It starts corrupting memory at that point, and the actions that he took while he was on that space set up his glitched ring box, which allowed him to get the red ring and warped him straight to the final fight with Varan. So it's not cooperating.
Wow, Varan's RNG is really bad right now. Oh, there we go. One cycle. Oh, he played the song! Yeah, that's the end right there, that last hit to Varan.
That's GG, yeah.
That was a really good run, but yeah. That red ring in the ring box is definitely something special, since you can't even get the red ring in Ages unless you link it over from Seasons.
It's true. And another consequence of doing this glitch is that actually there was a chance of crashing the game. A very high chance, actually. It's like 50-50 almost. So the fact that he got that first try was very good. But yeah, GG to Z-Master.
We should have Minish Cap coming up next.
Stanner is still on a pretty good run though, so.
So I guess that should be it for us, since Minish Cap should be starting now that Z-Master is done.
Hello, guys.
Yo, what's up, dude?
How's it going, Cass, my bud?
Not much, Supreme Bud.
It's about time for, well, I guess Minish Cap is starting. We're in our opening cutscene here. I don't know if you guys with the Oracles have a little bit more to say or anything going on in the standard. We've got some opening cutscene here. Not a lot going on. Zelda's just going to drag Link's butt out of bed for a bit.
Well, I guess the final thing is that warping into the X world has a lot of extra effects that we still haven't fully explored. It's possible to, in all dungeons, right, you could potentially use the X world to travel to Dungeon 8 or 7, potentially a lot quicker than the game intends you. So hopefully people are inspired by this and want to pick up the game and push the glitches even further than they've been pushed. It'd be really cool to see a whole dungeons run that's completely broken. Yeah, that's all I got.
Alright, well, thank you guys. Guess I can run over some Minish Cap stuff here first while we're kind of in this opening section. So if you've never seen a Minish Cap run before, you may think, in the early goings it's almost like a glitchless run. It's pretty much primarily execution. There's not a lot of fanciness. Once you get to almost the kind of exact halfway point and get through the third major dungeon, things start to get a little crazy. So just keep an eye on that. For now, we're going to see just some kind of movement thing. Like, you see him kind of rolling almost in a diagonal, and a lot of it's just movement optimization, you know, getting out of the way of that couple there, things like that in the early goings. And I hope you like the sound of Link rolling, making his little sounds, because you'll hear a good bit of that in the early going. And then, as Cass said, I'm Supreme. You may have heard me earlier during A Link to the Past. I think LeGrand will be joining me momentarily for some commentary. So Zelda, being the very pragmatic princess that she is, picks the shield over the little fluff stuff like a heart or rupees, although I think Link might have wanted the piece of heart a little bit more. But yeah, this opener, this not a lot. It's just a lot of rolling. We're gonna see here introduction to Vadi. I think this game was the first game after Wind Waker to kind of just adopt the kind of standard model for the King of Hyrule as well, that they've kind of moved forward with since Wind Waker. And then if you're not familiar with the plot of Minish Cap, in the hotly debated timeline, this would technically, at the moment, falls as kind of the second game in the series after Skyward Sword, chronologically. It's kind of the origin story of the Four Sword and kind of the things like that with Vadi, who is seen here in not the typical form you'd see him in the earlier games, Four Swords and Four Swords Adventures. Yes, timeline. The official, obviously no holes timeline. So now Link is being tasked with finding a way to reverse Zelda's curse being turned into stone. So like I said, a lot of the early game movement is rolling, and while you think that it's kind of pretty easy, straightforward, it's actually pretty not difficult, but it takes a while to get the movement down and move optimally. And then you have things like these moles here that can, you know, pop up in places that are really inconvenient. So getting down and not losing time to just simple things like rolling actually takes a while to get down really well. I'm not the streamer quo, but I'm pretty sure it would have in fact been faster if Zelda did not get turned to stone. What do you want from me? Unbelievable. Alright, so here's our introduction to our lovable companion, Eslo. Looks like Standard got first try warp. So that's pretty hype. If I remember correctly, oh yep, confirmed. They both got first try, which is pretty nice.